Backs against the wall. We return to Toronto at Rogers Center for Game 6 of the American League Championship Series as the Toronto Blue Jays host the Seattle Mariners. Seattle, one win away from their first ever World Series appearance. The Toronto Blue Jays trying to win and live another day. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Blue Jays Playoff Baseball. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host. Nick Blackmore is our producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young are our technical directors. Raleigh had just asked for time, steps back in the lefty box, and the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. On a slider, Savage gets Raleigh. 2 outs in the top of the first.
That's another missed spot. Alejandro Kirk was actually tapping the ground. He wanted that slider below the strike zone, but Cal Raleigh thought fastball actually in that count and was way out in front of that good slider that caught a little bit too much of the plate.
2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. They went to the splitter in an unhittable location, and Naylor fished for it down and away. 1 out.
It almost seemed like Josh Naylor was completely lost. He didn't know if it was going to be the elevated fastball. He didn't know if it was going to be the split finger, and that was a really, really awkward swing from Naylor.
1 out, bases empty. Infield shift to third. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Savage has punched out 2 in a row, and 3 of the first 5. 2 down. 2-2 again. Called strike three, 94 at the knees. Savage punches out the Mariners in the top of the second, and the Blue Jays try and take that momentum into the bottom half. No score, Blue Jays and Mariners. 4 strikeouts for Trey Savage, including getting the side in the top of the second. Again, first and second, no outs. The 2-2. Barger ropes one, down in right field, a base hit. Varsho getting the wave around third. He'll score easily. Clement goes first to third, and Barger gives the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second. He comes through in a huge spot to ignite this crowd again, and now they have Logan Gilbert cornered. First and third, still nobody out in the inning. First and third, no outs. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom 2. And the 1-2 pitch. Rolled over toward third. A slow bouncer. Bare hand. Bobbled by Suarez. Clement in to score. Kiner Valefa safe at first. Up to second goes Barger. It's 2-0 Blue Jays. Still nobody out in the bottom of the second. No outs. Top of the third and the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 5 Ks already for Trey Savage. 1 out in the top of the third. He got him on a splitter. This is a guy with 64 combined home runs, regular and postseason, a combined 132 RBIs. And with the Blue Jays up 2-0 in the top of the third, he comes up with the bases loaded, only 1 out. Infield back, they're looking at turn 2 or just getting out. The pitch. Hit on the ground, backhanded by Guerrero. He throws to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play! 3-6-1. Raleigh bounces out to ruin the jam, and the Blue Jays take a 2-0 lead to the bottom of the third. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. 2-0 Blue Jays in Game 6 of the ALCS. So 2 outs, the base is empty. Logan Gilbert about to throw his 55th pitch. It goes to Ernie Clement. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. Arozarena back on the track. Leaps at the fence. It's off the top of the wall. Clement into second. He'll race for third. Ernie Clement stops at third with a stand-up triple. 4 feet or less from a home run. Runner on third, 2 outs. Gilbert's pitch. Barger lifts the ball, right center. Canzone looking up at the fence. Out of here! Big fly! Addison Barger! And the Blue Jays double their advantage. They're up 4-0 in the third.
This place is shaking. What a swing from Addison Barger. Again, with a huge swing and a huge spot. That run standing at third base with 2 outs. And he comes through, a little hanging pitch. at the bottom part of that strike zone, and boy, oh boy, he didn't miss it.
Eventually, one of those hanging sliders or curves was going to be punished, and Barger, the right guy to do it, his second home run of the series. Bases loaded, one out. The 0-2. Poked out to second, fielded on a bounce. IKF to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play. They've done it again. They get out of the bases loaded jam. And the Blue Jays up 4-0, middle of the fourth. 4-0 Blue Jays. No outs, top of the fourth. And the 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 6 Ks for Trey Savage. 1 out in the top of the 5th inning.
Just like he's done so many times today already. Makes a big pitch in a big spot. Here comes the top of the order, Julio Rodriguez, with Cal Raleigh lurking on deck.
4-0 Blue Jays. 1 on, 1 out, the pitch. On the ground is short. Jimenez to a knee. Throws to second one. IKF to first. Double play. 3 innings in a row. Trey Savage gets the twin killer. Dan Wilson asking for a second here. Will he challenge? He will not. 5 scoreless for Trey Savage. A 4-0 lead into the bottom of the 5th. The kick in the 1-1. Swing and a laser. Left field and deep. Sinking toward the bullpen. Gone! Placata! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 5-0 Blue Jays in the 5th. His 6th home run of the postseason, and none more important right now. That will knock Logan Gilbert out of this game. 5-0 Blue Jays. No outs, bottom 5. He's maybe, in this exact moment, the second most popular Blue Jay. And this guy who hit a home run last inning is probably the most popular at this point, but Trey is nipping at his heels. 22-year-olds, 1-2. He got him! Struck him out on a splitter. Cal Raleigh goes to 0 for 3. There's 1 out in the top of the 6th.
As soon as you throw a strike at the bottom of the strike zone with a fastball, a hitter can't just say, oh, I'm going to see it up. They have to respect that location, and that's when you throw that split finger below the strike zone, and that's exactly what Trey Savage did right there.
Savage offers. And the pitch is crushed. Right field and deep. Hooking toward the pole. It's way gone into the porch in right field. Home run, Josh Naylor. In his home country, he put Seattle on the board. 5-1 Blue Jays in the top of the 6th.
That's the type of player that he is. When he makes contact, when he barrels things up, that's what he does. Hit that thing 100 miles an hour. About 390 feet out to right field. He crushed it. He stood there and watched it as well.
Trey Savage hands the baseball to John Schneider, and Toronto lets him know how they feel about him and about this outing. 5 2/3, sparkling for Savage. A runner on first, in the Blue Jays leading 5-1 in the top of the 6th inning. 3-2 pitch. Hit off the handle, a bloop headed down the right field line, base hit. Coming to third base, Arozarena. They give him the wave. Here's the throw from Guerrero. It's offline, and somehow the Mariners get a run out of that complete miss hit. The baseball gods just smiled down on Seattle. Suarez got nothing on that ball. Hit it 58 miles an hour inside the line. It spun into the sidewall, and Arozarena scores from first on the single. 5-2. Vladdy's going to relinquish the hold on first with Suarez off on the pitch. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a changeup. He strikes out Crawford to end the top of the 6th. With 3 straight 2-out hits, the Mariners are on the board. It's the Blue Jays 5, the Mariners 2, middle of the 6th inning. Louis Varland is waiting on Rivas, who asks for time. Now the switch hitter batting left taps the plate. 2-2 pitch on the way. Called, strike 3, 98 at the knees, 2 down in the top of the 7th. Kirk on first in discussion with Mark Budzinski. Guerrero on second. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Gets away from Raleigh. There goes Vlad. Raleigh's throw to third. Gets away down the left field line. Body up. He'll come in to score. Wild pitch and a rare error from Raleigh. They gift the Blue Jays a 6-2 lead in the bottom of the seventh.
Well, you said it. That is an absolute gift, especially with 2 strikes. Dalton Varsho had to shorten up, and now he can essentially feel comfortable in that batter's box. There's no pressure on him. The Blue Jays have scored that run from second base thanks to Cal Raleigh.
That's a third Mariners error in the game. Heavy infield shift toward first. Switch hitter batting left in Raleigh. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Hoffman strikes out Raleigh, who goes to 0 for 4. He elevated at 95.
An absolutely perfect sequence from Kirk, from Hoffman. Obviously, Cal thinking something off speed there. A slider down, a split finger down. And Hoffman goes upstairs with a good four-seam fastball, just missing the barrel of Cal Raleigh for the first out of the inning.
Hoffman's 8th pitch to Polanco. He got him. 1 around on a pitch in the dirt. He punched his ticket on a splitter. 2 down in the top of the 8th inning. 4 outs to go. Righty's 0-1 pitch. Flip down the left field line. Going back, Clement looks back to Straw, who charges and makes the grab. 1, 2, 3 against Raleigh, Polanco, and Naylor for Jeff Hoffman. Middle of the 8th inning. 6-2 Blue Jays. The kick and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 down, 2 to go in the top of the 9th.
Jeff Hoffman's really found it, hasn't he? The fastball velocity is there. The command of that fastball is there, and he's really getting on top of that slider and split finger. He's looking like he did in early May and for the majority of April.
Full count, 1 out. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got him! Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down in the top of the 9th inning. They booed him off this time in August. They're roaring for Jeff Hoffman right now. He struck out 4 of 5 and is 1 out away from forcing Game 7. And the Mariners, for the first time in this game, are down to their last strike. Blue towels waving at Rogers Center with about 45,000 on their feet. Hoffman set, a look to second. And the 1-2. Poked out to shallow third base. Clement makes the grab, and the Blue Jays live another day. 6-2, the final score. The Blue Jays have forced a Game 7 here at Rogers Center.
What a fantastic performance all the way around. Trey Savage wasn't perfect tonight, but he made big pitches when he had to. Got out of a couple of bases loaded, 1-out jams with double plays. Like I said when it happened, I don't think I've ever seen that before in back-to-back innings. What a job from him. He didn't seem like this moment was too big for him. It's exactly what the Blue Jays needed, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. came to play yet again.
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
Unless they're as good as Jamie Campbell's.
You can provide an anecdote, though.
Can we ever? Justin and Ayla here. We're here for the next 30 minutes as we get you set for the real Blue Jays show. Ron McLean, great Ron McLean, just sent me an email. He goes, great show, which is, I'm going to print that out. I think Austin loves Ortiz Poppy. In fact, that's his nickname, 34, Ortiz Poppy. And I'm like, yes, Ron.
So his affection and brotherhood with
34, Poppy.
David Ortiz, an ode to the other Poppy in the city, that being Austin Matthews. That makes a lot of sense.
It makes so much more sense.
And Ron is typically right about
Ron knows everything.
Most things.
I would trust
everything,
Ron
so.
with my life. And then I responded saying, wow, you're so helpful. Thank you for this. He responded back, "Da Mariners lose, happy face."
Wow.
From Ron McLean. So if that doesn't get you fired up for Game 7, I don't know what will.
Have to book Ron on the show soon. Break this down.
Perfect. Let's do that. Ron and Blue Jays talk.
I mean, when we have to make that eventual segue.
Yes. Speaking of segues.
He could go on Blue Jays.
Oh. Okay, we have about 25 minutes, and we only have about 10 to 15 with our next guest because he is busy running around the ballpark. It is Blake Murphy, co-host of Jays Talk Plus, joining us and would like to be made mention that is in a suit.
No, it doesn't need to be mentioned. It's just disappointing that it's the one time I come on with you guys and I'm not in like an Insane Clown Posse t-shirt and we're not on camera. No one can see it. If no one saw it, it didn't happen. So waste of a suit day.
No, you'll be on lots of televisions tonight. Hopefully with great news and great celebrations to come. Tell us about the ballpark Game 7. What's the energy like there?
Yeah, it's a little slower, I think, than the last couple of days. So it is. This is something that's happened with the gates opening at 5:30 every day. Is everyone who has general admission and wants to get one of the bleacher seats or a really good standing spot on the 100-level concourse, those are all full already. But the people with actual seats aren't really here yet. It's cool though. It's I have some issues with the playlist on the pregame hitting. They were repeating songs, like 4 songs apart. I love Third Eye Blind, but Semi-Charmed live twice in 4 songs on the playlist is a bit of a choice. But no, it's pretty much business as usual on the player side. I'd imagine fans, it's a little anxious beer run getting them to their seats a little bit later.
Okay. I mean, there's a couple things there that, I guess I could get concerned about from a vibe standpoint. But, we got the Austin Matthews jersey on Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and I feel like I can't really read into anything. And we'll just see what happens tonight on the field, where we'll see Shane Bieber versus George Kirby. It's a rematch. And, of course, the Blue Jays prevailed pretty comfortably in that game. Shane Bieber was awesome. George Kirby got rock. So why will history repeat itself, or why will history not repeat itself tonight, Blake?
Yeah, it'll be, Shane Bieber's game plan is pretty straightforward. He settled in really, really well after that first inning home run. There's a quote from him after that game that I think will, if the Jays go on and do this and make a run to the World Series, it's going somewhere in the montage, and it's, I got good stuff if you guys pick me up. He gets down 2-0 and knows he has it that day. The Jays manage to get some offense, and he kind of rolls from there. The game plan for Bieber is pretty straightforward. He wants to be around the zone. He wants to pound the strike zone a lot, but we've seen the slider usage tick up. The Mariners haven't seen a ton of that from the Blue Jays until Trey Savage decided to use it a bunch yesterday to pretty good effect. So, Bieber's stay around the zone, set up the slider, get a lot of swing and miss on the slider. If he's locating like he can, no reason to think he can't. Maybe it's not 2 runs over 6 innings, but no reason to think he can't repeat, giving them some length and having a successful outing here. The George Kirby side of it is a little different. George Kirby has been a very good pitcher. The Blue Jays have had his number pretty much every time they've seen him in his major league career. And a big part of that with this Blue Jays identity is they're very aggressive and they're very comfortable being aggressive. They have some of the best numbers in baseball on the first pitch of an at-bat. They have some of the best numbers in baseball when they're looking at a pitch in the first 3 pitches of an at-bat. And while part of their identity is they can get a pitch count up, Nathan Lucas can work a 12-pitch at-bat. Anthony Santander can work a 9-pitch. Even if he's going to get out, he has a productive at-bat. There are 2 ways to get a pitcher out of the game, and it's wear him down or run him up. And George Kirby is the run him up type, where the Blue Jays are going to want to be super aggressive once again. All 8 of the hits they got off of Kirby last time out came in the first 3 pitches of an at-bat, and that's something that George Kirby's not going to be comfortable with. I went in and I looked at a lot of his game logs from the last couple of years, and he can change up the strategy a little bit in terms of, how many sliders is he throwing early on, how much throwing them outside of the zone. But for the most part, he wants to throw a slider fastball mix early in the count and not get to that other stuff, not get to the curveball and the splitter until he's got count leverage, until he's ahead of the count. Otherwise, he really wants to be around the zone. This is a guy with the highest strikeout to walk ratio in baseball history. Right now, he doesn't want to walk guys. So I'll be really fascinated to see how comfortable he can get not being as aggressive in the zone, if that is the adjustment that they want him to make, because the Jays are going to be as aggressive as they have been all series.
So I think it's been an interesting clash of styles, these two teams, or at least try to, see where the advantages may lie. Because if you look at the Mariners from a pitching standpoint, more relievers that Dan Wilson will be willing to go to, more starting pitchers that would be considered viable, and Brian Wu has basically not been that at all. They've got the AL MVP candidate in Cal Raleigh, and I know we can't really use that because the real AL MVP has emerged here, at least in terms of these playoffs with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But if you were going to pick the way in which the Blue Jays are decidedly better, that's had a real deal outcome or bearing on how this series has gone so far, which are you choosing?
Yeah, I think, they're starting pitching on paper. The Mariners, you probably like the depth of the rotation a little better. But like you alluded to there, Brian Wu's thrown 2 innings out of the bullpen. He's not ace Brian Wu. And the Jays have done a good job getting to their starters to where the Jays have been the better starting pitching team in this series. Kevin Gausman gave them 2 pretty good outings. Max Scherzer gave them a good one. Shane Bieber gave them a good one. Trey Savage gave them a really good one yesterday to extend this series. So there's been an edge in the starting pitching side of things. And then I'll give a second answer as well. And it's that while Cal Raleigh is really good and an MVP candidate, and Josh Naylor has hit almost as well as Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in this series, the Mariners have gotten nothing from 7, 8, 9 in their order. They're hitting I don't have the number in front of me, but something like $125 in those 3 spots in the order. They only have 1 extra base hit, and it was Mitch Garver in garbage time in that game too. They have gotten really little from J.P. Crawford, Dominic Canzone, Leo Ribas, Victor Robles, whichever combination of those guys is in there, they've gotten nothing from. And you look at the Blue Jays, they're a team that's gotten a couple big home runs from Andres Jimenez at the bottom of the order, a couple timely hits from Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, a huge game from Addison Barger yesterday, and Ernie Clement was hitting at the bottom of the order at the beginning of this series, and he's hitting almost 500 for the playoffs. So big advantage there in terms of the depth of the Blue Jays lineup and not giving an opposing starting pitcher that kind of let up 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I love your point on 7, 8, 9 because honestly, when J.P. Crawford gets to the dish,
that's when you can go to the bathroom.
It's like I take a Robaxacet. I just sink into the couch. I'm no longer on the edge of my seat. I just feel like the Blue Jays are just going to get through this part of the order, and that is not, I don't want to jinx anything, but that has not been the case with the Blue Jays in terms of their depth. They've done a lot of damage, 7, 8, 9, and I guess 6, 7, 8, 9 with Ernie Clement leading the way.
And I guess a good point to bring up is some of the tweaks with the Mariners, moving Josh Naylor up. I'm a little worried about Josh Naylor because he's got the hometown thing. He can be I know you're a wrestling guy. The heel angle, I assume, could be him tonight. They moved him up to the 3 spot. And, what's your understanding of the logic behind that and how much we should keep eyes on him being a potential threat?
Yeah, first to wrestling, Brain. This is the equivalent of when a Canadian wrestler, so Bret Hart very famously would get booed in the U.S. and cheered in Canada. If you're a heel wrestler, what you start doing is if you're Canadian and you come to Canada, you announce your U.S. home. So a guy from Toronto will be out of Florida now. He makes his home in Florida. That's what Josh Naylor's going to have to do here. No, I think I think the changes that Dan Wilson made to his batting order ahead of Game 5 were a little bit about getting his offense going, but also a little bit about complicating things for John Schneider in his bullpen decisions. Because in Game 4, for the first 4 games of the series, really, they had the same top 6 in the order, and John Schneider could kind of pick, hey, Jeff Hoffman's going to go against this pocket today, Sir Anthony Dominguez against this pocket, and then the next day, maybe you just flip those pockets if everything goes well. That makes it really easy to manage a bullpen, and it kind of simplifies, we don't want this guy to see this pitcher 3-4 times in a series. If you don't care about the order between those 6 guys, and you mix that up, that makes it a little bit harder for John Schneider to find, a perfect pocket for one of his relievers. We're at the point in the series where that probably matters a little less than the fact that, again, Josh Naylor, short of Shohei Ohtani and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., has been the best hitter in any championship series so far. So I think it's probably more that Naylor's hitting really well and Polanco hasn't seen the ball quite as well here. I know that they liked for a little bit there having 2 switch hitters back to back. Again, kind of trying to make the decisions difficult for John Schneider and Pete Walker. But this one to me is more just Naylor seeing the ball so well right now. 3 homers in the series, tied with Vlad with 9 hits. Yes, he can steal a base as well if he's out there. So I think this is just getting a guy who's red hot, maybe one more at bat over the course of a game.
We're chatting with Blake Murphy, co-host of Jays Talk Plus, and we'll be up on your screens in probably 20 minutes. So we'll get you set there soon. What do you believe would be the first face you see after Shane Bieber to come to the mound, if you were a Blue Jays fan?
Yeah, some of it is going to, and this is a cop-out, but some of it's going to depend on the situation in which Shane Bieber comes out of the game. If he comes out of the game with a clean inning, I think that's when you're starting to look at, and this is probably dependent on how long they let Shane Bieber go. Let's say he goes 5 and he gets out of the 5th and it's a clean inning. That's maybe where, especially if that's a time where you're toward the end of the Mariners order where there's some lefties or switch hitters you're not as worried about. Maybe that's an Eric Lauer spot. I think if it's Cal Raleigh and Julio Rodriguez and Josh Naylor, you might see Sir Anthony Dominguez earlier than you'd otherwise think. Like, especially after Jeff Hoffman threw 35 pitches yesterday, you may have Sir Anthony Dominguez tabbed as the guy who would close out a game in the 9th inning. I think they'll use him the first time there's a clean relief spot against the heart of that order. I think they are way more afraid of Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, and Julio Rodriguez than they are the rest of this lineup. And that's no disrespect to Eugenio Suarez, who's got it going, Randy Arozarena, who obviously has had huge playoff moments. But if you are picking the spot where you need your best reliever today, I don't think you have the luxury of, well, maybe there will be a save situation later. I think you'd be kicking yourself if the game gets away from you or you're trailing late and you haven't used a leverage arm. So I think this is a spot where you're almost managing the bullpen backward, and the guys you're most comfortable with are coming in for that top of the order pocket as soon as you need them. Again, if Bieber gives you length, if he gives you 6 innings like he did last time, this gets really simple. But yeah, I think Dominguez maybe comes in maybe a little earlier than a backup closer might suggest.
What's the most unconventional thing you think's on the table from a bullpen standpoint?
Kevin Gausman closing the game.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think, look, he said it right. He came out of that game the other day and almost immediately was like, I'll be cleated up for game 7. I'm ready to go back there. He's had good success in this series. The splitter is a pitch that should play out of the bullpen pretty well. They've seen it a bunch, but they've seen everyone a bunch at this point. So, they've said Jeff Hoffman's available. He threw 35 pitches yesterday. He hasn't done that in the last 2 years, and only once has he thrown 30-plus pitches and then pitched again the next day. That was last May with Philadelphia. So you're in uncharted territory if you're turning to Jeff Hoffman again today in a big spot. So, yeah, I would say it's likelier it doesn't happen than does, but I think Gausman closing would be a cool wrinkle that is not a 0% chance of happening.
Would be very, very fun. Especially fun because they'd be in a safe situation,
yes.
which would be awesome.
Yes, I don't care who it is.
Later today.
You care. There are some names you don't want to see in that safe situation.
That's true. I do care.
That's definitely true. John Schneider, though, I don't think is going to make another big mistake. And if we're acknowledging his big mistake in this series, Brandon Little, Game 5, I think we could all probably agree on that. Does Dan Wilson, Blake, have a big mistake on his resume in this series yet?
Not necessarily. I thought he left Logan Gilbert in a little bit too long yesterday. Gilbert came out and kind of had the same strategy as Bryce Miller the game prior, which is let it rip, empty the tank. Both of them had enormous velocity jumps early in the game. Bryce Miller sustained his a little bit longer and then got taken out after 4. Logan Gilbert was kind of left in long enough that tailed off. And yes, the Blue Jays scored in the 2nd and 3rd, but they were able to get some insurance runs a little bit later as well. Wilson's hand has kind of been forced with the starters a little bit more because they haven't been as effective as the Blue Jays starters have been. So that's kind of, that makes that a little tough. I've liked what he's done with Gabe Spire and Matt Brash, even when the results haven't been there. I like going to your number 2 and number 3 leverage guys in big spots. If that means burning Gabe Spire with the bases loaded in the 4th inning or burning Matt Brash against a really tough pocket in the 5th inning, that's what you got to do. Andres Munoz is back there to cover 6 outs for them. So you use Brash and Spire wherever you got to. I'm fascinated by how Edward Bizardo's arm is still attached. He's pitched in, I think, 9 of their playoff games so far. But yeah, there's not a lot to... I guess you could probably nitpick some of what he's mixing and matching 7, 8, 9. Like JP Crawford's going to be in there regardless, but how he's mixing and matching Ribas and Robles and Canzone, and should Mastroboni have gotten a start somewhere, you could nitpick that stuff. But when none of the guys are hitting, it's hard for me to be too critical there. I don't think there's been quite as big a smoking gun, although the starting pitcher effectiveness, you point to pitcher execution. That's also some game planning and making adjustments on the fly as well. That goes to at least partially to the coaching.
We're chatting with Blake Murphy of Jays Talk Plus and of the Raptors show, but we hope that you are not on that for a very, very long time. Weeks even.
We can handle a little Raptors this week.
Yeah, we can cover some Raptors if you need. What's a Jays postseason stat that you just can't wrap your head around? Something that is just so, and you're the numbers guy, something you're just like, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I'm going to simplify it and just say that Vlad has only struck out 2 times. He has, a Blue Jays franchise record for home runs. He has weighted runs created plus, which is a catch-all stat that accounts for league environment and park factors and things like that. His would dwarf Barry Bonds' huge season from 2002 right now. He's got a WRC plus over 300, which is ridiculous. But it's remarkable that he's just not swinging and missing. He's not expanding the strike zone unless it's to do damage on something. Having only 2 strikeouts when you've produced that much damage, we know this. We've seen it with George Springer this year. We've seen it with a lot of sluggers in baseball. If you want to swing for damage, you're going to accept some swing and miss. And Vlad has just said, no, I don't. I don't accept swing and miss. I will just hit for damage. It's fascinating that, he's basically, with the exception of maybe game 1 and game 2 in this series, and there was a little bit of batted ball misfortune in that one too. He had a couple lasers to the outfield. He really hasn't had bad at-bats whatsoever. It's and I think the only 2 strikeouts right now captures that best.
Blink if the first pitch will be thrown by Marco Estrada. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Are you asking me?
No, I said
give
blink.
It away?
No, I said just blink.
Oh,
so,
blink.
Yes.
I thought you said Blake if
blink,
the first pitch.
Blink. It's a radio joke because you're not
I
giving
get
it away.
Now. It just sounds too much like my name.
Blink.
I don't know. I hinted at it as strongly as I could.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, only those in the press box will know if you blinked or not. We don't want to give it away for those that are going down to the ballpark. Blake, we appreciate you coming on. Enjoy the night. I hope it is a positive Game 7 to add to your ledger of Game 7s.
Don't be afraid to get some champagne on the suit.
I hope I'm doing rush job dry cleaning between tonight and Friday for sure.
Love that. Thanks, Blake.
Thanks, guys.
Blake Murphy of Jays Talk Plus at the ballpark. Okay. I don't know if you blinked or not, but Marco Estrada would be an electric decision for the first pitch.
Would he?
Yeah, like big time playoff performer.
Okay, but we've had Donaldson and Eddie.
Yep.
And Joey Bats.
Yep.
Are we continuing to
my number one pick is Joe Carter. But do you save Joe Carter?
It's got to be World Series.
Do you save Joe Carter for Game 1 of the World Series?
There's a couple
Friday
other
night?
options for World Series. Pat Borders and some really legendary Jays.
But Marco Estrada is like fan favorite, electric, pitch deep, was the best pitcher in the playoffs, like kind of that middle of the rotation guy that just blew up for fans. Like if he went out there on the mound tonight, he would get that place fired up.
Okay.
I don't know if someone from 1993 is going to have the energy that Marco Estrada has.
Okay.
That's all I got to say.
I was just saying Game 7 is a tough book because not promised. Not many Game 7s.
Or you go with someone that's like Geddy Lee.
Yeah, I
or
could see
Buck Martinez.
I might lean Buck if you could get him down there.
Buck would be
just because
sick.
you're getting the response for Buck.
The Buck's gonna get the pop.
Buck might their Joey Bats and then Buck. Is that the order in terms of pop?
I think so, especially because of with the whole Yankees thing. Like they're just not a good team, and then him going back and forth, and Buck's a hero.
You asked about the postseason stat. You can't wrap your head around. And 2 strikeouts for Vladdy is just insane.
That's a crazy stat.
Is there something that stands out for you? Something that jumps off the page when, looking at what we've seen and what we may see for the Blue Jays here?
I don't know if I have a specific stat because I am not the stats guy, but I did think that your discussion about the bottom of the order was interesting because I think about Game 7 is not always the superstar's night. I think Game 7 is sometimes where you get that unlikely hero in all sports, hockey, basketball, baseball. Like sometimes a guy that you don't expect to be the cult hero becomes the cult hero. And I think that could happen tonight from the 7, 8, 9 spots, especially because we talked about it for the last hour and a half. Like how many pitches is Vlad going to see? How many times is he going to get a chance to hit the winning home run? And we talked about Barger, Jimenez, IKF, Clement. Like one of those guys, Lucas, I know he's not at the bottom of the order, but one of these unsung guys might have the night that really stamps like the beauty of this baseball team. And so I was thinking about it on my drive in, just like there's real time cult hero. I'm buying that guy's jersey because of what he did to get my team to the World Series tonight.
Yeah, it's create a legacy night.
Yeah.
Like, there are a couple players on this team who we will never forget. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I don't think I'll ever forget this run unless over the course of his massive $500 million contract that he just takes us on multiple rides to World Series and to World Series championships. Clearly, Vladdy is going to resonate. But if Isaiah Kiner-Falefa runs into one tonight, we could be thinking...
If those IKF jerseys sold.
We had Eric Swanson on tonight. We loved having Eric Swanson on tonight, but we like... we like to...
We'd have IKF on 10 years down the line.
If he hits a home run tonight, we're going to have IKF on every year that they go to the playoffs. Like, we like, catching up with former Jays. We love catching up with former Jays who did great things.
The unsung Jays.
For this franchise. So, like, as I said, create a legacy night. If you have a big night, if you have a big moment, if you do something special that elevates the Blue Jays to the World Series for the first time since 1993, it's basically the floor is yours. Like, you can make yourself a name forever in this city with a performance tonight, and hopefully they're not listening to that because who wants that pressure? Maybe Vladdy does, but who else wants that pressure? I'm not really sure, but that's just the reality of it. You do something special in this city, we will remember you, and there are a lot of guys with that opportunity tonight. I think the stat or the thing, anecdote, context, whatever, that is most interesting to me tonight, if the Blue Jays win, go to the World Series, it'll be the first time Donnie Baseball, Don Mattingly,
That's crazy.
goes to a World Series.
That's crazy.
He spent 14 years with the Yankees as a player. The Yankees, most World Series titles,
I know them.
Seem to win, like, on average every 3 years.
We have 27.
Never been 14 years as a player with the New York Yankees and 12 years on the bench, manager or coach, with the Dodgers or Yankees. So we're talking about the two franchises with, I guess, the most pedigree, the most like, who's going to the World Series this year? How many people are going to say either Dodgers or Yankees as they're just
they were the favorites.
Reflexive, and then playing the World Series last year? It's just pretty remarkable that a guy who spent time with two legacy franchises as long as he did has never gone, and with a win
Do
tonight,
it for Don.
Donnie Baseball is going to the World Series.
I love that.
Awesome.
There's something to root for in every facet of this team, like from the players to those players that are not on like the active roster that are sitting idly by. Like, you feel for them. Don Mattingly, now you want to root for that guy to get into his first World Series. John Schneider, a guy that was like, how do we feel about John Schneider? EL Manager of the Year. How about get your team to the World Series? Even like Ross and Mark, they put a lot. Like, this was a prove it year, and it's being proven.
I think Ross lags behind both Mark and John Schneider, but honestly, despite the Brendan Little decision, John Schneider, if they go to the World Series, walks on water in this town.
Yep.
It's that simple.
Yep.
And it's because, the sound bites and...
the speech in the locker room after the Yankees alone.
You want to love John Schneider. You were like, you couldn't. It was impossible after Game 5, but you want to because he's the type of guy I think a lot of people want to root for. He's the type of guy who does resonate. He's the type of guy that is frankly likable when things are going well. And, Eric Swanson in the previous block talked about how a lot of guys want to play for him. And that's an important thing. And I think it's been part of the success for John Schneider and the Toronto Blue Jays. A very quick one.
Don't read this
Seattle
one.
Seahawks are playing tonight.
Don't read that one.
They are hosting the Houston Texans. Well, we got to balance it out a bit. Mariners 6-0 this season when they play on the same day as the Seattle Seahawks. So a little scheduling quirk Monday Night Football, potentially. Not the reason why.
Hey, the Kraken play too.
Well, those guys are all...
No, I'm just saying, like, what
as I mentioned, turncoats.
But what a day for Seattle. They could have the same thing that happened to me last weekend.
Have your win on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Seattle.
Okay. Any final thoughts? Like, the next time we're on this radio station, tomorrow, or either teeing up a World Series, or we're talking about what I think was an amazing Blue Jays year, but, like, I'm not ready to settle.
Yeah, it really,
I want more.
It really
I'm
sets
greedy.
the tone for the tenor of our week. It's either, like, previewing the World Series, Shohei Ohtani getting on a flight. Too soon?
Oh.
No, it's not. We can do it now.
Oh, we're doing it.
You get on a flight to Toronto and play in Game 1 of the World Series. That would be an immensely exciting week. And if it doesn't work out that way, then it's going to be a little less fun teeing up a World Series that should have, could have, would have involved the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah. Well, I'm choosing to believe in these Blue Jays. Why not us? Go get them tonight. We'll take a quick break in the Blue Jays
Down
show.
at the ballpark.
Blue Jays pregame show will be up next. Thanks for listening. Go Jays, go.
The Blue Jays are in the ALCS. Catch the action here on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Inviting Toyo drivers to test their winter-rated tires was a great idea.
Thanks.
In the changing conditions,
Drivers on Toyo's all-weather tires look really confident.
and during those tough, slippery conditions,
Toyo microbit technology is keeping them safe.
'Cause?
They've got nuts that really grip.
how about another test?
Test successful.
You just can't phase a Toyo driver.
The Toyo rebate event is on now. Save even more on select sets of 4. Details at toyotires.ca. Toyo Tires, making tires for your road.
Let's start the bidding off with 1,200. Do I have 1,200?
North Toronto Auction is going all unreserved and everything will be sold. It's a 2-day public live auction starting this Friday at 9 a.m. with industrial equipment, light commercial vehicles, and non-runners. Then Saturday, it's cars, trucks, and SUVs, all selling on reserve.
1,700 going once.
Bid in person or online, but trust us, it's way more exciting in person. Preview the lineup in person Tuesday to Friday. View the entire selection at northtorontoauction.com. Everything will be
So.
Why BDC for my business? The timing's right. Everything's in motion. Economy's changing. It's all about automation, AI. So I said to myself, take the plunge. Yes, I need a loan, but I also need a hand from a partner who's truly working with me, helping me no matter what comes next. Not later. Now.
Get ready for what's next. With BDC, you get financing and advice adapted to your projects. Discover how at bdc.ca/financing. BDC, financing, advising, know-how.
When you get into a new Tacoma, you might suddenly find yourself expertly tackling bumps and boulders on backwood trails with a confidence you just didn't have during pothole season. All that's left to do is drive it home. Get in and go right now at Toyota, where you can lease a 2025 Tacoma 4x4 double cab SR5 from $134 weekly for 40 months at 6.79% with $4,900 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Ontario Toyota dealer today.
Why is Kintec different? Because real pain relief means more than treating symptoms. It means looking at how alignment, joint motion, and pressure points work together. That takes foot health experts who truly understand how your body moves, and a custom plan of orthotics, footwear, bracing, or a mix. So pain doesn't hold you back, and you can keep doing what you love. There are shoe stores, there are clinics. Then there's Kintec, footwear and orthotics together in step.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Donation's super easy, and you'll get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
At Desjardins, we speak business. We speak startup funding and comprehensive game plans. We've mastered made-to-measure growth and expansion advice, and we can talk your ear off about transferring your business when the time comes. Because at Desjardins Business, we speak the same language you do, business. So join the more than 400,000 Canadian entrepreneurs who already count on us and contact Desjardins today. We'd love to talk business.
It's Jiffy season and my to-do list is underway. I've already checked eaves cleaning and yard cleanup off my list, and next is a furnace tune-up with Albert. The best part? I booked all 3 Jiffy jobs in seconds, and the pros work around my schedule to get the jobs done. Take care of your home maintenance this season the easy way, the Jiffy way. Download the Jiffy app or sign up at jiffyondemand.com with the code THEFAN for $25 off your first job. Jiffy, Canada's #1 home maintenance app.
There's nothing worse than your furnace taking a long winter's nap. Stay warm with a free furnace checkup from Enercare. Available to homes in the GTA. That's a $99 value. Our experts can fix your furnace fast, or we'll give you up to $10,000 in prepaid credit cards when you rent a new heat pump and furnace, installed as soon as the next day. Keep your furnace wide awake with a visit from an Enercare expert. Terms and conditions apply. Visit enercare.ca.
Enercare, experts at home.
Hey, it's Matt Marchese. And I'm Mike Futa. We're discussing the top stories of the day across the NHL and the hockey world, weekdays at noon.
It's the Fan Hockey Show on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Springer coming home, and the Blue Jays take the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We are live at the Rogers Center. We are half an hour away from being 27 outs away from the Toronto Blue Jays making a trip to the World Series. It is your Blue Jays pregame show on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network. Jeff Blair alongside Kevin Barker will take you right up to 8 o'clock, at which point we will turn you over to the guys who will have the call of the game, Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue. Kevin Barker, half an hour away from first pitch. How do you feel?
I feel fine. I'm not playing, so I'm pretty good about thinking about what I need to do and sort of what I'm trying to say. Look, I think the Jays are a better team. I've been saying this for a while. It's if the Jays come out and play a tight game, if Bieber, his ball, meaning his fastball's not running, and when he wants to have it moving, it's cutting. When he's throwing glove side sliders that are strike to ball and his misses are good, meaning they're not over the middle of the plate, he's going to be really good. He's going to give the lineup a chance. And they've had a lot of success off of George Kirby, so I don't expect anything different. It's just about controlling Game 7 with your heart. That's, that thing's going to be beating like crazy. You're going to have to take some deep breaths, exhale. Once that first ball's hit to you, throw that first pitch, you catch that first fly ball, you swing at that first strike, everything will fall into place, and it'll be game time. And that's what I expect. I expect them to come out and play a really good game.
At stake, of course, is a trip to the World Series to take on Shohei Ohtani and the rest of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Barker gets upset when I keep leading with Ohtani, but I'm going to stick with it. Shane Bieber gets a start tonight for the Blue Jays. You mentioned against George Kirby. I think we both agree the right guy to have on the mound in Game 7 for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's found some things. I think the slider command is a lot better. It's sharper. He's throwing it more. That allows his other secondary pitches to be a little, more compatible together. Like he's not, throwing one a lot more than the other because of how good the slider is. That means he can morph the fastball. He can sort of, throw both of those around 20% of the time, which is a big deal. It's unpredictable. You can't tell the difference between the two, how late it breaks, where he's throwing it, glove side. Then he can start sprinkling in the knuckle curve, the change up, the cutter, the things he wants to do to sort of keep him off stride, take the sting out of the bat. Yeah, I guess this is sort of the reason I think, we heard John earlier say, having this guy, when they got him, right, sort of, going through the pains of trying to figure out six-man rotation and all the things that went through to try and find the best Bieber. I think they finally found it. They're going to see him tonight, and he's going to give him a chance, and I think that's exactly what the doctor ordered.
You talked about his slider. He hasn't given up a hit on the slider yet this postseason. He's generating a 61.1% whiff rate, and even if you look at the 5 batted balls he's given up, there wasn't a lot. There really wasn't a lot to that in his last start. He got 7 whiffs on 12 swings, had 6 called strikes for a 50% called strike and whiff rate on his slider. What is it, do you think, that has made his slider so effective in the last couple of starts? Is it just the fact that he's coming off Tommy John and now he's in a bit of a routine and, it's almost like you're in May if you're him, right? Based on coming off the Tommy John, working yourself back. And it's almost like you're in the first half of a regular season.
Yeah, maybe. He's a veteran guy. He's pitched a lot. I think for me it's more about self-correcting. It's about, once you throw a good one, it's repeating that because you have enough muscle memory that you remember what it felt like, what you needed to do mechanically, mentally to have it, come out of your off your fingertips and, have it end up in a certain placed in the strike zone to where you can get either swing and misses or called strikes with it, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm not sure so much about the Tommy John. Maybe we turn the page on that a little. I think it's more about it's just he's finally found the feel of it. He's been able to self-correct. I think sort of the mental side of just being a big league pitcher again is, he's sort of past all of that, and now it's about just going out and executing. And, it is sort of the the fastball and the slider being thrown about the same amount of times is a big deal. Hey, if I'm on the on-deck circle, I don't know what I'm supposed to look for because of how good it is, because of how hard it is to tell the difference between the two of them. So, yeah, I think early on is the key, right? We said this on our show today. We talked with Trey about getting through the first inning, controlling the heart rate. We've heard Bieber talk about, trying to just sort of block out all the noise and, find your mechanism. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you're just trying to sort of take a deep breath, exhale, throw the ball, and hopefully have it sort of repeatable in the zone, in the lane, have it break the way you want to break, get through the first inning. That for me is key. You get through the first inning and throw a couple in the first inning that are really good so you can remember that. Give the lineup a chance to score in the first, 0-0. I really do think because of how much success they've had out of Kirby, they'll do that, and then you go from there.
Let's run down the lineups for you for tonight's game. Again, it is an 8:10 first pitch right here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Sportsnet. And a reminder, Blair and Barker will be along following the game.
Winning edition.
With Blue Jays Talk. Mr. Barker's convinced it's a winning edition of Blue Jays Talk. That's what he's saying right now. It's not what he was saying when we were having dinner, but I trust that when we were having dinner, you were just pulling my leg.
You are something else.
Yeah. Anyhow, the Mariners lineup for tonight's game. Julio Rodriguez leads off. Cal Raleigh is hitting second. He's behind the plate. Josh Naylor moves up to the third spot in the order. Jorge Polanco is the DH. He's cleaning up. Randy Arozarena is in left field. Eugenio Suarez is at third base. J.P. Crawford, the shortstop. Leo Rivas at second base. Victor Robles in right field for the Blue Jays. No change from what has become the normal lineup for John Schneider, certainly in the absence of Bo Bichette. George Springer leads off at the DH spot. Nathan Lucas is hitting second. Vladdy Jr. having a historically great postseason. He's hitting third, and he'll be at first base. Alejandro Kirk is behind the plate. Dalton Varsho in center field. Ernie Clement at third base. Addison Barger, last night's hero, in right field. IKF is at second base. Andres Jimenez at shortstop. We mentioned Shane Bieber on the mound for the Blue Jays. George Kirby gets the start for the Mariners. George Kirby is awfully good. He's had a pretty good postseason, absent the 8 hits, 8 earned runs he gave up against the Blue Jays in Game 3 of this particular series. Historically, the Jays have had a fair amount of success against him, not just in the postseason, but in the regular season as well. Kevin, what do you think explains that? Because if you look at this, this guy is a dominant pitcher.
Yeah.
This guy is a dominant pitcher, but the Blue Jays seem to have his number.
Yeah, I think because the Jays have a bunch of guys who you have to attack in different ways, right? I mean, I could go through the lineup there, but you have to, if you're pitching against the Jays, you got to work all quadrants. And, George Kirby hasn't been doing that. He's a guy that has to live on the edges of all the quadrants that he wants to throw the baseball to, with the slider, the knuckle curve, and the 2 different heaters. And when you don't, you miss a little because you like to live at the top of the zone against a team like the Blue Jays who are trying to do damage to the big part of the field. You sort of have the numbers to where it's 5 career starts, an ERA of almost 8.5. That's big. That's heavy lifting there. So, yeah, I think it's just, you don't change a thing if you're the lineup for the Jays. You go out, you look in your spot, you force him down. I know he's trying to throw his sinker down a little bit more. He's trying to be a little bit more predictable with quadrants, so the hitters for the Jays can't look in so much of a predictable window that they can try and attack and do damage on. So he is trying to do that, and he'll try and feed off of that with the 2 secondary pitches. But for me, if I'm the Jays hitter, I don't change a thing. Force him down. You force him down, sooner or later, if you let him, he'll throw you ball down the middle. And his stuff ain't good enough to get away with throwing it down the middle. You can do a lot of damage on, and that's the expectation there. They are very a confident lineup right now. 1-9, and I think they're going to get it done tonight.
How different a challenge is he from the guy they saw last night, Logan Gilbert?
Logan Gilbert's, different because of his size, his extension, the split finger that he had. It's the whippy action, it's the long limbs. It's hard to sort of eliminate all that and just look where he's releasing the baseball from. And then because of the extension, it's got the little extra gear, and then you tend to be a little late. I think that's, sort of the difference between the two. But it's all, it's sort of to each his own. Each guy has a weakness and each guy has a strength. It's up to you as a hitter to lay off your weakness, forced to do it into your strength. I don't know a hitter alive don't like the ball down the middle. If you let George Kirby do it, he'll throw you one down the middle. You just got to let him, and when you let him and you get it, you can't miss it. And that's the confidence level here. They've been saying it since after game 2, and we've been seeing it play out. I don't expect anything different tonight.
We know that Jeff Hoffman pitched the 8th and 9th inning last night, finishing out the game for the Blue Jays. It was the first time he'd gone 2 innings in an outing since April 30th. He did it 3 times in the month of April in extra inning games. Look, I know John Schneider has said everybody's available tonight. That would include Kevin Gossman, one would presume. Certainly Chris Bassett, who is still in the team. At some point, I just want to see him used at some point, just for the sake.
You keep saying it.
I've been saying that. I've been saying that.
Yeah.
How do you think John plays this? If the situation is similar to last night or closer, going into the 8th and 9th inning. 8th inning rolls around, and you got the big boys. You got Rodriguez and Raleigh coming up, and now you've got Naylor, who's a left-handed hitter. But I'm thinking specifically of the first 2 guys. How do you think John plays that?
Well, I think we'll see Louis Varland in there. I think we'll see Sir Anthony Dominguez in there. If he wants to flip him around, I would think you'd see Mason Fluharty, Eric Lauer. Again, it's been a while since we've seen him pitch. The all hands on deck, I think that's a true statement. But I do think it's sort of the normal guys in certain situations in the heaviest lifting part of the lineup with the obvious names. It's just because of how much they used Jeff Hoffman last night. How's he going to come into play? Is it, a batter? Is it an inning? How many pitches? I'll be shocked if it's 2 innings, but his stuff has been much better lately. I'm on the fence. I have no idea, really. I mean, you can sort of close your eyes and picture what it might look like, but the way we've seen it play out a little bit, I would be floored if it was ever Brandon Little. I think that ship sailed. I think they've seen enough of that. I don't think that's going to happen in any situation. But I do think the other guys, that the obvious names, the Varlands, the Sir Anthony Dominguez's, there was a reason why.
Who gets it in the 9th? Sir Anthony? Is he the guy tonight, you think?
I would think it's about where they're at in the order. Again, I get back to that. The people that I talk to sometimes it's when you don't have no-brainers down there, you got to mix and match. You got to get the right lane, the right pocket, whatever word you want to use. And, it's just not so much as this guy's going to be our closer. We have seen Jeff come in the 8th inning, right? It's the right pocket. It's the location of the split finger. It's the better slider glove side. It's the command of the fastball and all different edges of the strike zone. It's more about his location now, that mechanical, thing that he's made up and fixed, whatever that is. He won't let anybody know, but that's okay. He's obviously done something that's allowed him to repeat that delivery enough that his location's been on point, and with that, the velocity with the fastballs went a little bit up and made him tougher, just a tougher at bat as a whole. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's, perfect scenario is you got a decent enough lead. Bieber gives you 5, at least 5, and then you give it to whoever you want to give it to. That's the thing, right, is for me anyway, if you're John, you're hoping your lineup takes all the guesswork out of this thing. You don't want to roll around the 8th inning, it's 1-1, and then you're scrambling. I'm sure they're not going to be scrambling because there's, khakis going to have their fingerprints all over this, which they should. I guess it's that time of the year. Everybody's got their hand in this. They want to be, and it's shown. But I'm in that camp. I don't, at this point, because of the way we've seen them handle this, I really don't know. I think that's where we're at. I think it will probably be the obvious names. I'm thinking we're not going to see Kevin in the 7th or 8th inning. If we saw him, it would be earlier in the game because he's a starter. Same with Chris Bassett.
Clean inning situation.
Like the highest leverage guys that there are the obvious names, I'm assuming that's what John's going to lean on. And then if it was to go longer, that's when you would see the whole, everybody's available phrase.
We were a little surprised today when we found out in the pregame media availability that George Springer has played in 5 Game 7s throughout his career. I guess we shouldn't have been surprised given how many postseasons he's been in, and simply the fact of the matter that he is one of the elite postseason performers, in baseball in the last decade. But I know we talked a little bit about this in Blair and Barker. At Game 7, how much does experience matter compared to luck, compared to, talent, compared to you going out and being better than the other team? Does experience, could it be a telling factor in this game?
Yeah, I think you make your own luck with how prepared you are. I think the experience matters, at least early in the game and late in the game. Middle of the game, probably not. That I would think was where your game planning and your talent would take over. It's the times where you need to slow your heart rate down. Early in the game, your first at bat, everybody's going nuts. The sort of how much the game means, like all of that, right? You're a human being. That part of it where you sort of need to slow it down. The more you've been there, what's that saying? You can't teach experience. I think that's where it's going to come into play. How his at-bat will look in the first inning. That's a big deal. Sort of the tone setter. Absolutely. That luck part of it. I mean, I'm not so sure about if luck even matters in all this. You've been saying for a while about the Rogers Center, and it's just 2025, and I'm on the side of it. You make your own luck. You put the balls in play probably when you shouldn't be putting the balls in play. You make defensive plays when you shouldn't. You're doing all the right things to force the other team to beat you. You ain't beating yourself. That's the elimination of the luck part of it. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the experience. John Schneider said that in his avails, that you can't have enough experience. He mentioned Max. He mentioned George. So there will be a time, I think, George having that at bat when it matters the most today. You'd rather have him have it than somebody who hasn't been there and done it before this time of the year in one of these games in the Game 7. That, you can't get back to that. You can't teach experience thing.
All right, we are less than half an hour away from first pitch. It is Game 7 of the ALCS, the Seattle Mariners and the Toronto Blue Jays. Both starting pitchers are long tossing in the outfield. George Kirby in his dark blue Mariners jersey, and Shane Bieber in the Blue Jays white jersey with the white panel. Shane Bieber warming up to our left, George Kirby to our right. Players are sort of coming out one by one to stretch. George Springer's already been out here. We saw George Springer run. Yeah. Looks good. He wasn't limping. He was moving well. He will be in the leadoff spot tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. Last night, if you listened to our pregame show, I don't know why you wouldn't, but last night, if you listened to our pregame show, I asked Kevin Barger to pick an X factor.
My name's Barker.
Pick a guy. I said Barger.
You said Barger.
Did I say Barger?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it.
Well, you know what I meant. You know where I was going at that. Well, last night, Barker said Addison Barger was the guy that he thought was going to maybe be a bit of an X factor because of the pitches he was going to see from Logan Good. Bat path and all that Barker putting his khakis on and dropping bat path on us, and it worked out. It worked out. So, who do you think holds the secret key tonight? Obviously, Vladdy. Vladdy's having a postseason for the ages. We know that. Yeah. Shane Bieber's starting. We know that. Sure. John Schneider's got to be awfully good tonight. We know that. Oh yeah. Who do you think holds that secret key? That maybe not be that obvious.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get a little bit more serious with that and say that Kirky has to be the guy, because if I'm Dan Wilson, there's no way I can get on a plane back to Seattle and let Vladdy beat me. So I'm just not going to do it. So, I would think Kirky's going to have a lot of opportunities tonight to come up with those traffic, those big-time pressure field at bats that, he has to attack the top of the zone. Kirby, that's what he does. We're watching him warm up here, and the arm slot that I'd noticed, everything's running at the top of the zone. The guy's catching it is right around the bill of his cap. And that, for me, screams Kirky, right? It's the sinker because of the arm slot. He's got natural run with his ball. Kirky likes the elevated fastball. Last night he hit a couple of line drives to right. It was jumping off his bat. He was an inch or two away from leaving the yard with one of those. So, for me, I would think it's not so much the guy that I'm picking. It's the guy that I think has to have a big-time offensive night for the Jays to ultimately end up where they want to go, which is the World Series.
We talked about Vladdy's postseason. 6 home runs, which ties Joe Carter and Jose Bautista for the most career postseason homers in franchise history, and Vladdy's still early in his career. Single hit by a pitch. Finished the game 2 for 4. He had a couple of runs scored. His 10 postseason games this year slashed .462, .532. His OPS is 1,000, 366 homers. His 18 hits are fourth most in a single postseason behind Paul Molitor, Robbie Alomar, Devon White. And among MLB hitters with at least 40 plate appearances in a single postseason, his 1.532 OPS is third all-time behind only Barry Bonds, 1.559 in 2002, and Carlos Beltran, who was awfully good in 2004, at a 1.557 OPS. We are seeing one of the best postseason performances in the history of this franchise. And we're not at the World Series yet.
No.
But we're seeing one of the best postseason performances in the history of this franchise. I'll put to you that regardless of how this game turns out tonight, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has put his imprint on this organization for the rest of his career.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you would like to see him do something big tonight, you'd like to see him carry this over to the World Series. But absolutely, you can't argue with what he's done. I mean, it's elite stuff, short to it, long through it. This is the best for me anyway. I've seen that the mental side of it and the mechanical side of it has meshed together, and you're seeing the best version of Vladdy because of that. He wants the big moment. He wants the big moment because he's mentally in a good place. Mechanically, he's in a perfect place. When those two are together and you're an elite offensive player, you're almost second to none. So, yeah, he is the face of the organization. Going forward, I think if you're a Jays fan, you got to be happy that he's a Toronto Blue Jay, and he is ultimately, the man for, I guess, the spot. Look right now. I haven't said this basically all year until the last couple of series. He's the only guy you want up the big spot now.
Yeah,
the only guy. Earlier in the year, he was third or fourth. Now he's the only guy.
Yeah, and we had Jeff Passan on our show earlier today, and he was making the point that, look, a lot of people, obviously we focused on Shohei Ohtani's terrific game in the final game of the NLCS. But let's be clear, the best player in the postseason in Major League Baseball this year so far, on balance, has been Vladimir Guerrero Jr. When you think of some of the names that have been in this postseason, some of the names that have fallen by the wayside, it really does say something about a guy who, again, that 14-year extension doesn't kick in until next year. He's going to be around for a long, long time. Hopefully he'll be hitting a lot of postseason home runs, driving in a lot of postseason runs. And, of course, those of you who keep track of such things will know that Vladdy showed up at the ballpark tonight wearing an Austin Matthews jersey.
You're just not going to let that go,
I'm not going to let that go. And so to me, that indicates not only is the weight of the franchise on his shoulders, but we're talking
Leafs
about the
Nation.
weight, all sorts of Toronto sports history on his shoulders right now. And
it's not his fault the Leafs have stunk.
Well, no, but I'm saying I give him credit. He's,
you give him credit. That's why you were yelling and screaming on our show. How dare you? Know the name on the back of that jersey, what he's not done.
I am going to give him credit for that. So here's what we're going to do. The national anthems are just about to start. We are going to step away from the mic, and we will turn you over to Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue. Folks, Game 7, just around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
Flying south this winter? Choose snowbirdship.com to get your vehicle to you. We specialize in streamlined cross-border vehicle shipping. From automating cross-border documentation to managing every step, we ensure the process is stress-free from pickup to delivery. Get an instant quote now at snowbirdship.com and leave the hard part to us. When snowbirds want their vehicle delivered, they trust the experts at Snowbird Ship for reliable, stress-free cross-border auto shipping. Skip the long drive and get your instant quote now at snowbirdship.com.
Every second of downtime costs money. ATS Electrolube, a Canadian-owned manufacturer for 50 years, revolutionized lubrication in 1982 with the world's first intrinsically safe automatic luber. Today, our lubricators are trusted across all industries. Now we're looking for distributors ready to grow with us. Offer your customers unmatched reliability, pressure, and versatility. Proudly Canadian, made for Canadian industries. Become a distributor today at atselectrolube.com.
When you get into a new Tacoma, you might suddenly find yourself expertly tackling bumps and boulders on backwood trails with a confidence you just didn't have during pothole season. All that's left to do is drive it home. Get in and go right now at Toyota, where you can lease a 2025 Tacoma 4x4 double cab SR5 from $134 weekly for 40 months at 6.79% with $4,900 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Ontario Toyota dealer today.
Monopoly Double Play is back at McDonald's. So let's practice winning. You just won 25 grand. And go.
Yes!
I said 25 grand.
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
Much better. Okay, now you just won a brand new Chevrolet Corvette. I think you just fainted. Impressive. Feel like a winner. On pack and in-app. Monopoly Double Play is back. While supplies last, 1 in 5 chances to win game piece prizes at outset. Chances to win draw prizes depend on number of entries in each draw. Cash prizes payable by e-transfer. See rules in-app.
In Canada, opening a business bank account can take weeks. The fees on your account are endless, and your money earns nothing. Honestly, what the We hear you, but your WTF is also why there's Float. Float is a complete finance platform with business accounts that open in minutes, charge 0 fees, and earn up to 4% interest. It's a business account that makes sense and money. So let's take back our WTFs and celebrate why there's Float. Open your account today at floatfinancial.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now and get a maximum tax credit.
Donate your car today.
When's the best time to buy a new Volkswagen? Right about now. The Volksfest sales event is here. Finance all 2025 Volkswagen models from just 0% for up to 24 months. Or lease the fully electric ID Buzz for 0% for up to 48 months. Plus, get up to $1,000 Volksfest bonus cash on select Volkswagen models. Only until October 31st. See your local VW dealer today. Conditions apply.
Volkswagen. How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama, made precisely for you.
The fall get-together is here at Canadian Blood Services, which means it's the perfect time to grab your crew, hit up a donor center, and experience what you get when you give together. It's not just about donating blood and plasma. It's about showing up and feeling like we actually did something.
Jesse, you're up.
Awesome. Be right there. Book an appointment today.
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you, whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
As Blue Jays fans, we know about patience. Not just because we've been waiting for this moment, but because patience has become a team philosophy. The 2025 Jays boast veteran pitching workhorses.
Chris Bassett, Max Scherzer, Kevin Gausman has pitched a shutout.
Consistent, solid defense.
Marshall Jimenez with a beautiful play. What a play by Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And a downright disciplined approach at the plate.
The 10th pitch of the at-bat, and we will go to 11.
Wearing out the competition.
We'll go to a 14th pitch in this plate appearance.
Until
base hit, George Springer delivers. Oh, the plate is late, and the Blue Jays win it. Down for a hit, the Blue Jays win.
Can you feel the hunger? This is it. The moment to attack is now. Can you feel the hunger? The hunger. Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball is here. Never, ever satisfied. Gotta see this appetite.
The Blue Jays are the AL East champs in 2025.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It all comes down to this. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series about to take place in Toronto with a trip to the World Series on the line. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto ahead of this matchup between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Seattle Mariners. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Chinini, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle are our technical directors. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts. They've taken down the Yankees after winning the division, fallen behind 2-0 in this championship series, battled back, fallen behind, and then battled back again. And the Blue Jays are one win away from a pennant, but on the other side, the Mariners a win away from their first ever pennant. Jubilation for one side, heartbreak for the other. We will find out who is who coming up in just a matter of minutes. Back in a flash with lineups and more pregame discussion before the 8:10 first pitch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, you. While we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry. Help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's off the fence, and the Blue Jays win!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
2-2 again. Called strike three. 94 at the knees. Savage punches out the Mariners in the top of the second. Infield back. They're looking at turn two or just getting out. The pitch. Hit on the ground. Backhanded by Guerrero. He throws to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play. 3-6-1. Raleigh bounces out to ruin the jam. And the Blue Jays take a 2-0 lead to the bottom of the third. Gilbert's pitch. Barger lifts the ball. Right center. Canzone looking up at the fence. Out of here! Big fly. Addison Barger. And the Blue Jays double their advantage. They're up 4-0 in the third. A kick in the 1-1. Swing and a laser. Left field in deep. Sinking toward the bullpen. Gone! Placata! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 5-0 Blue Jays in the fifth. Hoffman set. A look to second. And the 1-2. Poked out to shallow third base. Clement makes the grab. And the Blue Jays live another day. 6-2, the final score. The Blue Jays have forced a Game 7 here at Rogers Center.
For the second time in franchise history, the Blue Jays are going to play Game 7. Are you ready?
Hey, you ask me if I'm ready. I born ready. I born ready. And I want to run for this city.
We will find out if Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays are ready for Game 7 in a couple of minutes. We welcome you back to Rogers Center. You just heard some of the sounds of their Game 6 win, a 6-2 victory to force a winner-take-all contest in the American League Championship Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Blue Jays and the Mariners, Game 7 coming up with a ticket to the World Series on the line. And Chris, for another day here in Toronto, maybe even more so than any of the previous games, the building is rocking. They're doing a light show right now before the players get on the field. We also saw Marco Estrada throw out the first pitch earlier. Toronto is ready for the first Game 7 since 1985.
Yeah, this building is absolutely electric right now. You can feel the nervous energy, though. I think the fans are waiting for something good to happen. The message is simple. We talked about this yesterday. Be you, don't try to be too much, and enjoy the experience.
Blue Jays charge out onto the field, led by Shane Bieber in the all-white jersey and pants. White panel cap, the retro look on Bieber's head. Mariners will counter with navy blue and gray plants. Let's take a look at the lineup, starting with Dan Wilson's Mariners, Chris.
Leading off for those Mariners is Julio Rodriguez. He's in center field. Behind the dish, batting second is Cal Raleigh. Batting third is Josh Naylor. He's at first base. DHing in the cleanup spot is Jorge Polanco. Batting fifth is Randy Arozarena. He'll be in left field. At third base, batting sixth is Eugenio Suarez. Batting seventh is J.P. Crawford. He's at shortstop. At second base, batting eighth is Leo Rivas. And batting ninth is Victor Robles. He's in right field. On the mound is righty George Kirby. Leading off for the Toronto Blue Jays is George Springer. He's DHing tonight. In left field, batting second is Nathan Lucas. Batting third is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He'll be at first base. Behind the dish in the cleanup spot is Alejandro Kirk. Batting fifth is Dalton Varsho. He's in center field. Batting sixth is Ernie Clement. He's at third base. In right field, batting seventh is Addison Barger. Batting eighth is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. He's at second base. And at shortstop, batting ninth, is Andres Jimenez. On the mound for the Blue Jays is righty Shane Bieber.
A one-time Cy Young Award winner, two-time All-Star Gold Glover, Shane Bieber makes his second appearance of the series. So much has happened since that you almost forget Bieber pitched to help the Blue Jays save this series overall when they were down 2-0 heading to Seattle. He gave up a 2-run homer in the first inning to Julio Rodriguez in Game 3 and then pitched 6 scoreless from there, only allowing 4 hits in those 2 runs. He punched out 8. It was the exact type of performance they needed then, and they would take another order of that tonight if possible.
Yeah, he was a little bit shaky. You could tell there were some nerves there in that first inning, but right after he gave up that home run, he settled in nicely, and he executed for the majority of that start through strikes, through good pitches, and he'll have to do more of the same tonight.
He was kind of the Blue Jays' road man in the rotation. He took on the first road game in New York and Seattle. Now he gets to pitch at the friendly confines here as Julio Rodriguez steps up, and Game 7 is about to begin in Toronto. Like I mentioned earlier, first Game 7 for the Blue Jays since the '85 ALCS. It's the first Game 7 ever for the Seattle Mariners franchise. Both came into the majors in 1977. Bieber brings the glove up into the wind. His pitch to Rodriguez is just a hair down and away. Ball 1. Time in the first pitch in this game, 8:10 Eastern. The roof is closed in downtown Toronto. Bieber's 1-0. Hit on the ground and past the dive of Clement at third. A base hit down the left field line. Rodriguez around first, and he cruises into second with a double on the second pitch of the game.
Little bit of a hanging slider. Julio Rodriguez was out in front, but he got just enough of it to sneak it around that third base bag. And now you have Cal Raleigh at the dish with that base open at first base. John Schneider has an important decision to make here.
Shane Bieber walking up to the hill. Looks like they will pitch to Cal Raleigh in this first. Raleigh is redoing his batting gloves just outside the lefty box. Switch hitting catcher bats left. He went 0 for 4 yesterday. 3 strikeouts and a ground ball double play. And they will pitch to him. Bieber's set, looking at Rodriguez. And the pitch. High and outside, ball 1. You mentioned it was a slider that was hit for the double. Bieber has a 4-seamer, slider, knuckle curve, change, and cutter. He went very slider heavy in his Game 3 start in Seattle. Long stare at Julio and the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Gets a whiff on that slider, dropped middle in, Raleigh out in front. 1-1.
That was perfectly located, just dropped right underneath the barrel of Cal Raleigh on the inside part, almost on the black.
Bieber steps off, throw to second, a little high, reeled in by Jimenez. It was a quick move, had the throw been right in the tag spot. Maybe they had a shot, but no tagged as Rodriguez dove in head first, and Jimenez just tried to keep the ball in the infield. But not a bad attempt from the one-time Gold Glover, Shane Bieber. Mustached righty sets again. Runner on second, no outs, the 1-1. And a chopper up the first baseline. It's hooking foul, and Guerrero waited on it to pick it up foul. Interesting decision there. Vladdy had the choice, do I charge and get Cal Raleigh, but Rodriguez goes to third with 1 out, or do I let it go foul? He opted for the latter, putting the faith in Shane Bieber to deliver here with a strikeout.
Yeah, now Shane Bieber is ahead in the count, 1-2. And he can throw his off-speed pitches outside of the strike zone. And we've actually seen Cal Raleigh in this series chase quite a bit.
He just went with the change on the corner. That's a big chase pitch for him to lefties. We'll see if he doubles up here. Bieber in the set. His 1-2. Went back to an off-speed pitch, that time the curve, and he missed outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Home plate up is Quinn Walcott. Doug Eddings on first. Ben May umpires second, and the crew chief Alfonso Marquez at third. Down the left field line, Marvin Hudson, and down the right field line, DJ Raber. Quinn Walcott just fixed some dirt in front of home plate, so he had called time himself. And 6 pitches into the start. Bieber's looking for a big one to get Raleigh with Rodriguez on second. No outs in the first, and the 2-2. Bounce to the plate, ball 3. This first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Raleigh's up at the plate, and because of some lineup shuffling, Josh Naylor, Bieber's former teammate, is waiting on deck. Payoff pitch. Roped foul down the right field line, still 3-2.
And now the question in a 3-2 count is, do you challenge him with something in the strike zone, or do you throw a strike to ball slider, maybe a knuckle curve? I tend to go with the latter. I would throw a strike to ball knuckle curve, maybe bounce something behind home plate. Like I said, we've seen Cal Raleigh chase a little bit in this series.
And that was a slider in the zone. Raleigh was out in front, but he hit it 111 miles an hour. So he was seeing that pitch well. Looking for the first out of Game 7. Bieber with a 3-2 pitch. Foul tip, strike 3. Went up on the hands with a fastball, kind of off the playbook, and maybe that surprised Raleigh. 1 out.
Yeah, that's a big out. You could tell that they were challenging him with that fastball, but it was perfectly located up and in right at the hands. Impossible to hit. Perfectly located, a pitcher's pitch, and a big first out here in this inning.
I say outside of the playbook because that's not a huge strikeout pitch for him, the fastball at 93. Here's Josh Naylor, runner on second. First pitch, a little bit upstairs. Naylor shrunk out of the way. Ball 1. Left-handed hitting Naylor had been hitting a little bit further down in the lineup. He hit cleanup yesterday, but today bumped up to third. Homered in last night's game, and now Bieber with an inside move to watch Rodriguez. It's a left-handed hitter up, but Julio loves to run, and Ernie Clement, the third baseman, is way off the line. If you're going to go for third base, this is the time to do it in a one-out kind of situation. Bieber staring in the 1-0. Grounded foul. Way in on the hands with a cutter at 89.
The only thing I would say about that, and yes, Ernie Clement is way off the bag, Josh Naylor's a left-handed hitter, so there's a very clear lane for Alejandro Kirk to throw to third base. With that being said, Julio Rodriguez had 30 stolen bases this season, so you never know.
And in the Blue Jays' favor, too, Bieber pretty quick to home. Not a lot going on in his delivery. Bieber's set, and Naylor asks for time. Bieber's former teammate didn't realize. Now he does, and steps off kicking dirt from the front of the rubber. 9th career start for Shane Bieber against the Mariners. In 8 previous starts, regular and postseason, 2.39 ERA. He sets with Rodriguez on second and 1 out. No score, top of the first. The 1-1. Outside. Missed there with a change. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And you can bet that Shane Bieber and Alejandro Kirk are being pretty careful here to Josh Naylor. He had a home run in last night's ball game and has been relatively hot here in this series.
Kick in the 2-1. Just a hair high, missed up top with another changeup. Still trying to get the feel for that pitch. And now he's fallen behind the dangerous Naylor. 3 balls and 1 strike. Naylor overall in the postseason hitting .341, 15 for 44. 2 doubles and 3 home runs. 3-1 pitch. He hits it on the ground right side. Dive, and it's under Guerrero at first, a base hit. Rodriguez gets the wave. Here's the throw from right by Barger. It's offline, and Josh Naylor has started the scoring with an RBI single in the top of the first. 1-0 Mariners in Game 7.
And it seemed like they were being careful there, but it was just a curveball at the bottom of that strike zone. Josh Naylor was able to get the barrel to it and find a way to bounce it through that hole on the right side. I think Alejandro Kirk wanted that pitch down below the strike zone. Little bit of a hanger.
It just got under Vlad, actually. We might have slightly overdove it. First pitch to Jorge Polanco, called a strike. 0-1. So the Mariners score first. They have a habit of doing this in the playoffs, though. This is the 10th time in 12 games that Seattle has scored first between the division series and the championship series. 0-1 pitch. Down and away. And in fact, in the Blue Jays' couple of wins in Seattle, they gave up the first runs of the game to the Mariners, including in the Bieber start in Game 3. 1-0 Mariners, 1 out top of the first, and the 1-1 to Polanco. Called outside. That's a bit of a squeeze from Quinn Walcott. Might have had the edge. It's 2-1.
Have to be careful with Josh Naylor standing at first base. He looks like he's He's not really considering stealing second base, but that's when he generally goes. He kind of lulls you to sleep as a pitcher, and then he takes off.
Despite not being very fast, 30 stolen bases, caught only twice in the regular season, and then 2 more stolen bases in the playoffs for Naylor. Bieber's 2-1. Called strike that time, right at the top of the zone with a change. It's 2-2, the count. Bieber against Polanco. $45,000 rise to their feet at Rogers Center again. Many of them already up before this 2-strike count. Bieber twists to look at first, now sets just above the bell. Long look, the 2-2. Bounced ball 3. And Polanco took it all the way, a slider that bounced right near his back foot.
Doesn't seem like he has a very good feel for that slider yet in this start, although it took him about an inning to settle in his last start in Seattle.
And he did grow into the game last time. Blue Jays are hoping for the same here. Here's his 20th pitch of the first inning, a 3-2 to Jorge Polanco. No, it's a step-off throw to first, and it's close, but Naylor back in with a dive. Yeah, still trying to get a feel for his pitches. Bieber, often possessing great command, has thrown 10 balls to only 9 strikes so far in this outing. His 3-2. On the ground up the middle. Clement gloves, goes to second, and the throw bounces off the runner Naylor, who might have thrown himself in the way. Ernie Clement looks confused out to Ben May, and John Schneider wants an explanation. If you're in the base path and you happen to get hit, that's one thing. I'll have to take a second look before I say anything definitive here, but Clement seemed to feel that Naylor unnecessarily got in the way, at least from his reaction. We know there's at least 2 outs in the inning and a runner on first. The umps are going to conference.
Yeah, we haven't seen a replay yet, so I can't really say, but it is Josh Naylor, and we've seen Josh Naylor do some questionable things out at second base, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to get in the way of that throw from Ernie Clement. We're getting a replay here. He jumped. He jumped into the throw. If that's not unnecessary, I don't know what is. He jumped off the ground to take the throw in the back. Yeah, John Schneider is beside himself right now, standing about 10 feet from where the umpires are huddled up. I mean, I would imagine that they're gonna change this call, and the Blue Jays are going to be out of this inning, but I'm not 100% sure here.
And look, I get it. If you're Naylor, you're trying to do anything to win. It's not about etiquette right now.
You're trying to get out of the way. If you're running from first to second base, you are ducking. That's what runners do. You're ducking. You're getting out of the way of that throw. Naylor very clearly tried to get in the way of that throw. So you can understand why John Schneider is so upset right now.
I mean, he left his feet. What, Ernie Clement was going to throw submarine sidearm over to first base?
Josh Naylor knows it. Come on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't blame him. If I'm Josh Naylor, I might do everything I can to win a game. But these umpires, that's got to be clear. They're still conferencing. I'll be honest, Chris, the longer this goes on, the less I feel like they're going to change it, because this is a simple play.
Yeah, I agree.
And they are going to call him out. So that'll be a double play as Josh Naylor threw himself in front of the throw. That ends the inning, but the Mariners do get one. Julio Rodriguez with a leadoff double. Naylor singles in a run to make it 1-0 Mariners. Middle of the first, Game 7 of the ALCS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Need an electrician? Call us at High Risk Electrical. Why high risk? Because we aren't licensed and we don't get electrical permits. That means you can't be sure of how safe or legal our work is. But you can be sure that every day we show up, we'll use your toilet. So call now. We promise your house probably won't burn down.
Protect your family. Hire only licensed electrical contractors and make sure they get an ESA permit. Visit hirelicensed.ca to learn more. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Chiniti, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. Game 7 of the ALCS, the Mariners struck for a run in the first inning. We go to the bottom half of the first now, and George Kirby takes the mound. Right-hander looking to bounce back from Game 3 where the Blue Jays tagged him for 8 runs on 8 hits in 4+ innings of work.
And George Kirby throws a ton of fastballs, averages about 96 miles an hour with the fastball. The four-seamer sits about 96, and so does the sinker. So if you're the Blue Jays, you have to be ready for that heater. Although, over the course of the playoffs, he's shown that he's throwing that slider just a little bit more. We'll see if he changes up that scouting report here.
He was very sinker-heavy to the Blue Jays over his four-seamer in the start against them. That was also the game where the Blue Jays, they had 18 hits. All 18 came on the first 3 pitches of an at-bat. George Kirby throws a lot of strikes, so don't be shocked if there are some quick results here, whether they're hits, outs, or otherwise. George Springer leading it off for the Blue Jays. 1-0 Mariners. George Kirby shrugs his shoulders and takes a deep breath. Into the wind, the righty's pitch. Springer takes up and in. 98 in on the hands of Springer, ball 1.
And just like last game, the velocity is up just a little bit. Like I said, he averages about 96. That first fastball there was 98 miles an hour, right by the hands of George Springer.
Seems extra pumped up entering games. 1-0. Up and in again, 2-0. 2 misses arm side high at 98 in the grill of Springer. George will take it. He's in a hitter's count here, still playing on that hobbled knee.
That might be the game plan against George Springer and also Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
2-0 count to start Kirby's day. He kicks and offers. And Springer with a big rip hits it foul. 97 upper middle of the zone. It's 2-1. Yeah, talking to Aaron Goldsmith on Mariners radio, he said, don't be shocked if there's a lot of sinkers in. That's where Kirby will try and live potentially in this start. 3 sinkers to begin his day. Here's his 2-1. And it's hit foul again. 98 middle in with a sinker. 2-2.
That's a good pitch. Almost unhittable, especially with that velo. Little bit of movement, missed the barrel.
For George Springer, his 5th career, Game 7. The 2-2. Down and away, ball 3. Clearly, he was playing through pain yesterday. He grimaced after nearly every swing, but he got on once with a walk, and he worked a 9-pitch at-bat in the first. Even though he was hitless, he found a way to contribute to the lineup. Full count here to begin Kirby's day. The 3-2. Outside, ball 4. George Kirby, who almost never walks hitters, begins his start with a full count walk to Springer.
Yeah, over the course of his season, over 126 innings pitched, he walked just 29 guys. That is rare right there, especially the first batter of the ballgame. Wasn't that bad from George Springer?
Minimum 500 innings pitched career. He has the best strikeout to walk rate in Major League history. But he starts his day with a walk. He'll go into the stretch, and here's Nathan Lucas with no outs. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. This is not a George Kirby that we even saw in the last start. When he gave up the 8 runs, it wasn't really due to scattering it. And now the crowd's starting to get on him here in Toronto. The kick in the 1-0. 99, upper middle of the zone. Called strike, 1-1.
I don't mind that take. That's a great pitch from George Kirby. Not much you can do with that pitch unless you're guessing the location, guessing the velocity on that pitch.
Kirby sets. Springer leads off first. 1-1 offering to Nathan Lucas. Swing and a fly ball down the left field line. On the run, Arozarena pulls up side warning track, makes the catch in fair territory. Springer retreats to first, and there's one out.
It's decision time for Dan Wilson.
I don't think he can make the other decision. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming up. I don't think you can walk him with a guy on first, because then you put two on base and a runner in scoring position. I mean, we'll see. But it's pretty important that Springer got on to at least make it tougher. And they are going to pitch to Vlad. Kirby deals. And Guerrero takes 99 up on the edge. Strike one. That's the perfect pitch.
Yeah, you can't hit that pitch. Even a guy like Vlad can't hit that pitch.
Wide open right side of the diamond. They shift toward third base against Guerrero. Runner on first, one out in the 0-1. 98, bottom middle of the zone. That one a little bit more hittable on the sinker. He takes it for strike two.
Well, it's very clear what the attack is going to be like from Kirby out there. Two fastballs that were intended to be inside. Missed his spot there, but got a strike.
Now they set up a little bit on the outer edge. And the 0-2. Swing and a bouncing ball through the left side, a base hit. Up to second goes Springer. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with the first hit of the game for the Blue Jays. He got inside a heater, top of the zone, and it's 2 on with 1 out.
George Kirby got away with one there. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. got on top of that baseball. If he squared it up, that would have been about 425 feet out to left field.
And we say this about an Aaron Judge earlier in this series, or Cal Raleigh in this series, earlier in the playoffs, I mean, for Judge. Single against Vladdy, if you're on the Mariners side, that might not be a loss at the end of the day with the way Guerrero is hitting in this series. Object just came down onto the field in left center. Julio Rodriguez tosses it over the center field fence, and here's Alejandro Kirk. 1-0 Mariners. Springer on second, Vladdy on first, 1 out. Bottom of the first inning. Kirby looks to second. One more peek in the pitch to Kirk. Down and away, skips off the glove of Raleigh. Springer thought about third, but he'll go back to second base. 1-0.
I think this is a good matchup for Alejandro Kirk. He likes to go the other way on high velocity. Kirby has high velocity, of course. He pitches to the outside part of the plate, locates that fastball very well. At least he has over the course of his career. So look for Alejandro Kirk to try to go the other way and score that run from second base.
We've seen this a lot in this series. Cal Raleigh is going to go out and talk to his pitcher. Clearly, it seems like he's trying to settle down George Kirby, whose velocity is up, but command is way down to start this outing. Should note, George Kirby is making his 5th career postseason start. All of the previous 4 have been at home. He has never started on the road in the postseason. He pitched once on the road in the postseason as a reliever. He closed out Game 2 of the Wild Card Series over the Blue Jays in 2022.
And he's also never pitched in a Game 7. So this is a different animal, different beast for George Kirby. You can imagine that heart rate is elevated just a little bit, especially with how electric it is here at the Rogers Center.
One 1-0 count, first and second, 1 out. And the pitch to Kirk. Low ball 2.
Seemed like Cal Raleigh could have caught that just a little bit better. Pitch didn't look that bad from George Kirby.
Yeah, that's a borderline pitch. Might have been a strike. Kirk does have a pretty tight zone. 2-0 count from the stretch. The righty looks to second and deals home. And that's called a strike. That one pretty similar location, but a sinking fastball. Called strike, makes it 2-1.
That's actually more like it from George Kirby. He dots that fastball really wherever he wants.
Set near the chest. He kicks and fires. Up and in, ball 3. A walk to start his day. He did get ahead of Vladdy after retiring Lucas, but Vladdy came up with a 2-strike hit. And now he's fallen behind again, George Kirby. 3-1 to Kirk. 1-0 Mariners, bottom of the first. Runners on first and second, one out. The pitch. Called strike, just grabbed the outside edge. Probably a coin flip of a call there, and it's 3-2.
That's a pitcher's pitch. Definitely clipped the outside part of that black. Obviously, Alejandro Kirk thought that was a ball, but it was definitely in the strike zone by a hair.
Kirk took a step toward first. Now he's back in the box. Full count, one out. Kirby's pitch. Popped up foul, first base side. Naylor on the run, on the side. Warning track watches it go out of play, foul into about the fourth row of seats beyond the first base dugout. Still 3-2.
Tough sinker, 99 miles an hour. Kirk just fights it off, trying to stay alive in this at-bat. Remember, he's a very good two-strike hitter, one of the best in all of baseball. Always looking to go the other way. Really tough to strike out.
Trying to knock in George Springer from second, maybe even Vladimir Guerrero Jr. from first. Still one out, and another 3-2. Fouled off. Borderline pitch on the edge at 98. Kirk kicked up chalk as he stumbled across the plate to tip it away. Still 3-2.
I don't think they've shown inside to Alejandro Kirk yet.
They missed way up and in once. That was it. Gone down and outside. Another full count pitch. And it's fouled into the glove of Raleigh, strike three. 98 in on the hands, top of the zone. A good pitch from Kirby for his first strikeout of the game. 2 down.
That was about 3 fastballs in a row that were very well located. 2 fastballs to the outside part of the plate, and then that one right there actually missed his spot by quite a bit, but it was elevated to the top part of that strike zone. Alejandro Kirk just couldn't catch up with it, obviously because of the good velocity.
So 20 pitches into his bottom of the first. Kirby looks to get out of this jam. First and second, 2 down. Dalton Varsho up. Right on left, the pitch home. Swing and a miss. Awkward hack there on his slider. 0-1. Varsho recognized it late, but actually would have been better served holding up. It looked like that pitch broke in off the plate. Kick in the 0-1 pitch. On the ground, up the middle, base hit right center. Springer gets the wave around third. He'll score easily. Into third, Vladdy, and Varsho ties it in the first. RBI single, it's 1-1 in Game 7.
What a fantastic piece of hitting. It was another slider from George Kirby. Dalton Varsho recognized it, kept the hands back, did everything he could to barrel it up and snuck it past the dive of second baseman Leo Rivas. We have ourselves a ball game yet again, 1-1 here in Toronto.
I mean, there is no pitch too low for Dalton Varsho with the way he swings. He went way down below the zone to get it. It's a tie game. Vladdy went first to third, so runners on the corners, 2 outs. And here is red-hot Ernie Clement. They're chanting at Kirby as he deals home. And Clement foul tips a heater, 0-1.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Mariners think about getting somebody loose, or at least starting to get somebody loose here in this inning.
They got guys like Miller, Castillo, Wu available in addition to their entire pen. All hands on deck for both sides. 0-1. Grounded foul, 0-2. In general, safe to assume that unless your name's Logan Gilbert or Trey Savage, you might pitch in this game. In terms of the pitcher lingo, everyone has cleats today. No running shoes, no slides. Everyone is available, including Gausman and Scherzer. 2 outs, first and third in a 1-1 game. In the 0-2, Varsho off from first, and the pitch swatted to center. Going back, Rodriguez, still going back in front of the track. He'll make the catch to end the inning. The Blue Jays punched back, though, and for only the 8th time in this series, we finish an inning tied. It's 1-1 after Dalton Varsho's RBI single. We head on to the top of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Got your Raleigh cap on? So do we. Get your home base ready with Access Storage and cheer on Canada's team. Let's go Blue Jays. Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
We all strive for peace of mind, whether in life or our investments. But that's not easy with today's market complexity. For over 2 decades, Goodread has helped Canadians from coast to coast achieve their financial goals through both good times and bad. Working with our portfolio managers, you can navigate tomorrow's financial uncertainty with confidence. It's time. Take control of your wealth. I'm Gordon Reed. Invest with confidence. Invest with peace of mind. To learn more, visit goodread.com.
It started with a used truck, hard work, and a dream. 50 years later, the Hashmani family is still serving hard-working Canadians. Now celebrate their legacy. It's Work & Wear's 50th anniversary sale with up to 50% off overalls, safety clothing, and footwear. And top brands like Carhartt, Tough Duck, Blundstone, Timberland, Keen, Kodiak, Terra, Dickies, and more. October 21st to 26th at Work & Wear, Scarborough, Markham, Whitby, and workandwear.ca. A true Canadian family story.
Got your Raleigh cap on? So do we. Get your home base ready with Access Storage and cheer on Canada's team. Let's go Blue Jays. Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Ernie Clement with a go-ahead shot on the first pitch of the night.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A Game 7 means it's your last chance to join in on the biggest 50-50 jackpot in baseball postseason history. The take-home prize is over $2.5 million, and it could be yours. And get this, Kevin Pillar will be calling the winner to break the news. Get tickets before tomorrow's 10 a.m. Eastern deadline at bluejays.com/5050 from Ontario or Nova Scotia. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series, and jabs thrown by either side in the first. It's 1-1 as we start the second. Both starters trying to settle into this game. Shane Bieber gets the first shot at that as he takes on Randy Arozarena to begin the second frame.
Hopefully that run that the Blue Jays scored in the bottom half of that first inning helps Shane Bieber settle in just a little bit.
Bieber gave up a second pitch of the game double to Julio Rodriguez, who scored on a Josh Naylor single last inning. His pitch to Randy Arozarena to start this frame, called a strike. Kirk yanked it back up into the zone to convince Quinn Walcott. It might have been low. It's 0-1. 0-1 to Arozarena. Down and away with a breaking ball. That's how they've attacked Arozarena for much of this series. Lots of sliders down and away. 1-1 pitch. Fastball called a ball. Now it looked low, but I don't know if that was lower than strike one. And a dumbfounded face on John Schneider's, or dumbfounded look on John Schneider's face as he was confused on that pitch. 2-1. Fouled back. Slider outside, chased at by Arozarena, who will expand. It's 2-2.
Yeah, and I think Shane Bieber knows that. So you want to throw a good pitch that looks like a strike and then drops below that strike zone, or a fastball that's just well located will get Arozarena.
Bieber's 2-2. On the ground, up the middle, dive, and it's under the stomach of Jimenez into center. Arozarena with a single. Second time in 3 hits for the Mariners that a player has dove, and it has actually gone under them, closer to their body than the glove. Andres Jimenez nearly got it, but it's a leadoff single, and here's Eugenio Suarez.
Even if Andres Jimenez comes up with that baseball, I don't think they get Arozarena at first. He's got a decent amount of speed. Also has 5 stolen bases in the postseason.
He is always a threat to go. Held on at first by Vladdy, and the pitch to Suarez. High ball 1. 1-1 game, top of the second, Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. It's a first Game 7 for Shane Bieber, who's set at the belt. He offers a 1-0. And Suarez lines it to center. That's down for a base hit. Up to second goes Arozarena. Back-to-back singles to begin the inning. And already a little bit of stirring in the left field bullpen of the Blue Jays.
Yeah, Shane Bieber was shaky in that first inning, and he seems to be shaky here. That slider that was supposed to be outside backed up, a little spinner almost on the inner third. And Eugenio Suarez ripped that thing into center field. Got to make good pitches here with runners at first and second and nobody out in this inning.
No one throwing in that pen, but in Game 7, anything can happen. There will be quick hooks from both managers potentially tonight. Pitch to J.P. Crawford. He squares to bunt, bunts it to the hill. Bieber, gloves. He'll throw over to first for the out. Up to third goes Arozarena. At second now is Suarez. A good sacrifice from J.P. Crawford as the Mariners play small ball here in the top of the second.
Nobody's getting loose down there in that bullpen, but there is a little bit of movement. Guys are starting to take their sweatshirts off. No sense of urgency yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone starts to get loose in a couple of minutes.
Corners in now for the Blue Jays. Middle infield back. Second and third, one out. And 28-year-old Leo Rivas up to the plate. Bieber's pitch. Called strike. Top outer corner of the zone with a fastball. Definitely in there, but Rivas didn't love it. Switch hitter tilted his head to the side. It's 0-1.
And if you're Alejandro Kirk back there, you have to anticipate a ball in the dirt, especially if you call a curveball.
Bieber hunting a strikeout to keep Arozarena at third in the game tie. 0-1. Fouled back. Good start to this AB. He gets ahead 0-2. And like Marco Estrada threw out the first pitch, he got there with an elevated change. Rivas 2 for 13 in the postseason. He has walked 4 times, but he's also punched out 6 different times in his 13 playoff at-bats.
Yeah, you're hunting the strikeout here. If you're Shane Bieber, I'd throw something out of the strike zone. Try to get Rivas to offer at it.
To a lefty, that could be the change. Often is the curve as well. And his best strikeout pitch this year was the slider. He's set. And the 2-strike pitch. He got him. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 on a breaking ball down and in. Shane Bieber with a huge punch out, 2 down, and the corners can back up.
Yeah, and you're not out of the weeds yet. You still have to make good pitches to Victor Robles. Although you do have that open base at first base, so you don't have to throw him a cookie inside the strike zone if you don't want to, although Julio Rodriguez is lurking on deck.
Yeah, Robles is the 9-hitter, and actually the corners will come back in because of Robles' speed. He could be bunting for a base hit. Second and third, 2 down, Bieber's pitch. And it's chopped back to the hill. Backhanded by Bieber. Time to go to first, and he delivers over there to get out of the jam. Credit to Shane Bieber. Gives up 2 hits to start the inning. Works out of trouble. Keeps it tied 1-1. Middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball. Brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Alejandro Kirk is your hero tonight.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Shane Bieber escapes a jam, and we're still tied in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. 1-1 is the score as we go to the bottom of the second. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. And Chris, the Blue Jays will look to capitalize here on George Kirby after he looked just a tick off in the first. His stuff was actually better than usual, but his location was far worse.
Yeah, and that was actually surprising because George Kirby normally has pinpoint control, very good accuracy with all of his pitches. And like I talked about in that first inning, the environment is probably getting to him a little bit, trying to do too much, maybe overthrowing. Let's see if he settles in here. But if he settles in and starts throwing pitches over the plate, you're the Blue Jays, you have to be ready to attack.
George Kirby gave up 8 in 4 innings to the Blue Jays in Game 3. In 3 career regular season starts against Toronto, he has a 6.28 ERA, although they didn't see him this year. We'll see what they can do against him in the bottom of the second. Addison Barger, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and Andres Jimenez to hit. 7, 8, 9 in the Blue Jay order. The wind and the pitch to Barger. Low ball 1. In some ways, Barger was the hero yesterday. He drove in 3 of the 6 Blue Jay runs, including their first of the game and that massive 2-run homer that made it 4-0 early on. 1-0. Called strike. Slider, bottom middle of the zone. That's kind of his launch pad, Addison Barger. Similar spot to where he hit the homer off Gilbert yesterday. 1-1 pitch. Grounded down the first baseline, just foul as signaled by Doug Eddings. That was tight-roping the line, appeared to veer slightly right before the first base bag. It's 1-2.
That was actually a well-located heater on the inside part, elevated around the hands. It seemed like Addison Barger was waiting for that fastball. He was all over it, ripped it down that first base line, just foul.
It's interesting, Barger and Varsho have seen more breaking balls than fastballs so far. Typically, they're attacked with fastballs up and in. The wind and the 1-2. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Raleigh with a decent attempt at a frame on that slider, but didn't fool Walcott.
Missed his spot by quite a bit.
1-1 score, bottom of the second, 2-2 count on the leadoff hitter Barger. The pitch. Bounced up the middle position there, the shortstop Crawford. He'll glove, crow hop, throw to first, and just in time he gets Barger. Took his time a little bit on that one. 1 out.
Josh Naylor has played really, really well over there at first base. He's picked a ton of balls in the dirt from this Mariners infield. I mean, I don't know if he gets enough credit as a defensive specialist over there, but he is very, very solid.
Great backhanded dig on that one to get the out. And with 1 down, the base is empty. Here's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Right on right pitch. Outside, maybe. Called by Walcott outside at least. It's 1-0. Kiner-Falefa had an RBI infield single in a 1-for-4 game last night. Corners playing back, the 1-0. And he slaps it right side, caught on a line by Naylor. First baseman was playing almost halfway between first and second, and they couldn't have positioned him better. Took 1 step to the right to catch the screaming liner, and there are 2 outs.
Yeah, the Mariners have actually placed him there quite a bit over the course of this series, about 30 feet off of first base, generally in that hole on the first base side, and it worked for them right there.
So 2 down, bases empty, 1-1 score in the pitch to Andres Jimenez. Slapped softly on the ground left side. Backhanded Crawford throws while falling away offline, and Jimenez safe at first with an infield hit. Naylor ran back to the dugout to pretend it got by him, but he dug it. Jimenez, knowing Naylor's tricks as his former teammate, did not fall for it, and Andres Jimenez is aboard with 2 outs.
I feel like nothing really surprises me now from Josh Naylor. Josh Naylor will try everything to get an out, to annoy somebody.
Look, he's one of those, you don't love playing against him, but if he's on your team, it's the exact kind of guy you want. Wait till the 2026 World Baseball Classic. George Springer up, 2 outs in the pitch. High ball 1. Let's quickly take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian-owned and operated since 1992. Home of the $4 happy hour, 20-plus food and drink items, starting at just $4. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome. 1-0 to George Springer. Up and in again, 2-0. As we zoom quickly to the out-of-town scoreboard, no other baseball going on, of course. Dodgers waiting on the winner of this game. Monday Night Football, the Lions ahead of the Buccaneers 14-3 in Detroit. That game early third quarter. Out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 2-0 to George Springer. And he bounces it toward third. Backhanded Eugenio Suarez. He throws to first in time to get Springer and end the inning. The Blue Jays with a 2-out hit, but nothing more. Leave Jimenez on first base, and we go tied 1-1 into the third inning. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series returns in just a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Need an electrician? Call us at High Risk Electrical. Why high risk? Because we aren't licensed and we don't get electrical permits. That means you can't be sure of how safe or legal our work is. But you can be sure that every day we show up, we'll use your toilet. So call now. We promise your house probably won't burn down.
Protect your family. Hire only licensed electrical contractors and make sure they get an ESA permit. Visit hirelicensed.ca to learn more. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority.
You know you make me wanna.
Hi, this is Ernie Clement
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on Sportsnet Radio Network.
The third inning is brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. We're through 2 innings, and the Blue Jays and Mariners are tied at 1 in this winner-take-all Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Shane Bieber about to go second time through. He'll get the top of the order, starting with Julio Rodriguez, top of the third.
Last time he faced Julio Rodriguez in the first inning, he hung a slider, a little spinner, over the plate, and Rodriguez ripped it down the third base line for a double. If you're going to throw him another slider, you have to get on top of it. This is a guy that had 32 home runs during the regular season.
He's got 3 postseason home runs and 2 doubles, although he's only hit for a .205 average so far in the playoffs. Bieber winds in the pitch. Grounded foul off of Julio's foot. It rolls almost all the way to first. And Vladdy flips it to Eric Young Jr., first base coach for Seattle. Sends it away into the seats. It's 0-1. Well, that's a good start. Bieber fell behind Rodriguez in the first inning, 1-0. And, that's got to hurt. We just got a replay. Hit him a little higher on the leg than I initially realized. Kind of got him on the inside of his left shin.
Yeah, he does wear about half the leg, that shin guard. But like you said, that hit him above that shin guard. He's in a considerable amount of pain. Dan Wilson and the training staff are actually going to come out and have a conversation with him.
I mean, they got to check on him, but also, is there even a 1% chance he comes out of this game? This is Game 7 of the ALCS. And not to downplay it, I'm sure that hurts more than almost anything I've ever felt in my life. But it's Game 7 of the ALCS.
They might just be giving him some time, allowing him to collect himself, feel better as he enters that batter's box right now.
Yeah, they walk off the field. Rodriguez remains in. He was very excited about this game, talking to the media earlier today. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Bieber comes back inside with a changeup. It's 0-2.
If you're going to throw another one of those, you better get it down. He's thrown some floaters through the zone, and he's gotten lucky so far in this start.
He survived a bit on the movement. It's a kick changeup. It's a little more movement-based than change of pace. But, yeah, you don't want that pitch up ideally. You want it below the zone. Right-handers 0-2. Check swing. Appeal down to first. No swing, says Doug Eddings. There's a breaking ball down and away. I'll be interested to see the side view if we get one. And we'll take a look at the Sportsnet broadcast. Probably the right call from Doug. It was close.
Really close, though. Actually, that's a pretty good call down there at first base.
1-2. Went to the same pitch. Rodriguez takes all the way this time. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Those last 2 sliders from Shane Bieber were balls out of the hand. It has to look like a strike for a guy like Julio Rodriguez to offer at it.
Bieber with 2 Ks so far. First base side of the rubber. Brings the glove up. The 2-2. On the ground toward third, waiting on it, Clement, and it's a foul ball. Ernie throws down to first, but the out will not count. Foul ball as signaled by Alfonso Marquez. It was close. Another one I'd like to see the replay. I think he got the call right, but that was tight.
Ooh. I mean, it's close. Ernie Clement didn't say anything, so I venture to guess that it was foul. I'm assuming that he would have a conversation with Alfonso Marquez if he thought it was fair, but we saw the replay. It looked kind of fair to me.
So it bounces fair in front of the bag, and then after the bag, what is it, maybe 2 inches wide? Which very well could mean it went over the first or the third base bag. Either way, Clement takes a second to talk to Marquez. Now the 2-2 again. And that one grounded foul for sure. That's going to hit the front fence of the Blue Jay dugout.
That's the location that you want for that slider, for that knuckle curve. Make it look like a hittable pitch and then break kind of to the outside corner, maybe a hair below.
Clement still chatting with Marquez. Here's another 2-2. And it's lifted to left center and deep. Going back, Lucas, so is Varsho. That ball is gone. Julio Rodriguez with a go-ahead solo home run, and it's 2-1 for the Mariners in the top of the third.
Well, the mistake that Shane Bieber made wasn't the pitch choice. It was the location. He threw 2 sliders off the plate, and then he threw one right down the middle. Julio Rodriguez was actually a little bit out in front of that pitch, but if you throw a slider to a guy like that with that much power, I mean, they're bound to do that. That was crushed off the bat of Rodriguez.
I mean, it got outside, but it was up. It was definitely up.
It was, yeah, like you said, we just got the replay. It was a little bit off the plate, but it was elevated, and I think that's the most important part.
2-1 Mariners, no outs, top of the third, and the pitch to Raleigh is rolled over toward first. Vladdy charging, backhands, flips to Bieber, and quickly bounces back to get Raleigh. 1 out.
How important is that non-call or that foul call now? Oh, boy.
Very important. Non-reviewable play, by the way. Fair foul in front of the umpire. Why is it non-reviewable? It's anyone's best guess. They were cheering for him lightly before, but now Josh Naylor will get booed after his antics in the top of the first inning where he interfered on a double play turn. Pitch to the Mississauga native is lined out to right on the run. Barger makes the catch right at his chest. Naylor smoked it, but within reach of Barger on the run. He was headed toward the foul line. 2 quick outs.
Yeah, that pitch got in on Josh Naylor just enough to miss the barrel. Addison Barger with a nice catch out there for the second out.
So a homer in this inning from Julio Rodriguez. It's 2-1 Mariners. You're just trying to keep the Blue Jays in it if you're Shane Bieber. Blue Jays are the highest scoring offense in this postseason. They trail 2-1 right now. Top of the third, 2 outs. Pitch to Jorge Polanco. Just below the knees, ball 1. It was Polanco who bounced into the double play where Naylor interfered. Naylor jumped into the way of a Clement throw. 1-0. Down and in, 2-0.
And you still have to be careful with a guy like Jorge Polanco. 26 home runs in the regular season, hitting just 205 in the playoffs. But he does have 3 homers.
And some big hits. 2-0 pitch. Called strike. Changeup right at the bottom of the zone. One of his better located changes so far. 2-1. 44 pitches in 2 2/3 so far for Bieber. His 2-1 pitch. On the ground, foul. Jams it with a changeup on the hands. And Polanco rolled a turf burner to the right side. It's 2-2. Infield shift toward first. Everyone getting loud at Rogers Center as Bieber tries to get out of the top of the third. His 2-2. High and outside, ball 3. Changeup was a ball out of the hand.
Just got underneath it a little bit. You can see it out of the hand. It kind of made an upward motion.
2 outs, 3-2 pitch. Grounded foul into the Mariner dugout. Polanco fighting here. Gets himself an opportunity to see a 7th pitch. Bieber steps, twists back, and the 3-2. On the ground, over the middle of the mound, and into center field. A 2-out single for Jorge Polanco. Varsho bounces it back into Connor Falefa at second, and the Mariners already with their 6th hit of the game.
And another guy with a ton of power coming to the plate. He's not doing great here in this postseason, hitting just 182. But you still have to make your pitches.
Over the last 3 games, Seattle had no more than 7 hits in the full game. They have 6 here, and we're only in the top of the 3rd. Pitch to Randy Arozarena with 2 outs. Swing and a miss. It's been a lot of home run or bust so far in this series for Seattle. Entered this game with 21 of their 27 total runs scored via the homer. 2-1 Mariners, the 0-1 pitch. High. Big miss there with a 4-seam fastball. Kirk reached up to the head level of Arozarena. 1 ball, 1 strike. Polanco leads off first, held on by Vladdy. 1-1 to Arozarena. Called strike, buckled him with a slider that got the top of the zone. 1-2. Arozarena singled on a 2-strike pitch in the second. Bieber trying to put him away this time. From the stretch, his 1-2. In the dirt, down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Righty shakes his sign, wipes sweat off his face with his right arm, now sets. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Arozarena chases in the dirt, and that'll do it for the top of the 3rd. Julio Rodriguez, though, blasts Seattle back into the lead with a solo home run, his 4th of the playoffs. Makes it 2-1 Seattle, middle of the 3rd. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Got your Raleigh cap on? So do we. Get your home base ready with Access Storage and cheer on Canada's team. Let's go Blue Jays. Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
It started with a used truck, hard work, and a dream. 50 years later, the Hashmani family is still serving hard-working Canadians. Now celebrate their legacy. It's Work and Wear's 50th anniversary sale, with up to 50% off overalls, safety clothing, and footwear. And top brands like Carhartt, Tough Duck, Blundstone, Timberland, Keen, Kodiak, Terra, Dickies, and more. October 21st to 26th at Work and Wear, Scarborough, Markham, Whitby, and workandwear.ca. A true Canadian family story.
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you, whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Base hit! Blue Jays win!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Mariners take the lead again. Julio Rodriguez with a home run in the top of the third has made it 2-1 Seattle in Game 7 of the ALCS. George Kirby back out on the hill. Nathan Lucas, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Alejandro Kirk trying to get the Blue Jays back to a tie score or better in this bottom of the third.
And it's really important that Nathan Lucas gets on base here because that makes Dan Wilson's decision to either pitch around or pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. that much more difficult, especially with nobody out in the inning.
Lucas struck out swinging, he flied out to left field in the first inning. Blue Jays had a lot of traffic in that first. 2 hits and a walk to score a run. In the second inning, they managed just a softly hit infield single. We'll see what they have second time through. And also remember, might not get more shots at George Kirby. This could be Vlad's last chance to hit against him because Dan Wilson has a stable of really good starters available for him today, most of which, if not all, went in Game 5 of the ALDS in another winner-take-all game that Seattle won against Detroit. Lucas coming up to home plate. George Kirby just redid the laces on his cleats, and now he walks up the back of the hill. Suarez in at third. Everyone else shifts toward first base. They leave that 5-6 hole open for Lucas. The pitch. Outside with 96, ball 1. Kirby shrugs the shoulders, bounces on the rubber. And is 1-0. Down and in, 2-0, and off the glove of Raleigh, it rolls away. More suspect command from Kirby, who overall has thrown a fair number of strikes, but has gotten himself into some bad counts early in this start.
Yeah, and a couple of big misses. At least that last one inside to Nathan Lucas.
2-0 pitch. Top of the zone at 97, called strike 2-1.
Seemed like he might have been taking all the way there.
He's trying to do anything he can to get on base with Vladdy behind him, as you mentioned. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Big hack. He was going for it all on that one. A middle-in fastball. Maybe slightly elevated at 97. It's 2-2.
That's when the velo helps. If that ball was 94, that ball is in the bleachers. But because it's 97, it sneaks right by the bat.
2-2. Hit away, foul. Right over the middle. A hanging slider at 87. And Kirby gets away with a mistake. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Maybe the enhanced velo for Kirby is a product of being pumped up, or maybe he knows he's going to be a little bit shorter today. Something we'll have to wait and see about. Is 2-2. Fouled right back. 97 up and in. That was ball 3, but Lucas fights it back to keep the count 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Too close to take. And Nathan Lucas is very good at making contact and staying alive in counts with 2 strikes on him.
He's seen 5 heaters and 1 slider so far. Kirby's pitch. Got him. Swing and a miss on another hung slider. And there's 1 out.
And now we'll see what Dan Wilson decides to do with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. There's 1 out in the inning. Nobody is on base.
Looks like they're going to pitch to him here. Vladdy waited a second, and now he steps in the box. 2-1 Mariners, bottom of the third. Bases empty and 1 out. The pitch to Guerrero. Hit off the handle. Looper, shallow right center. Rivas sprinting back. Robles coming in. Rivas calls for it and makes the catch. And there are 2 down.
I think that's the right decision. If I have the velocity and the command that George Kirby has, I guess my attack would be throw that fastball in, pound that strike zone, or that fastball in, but don't miss over the plate. If you're going to miss in off the plate. That's probably what they were doing right there.
Big out for Kirby, getting Guerrero. 2 down in the pitch to Kirk. Swing and a miss. Kirk chased on a slider well outside. Looked like he was trying to tie the game with that swing. It's 0-1. And now Kirk will ask for time. 2 outs, bases empty, bottom 3. Mariners 2, Blue Jays 1 in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. 0-1. Foul tip. Another big hack from Kirk. who's performed well in the postseason, but not necessarily hitting in his typical style. He's hit for a low average and a lot of power. 2 doubles and 3 homers. 0-2. Outside, a ball and 2 strikes. Postseason average sits at 214 for Kirk, who hit 282 in the regular season. 1-2 pitch. Line drive, caught on an at short by Crawford. He smoked it at 110 right at the Mariners shortstop, and that'll do it for the 3rd inning. We go on to the 4th. The Mariners still up 2-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
You're hosting the perfect evening at home, relaxing at the cottage, or working at your small business. Suddenly, the power goes out. No lights, no Wi-Fi, no TV. But your Kohler backup generator from Paramount Power Systems kicks in automatically. No scrambling, no downtime, just peace of mind. For every power outage, Kohler and Paramount Power Systems have you covered. Visit ParamountPower.com for your free quote. Kohler and Paramount Power Systems. Power when you need it most.
The job is in a warehouse. Keep forklifts moving, minimal emissions, no downtime. The job is on a rooftop. Torch in hand, the heat is on. Gotta be efficient, gotta be safe. The job is in the arena. Tie game overtime. Fresh ice fast. Gotta be thorough, gotta be out of there. These are the jobs that need propane and the right equipment. And Joseph Gas is where you get it. Joseph Gas, that's Joseph with an F, as in family. JosephGases.com.
Scholars Education is ready to make this year the best one yet. Our personalized tutoring programs will help your child head into their new grade with confidence. From math and French to reading and writing, we tailor our lessons to meet each student's unique needs. Boost your child's academic performance with Scholars. Contact us today to schedule a complimentary assessment. Visit scholarsed.com for more information. School success starts at Scholars.
Scholarsed.com. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Back-to-back homers, and Vlad puts them in front 6-5.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth at Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 2-1, the Mariners lead the Blue Jays. We head to the top of the 4th inning in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. Shane Bieber back out on the hill. He faces 6, 7, 8 at a minimum in this top of the 4th. Eugenio Suarez, J.P. Crawford, and Leo Rivas.
It's a big inning for Shane Bieber. Now he's at the bottom portion of that lineup. Obviously, Eugenio Suarez is still a power threat, but if you make your pitches, you can get these guys and then see what the offense can do in the bottom half.
Bieber has allowed multiple hits in all 3 of his innings so far and thrown 53 pitches. It's Game 7, so the hook could be quick. And right as this inning starts, Louis Varland is up on the top level of the left field dugout, or left field bullpen, I should say. He's starting to get ready to loosen up here. Not throwing yet is Varland in left field. Bieber is ready to go on the hill, and his pitch to the power threat Suarez. Inside, ball 1. Suarez hit a pitch over the middle for a single in the second. 1-0. Inside, 2 misses, arm side with a 4-seam fastball. It's 2-0. Command has just not quite been on point for Bieber so far. His 2-0 is cut on and missed. Good pitch there. Strike to ball curve. Suarez thought he was coming at him with the fastball and swung early. It's 2-1.
Yeah, he was sitting heater here. Or there, sorry.
The 2-1. Back again with a breaking ball. Another swing and a miss, although he hung that slider. He got away with it. It's 2-2.
Don't throw that pitch to that location again. I think Suarez gave you a gift there.
J.P. Crawford on deck. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good slider down and away. Got a chase from Suarez. A little over-eager was the right-handed hitter. 1 out.
That's the spin that you want on that slider. He's thrown a lot of spinners to the top of the strike zone. Eugenio Suarez swung and missed on one that he probably should have hammered, But that strike 3 slider right there, perfectly located, down and away. Not much Suarez could do with that pitch.
J.P. Crawford up, and the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Clement plays in at third. Crawford sacrifice bunted in the second. 1-0 pitch. On the outside edge, 92 on his four-seam fastball. Called strike. 2-1 Mariners. 1 out, bases empty, top of the 4th. And the 1-1. Called low. That was right at the knees and should have been strike 2. Instead, it's 2-1.
I don't know how you call that a ball with that frame job. Looked about 3 inches higher than it actually was.
And where it was in the zone. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Not afraid to go with a breaking ball, even in some fastball counts. He gets us a 2-2 on the whip. 4 strikeouts so far for Bieber. 1 out, top of the 4th. He kicks and deals. And the pitch hit foul. That was a curveball, bottom middle of the zone, and Crawford hit it straight back into the netting. Just missed it.
Seemed like J.P. Crawford was all over that pitch. Timed it perfectly, just missing it, fouling it back.
Crawford has just been a hair off so far in the postseason. He is 7 for 37, a 189 average with 1 home run in the playoffs. Breath from Bieber. He nods and fires home the 2-2 pitch. Check swing pitch in the dirt, ball 3, didn't go. You don't want to give him a cookie, but you're also near the bottom of the order. Don't want to walk Crawford. 3-2. And it's lined to left field, slicing toward the corner. That's down in fair territory, bouncing up against the wall. Crawford into second with a double. Four-seamer, middle, outer edge, and Crawford powers it for his first double of the postseason.
I would imagine that's it for Shane Bieber. It doesn't look like John Schneider's moving right now, but that's a big run, a very important run standing at second base. He can't come around to score.
Perhaps because it's the bottom of the order, they stick with him. Leo Rivas is the hitter up. Bieber struck him out in the second inning. 2-1 Mariners. 1 out, Crawford on second, and the pitch to Rivas. Outside, ball 1.
I think the reason why I would rather have Louis Varland in the ball game right now to the bottom 2 guys is because he's high velocity. He can sneak those fastballs by the bats.
Varland is throwing in left field now. Bieber kicks and offers. Called strike on a breaking ball over the middle of the plate. Rivas gave up on it, and it's 1-1. From the stretch, Bieber stares out at Crawford. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string with the change. Rivas well out in front. It's 1-2. Switch hitter batting left asks for time. And he'll adjust the tightness on his batting gloves. They reset the clock. Rivas stretches up his arms and taps the plate twice before looking out to Bieber. Runner on second, 1 out. Bieber's 1-2 pitch to Leo Rivas. He got him right back to the off speed. Had him out in front on a slider. 2 down.
As soon as Leo Rivas swung and missed at that pitch, he immediately looked back at Quinn Walcott, the home plate umpire, and asked him if that was a strike. It certainly was. Perfectly located right at the bottom of that zone. Good movement, good downward action. A huge strikeout here with that run standing out at second base.
1 more big out to get in this top of the 4th. Crawford on second, 2 down. Robles is up in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Victor Robles inserted back into the starting lineup in this game. Had not started a game for Seattle since game 3 of the series. 0-1. Just outside. Kirk tried to rip the slider back in, but it's called a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kind of a rock and a hard place for Dan Wilson. Canzone and Robles both struggling at the plate. Robles 3 for 27 in the playoffs. He takes a 1-1 down and away, though, and Bieber has the count now at 2 balls and 1 strike.
You certainly don't want to give Robles something over the heart of the plate, but you can't walk him either. Even though you have that open base, Julio Rodriguez, who already has a home run in the ballgame, is standing on deck.
Long look at Crawford on second. Step off, throw to second. Crawford saw Kiner Falefa sneaking in behind him and got back in standing up. No tag by IKF. And that's the first disengagement of the plate appearance for Shane Bieber. Two-1 to Victor Robles. Slider just low. Shane Bieber having some words with Quinn Walcott, a rare thing for Bieber. Walcott put his palms to the sky. He was right on that call. If anything, he squeezed him on a couple previous pitches. Got to be in the zone here with Rodriguez on deck. The 3-1 to Robles. High ball forward, was up, and that's a walk to Robles.
And that's the last pitch that Shane Bieber is going to throw in this start. Here comes John Schneider hopping out of that dugout.
Schneider will point to the bullpen, and it's time for the game's first pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 2 on and 2 out. Top of the 4th inning. Shane Bieber's night is done with the Mariners currently up 2-1. Huge matchup coming up. Louis Varland against Julio Rodriguez when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Let's send it over to Show Ali, today's host.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Week 7 in the NFL wrapping up tonight with a Monday night doubleheader. Buccaneers at Lions, Texans at Seahawks. That second game will get going in about half an hour, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. Bucks at Lions. This game just got into the 4th quarter. Detroit currently leading 21-9. Amon-Ra St. Brown with a touchdown grab on his first catch of the game. Jahmyr Gibbs with a 78-yard rushing score in the second quarter and then a 5-yard rushing score in the third. Tampa Bay getting a touchdown throw to Tez Johnson, rookie, a 22-yard receiving grab. They did go for 2 and didn't get it. Mike Evans, a Tampa Bay wide receiver, had returned from a hamstring issue, which had caused him to miss several weeks. Well, he hit the turf hard in the second quarter on a diving grab. He was carted off with what they are calling both a concussion and shoulder issue. He is out for the rest of this game. As I mentioned, in about half an hour, 35 minutes or so, the Texans, they are 2-3. They'll take on the 4-2 Seattle Seahawks. We also got some news out of Philly. 2-time Super Bowl champion defensive lineman Brandon Graham is coming out of retirement to rejoin the Eagles. Graham had retired 7 months ago, but with the Eagles lacking depth on the defensive line, the 37-year-old Graham will return, the longest tenured member in the history of the franchise. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action here at the Rogers Center with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. John Schneider did not want Shane Bieber to face Julio Rodriguez a third time. Rodriguez already 2 for 2 with a double and a solo home run. He's the difference in this game. It's 2-1 Mariners, top of the 4th. 2 on and 2 out as Rodriguez steps in against the hard-throwing righty, Louis Varland.
And this is why you acquired Louis Varland for big situations like that. You cannot let that guy at second base score.
This is the 11th game of the playoff run for the Blue Jays. This is Varland's 10th appearance of the postseason, and it's been mostly strong. 2.79 ERA. That's 3 earned runs in 9 2/3. Crawford on second, Robles on first, and the pitch to Rodriguez. Swing and a miss. Starts him off with the curve, as he so often does, because guys are trying to catch up to 98 to 100. It's 0-1 on a swing and miss.
Yeah, Julio Rodriguez was clearly cheating there, trying to get to the fastball.
Four-seamer, curve, slider, sinker, change. Varland from the stretch, the pitch. Went to the curve again. This time Rodriguez lays off. It's down and away, ball 1. Blue Jays trying to keep it at a 1-run game. They play the infield back, shifted toward third slightly. 1-1 pitch. Broken bat, bouncer to third. Charging Clement. Shifts his body. Throws over to first to get Rodriguez. And end the top of the fourth. Heck of a job done there by Louis Varland. Gets the rollover on a third straight curve. And we go to the bottom of the fourth with the Blue Jays trailing by a run. 2-1 Mariners. Game 7 of the ALCS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Need an electrician? Call us at High Risk Electrical. Why high risk? Because we aren't licensed and we don't get electrical permits. That means you can't be sure of how safe or legal our work is. But you can be sure that every day we show up, we'll use your toilet. So call now. We promise your house probably won't burn down.
Protect your family. Hire only licensed electrical contractors and make sure they get an ESA permit. Visit hirelicensed.ca to learn more. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority.
Hey, this is Dalton Varsho
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the fourth inning, and the Blue Jays still down 2-1. Louis Varland helped them escape a jam in the top of the fourth. And now Dalton Varsho, who drove in the lone Blue Jay run so far in the game, leads it off against George Kirby. A reminder that Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Chris, the Mariners have had so much traffic, it feels like they're up more than one, but really, one swing is still the difference in this game right now.
Yeah, Shane Bieber wasn't perfect in this start, but like we saw last night from Trey Savage, he made big pitches when he had to. And then, of course, Louis Varland comes in there with runners at first and second and 2 outs and gets big Julio Rodriguez to ground out to third baseman Ernie Clement. This is a big inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. You want to put some pressure on the defense. You want to get George Kirby out of this ball game. Seems like he's settled in a little bit since the first couple of innings.
And Kirby allowed 2 hits and a walk in the first, and then in the second and third, just an infield hit. That was the only base runner. So right on left matchup to begin bottom 4. The pitch. Breaking ball over the outer third, strike 1. All the breaking balls have been upper half of the zone. That is a called strike. Varsho reached for a slider below the zone for his RBI single in the first. Here's the 0-1. Inside. Seeing our first movement from the Mariners bullpen, Gabe Spire is up right now, the lefty for Seattle. Perhaps he gets Barger. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss by Varsho. 96 elevated, but on the outer third. 1-2.
Barger, IKF, Andres Jimenez.
2 lefties out of 3.
Yeah, that's a good pocket for him.
They stuck with Kirby for this left-handed hitter, Dalton Varsho, and Kirby's ahead of him 1-2. The wind in the pitch. Up and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes as he missed up top with 98.
It's a good take and also a good pitch. Just above the strike zone. Cal Raleigh framing that pitch. Good call, actually, back there from Walcott.
A nod from the right-hander. It is 2-2. Grounded foul just in front of the feet of first base coach Mark Budzinski down the right field line. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Chiniti, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. Can't get a 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sinker up and in, well located to punch out Varsho. Third K for Kirby tonight.
Tons of movement, horizontal movement. It started on the inside part of the plate and ran back over the middle, but it was perfectly located at the top of the strike zone, just missing the barrel of Dalton Varsho.
It's been one of the stronger starts so far for a Seattle Mariner in this series. Kirby's pitch to Clement. Skipped it to the backstop right on cue. 1-0. In this series, the Blue Jays have hit .310 with 7 home runs off of starting pitchers and only .220 with 3 homers off relievers. That was coming into this game prior to this first 3 1/3 from George Kirby. 1-0 pitch outside. Now, where it gets a little bit weird is they might see some starters acting as relievers today. So who knows what to take out of, a guy like Bryce Miller coming out of the pen. Do they have the advantage or not? 2-0 pitch. Ernie takes a heater on the outside corner, strike 1.
He was being really patient there, waiting for his pitch. It was a well-located fastball down and away, not the pitch that Ernie Clement was looking for. Actually, a pretty good take.
Kirby with a 2-0, 2-1 rather, is outside. 3 balls and 1 strike.
He seems pretty comfortable in that batter's box. In his first at-bat, he had a long fly ball to Julio Rodriguez around the warning track in center field, and he looks pretty good right here.
He went 2 for 3 last night, a double and a triple, and 3 runs scored. 3-1. He swings at a high fastball and pops it up. Shallow right field turf. Rivas calls for it, makes the catch. And I think that's probably ball 4. Instead, it's the second out of the inning.
Yeah, and I wonder what Dan Wilson is going to do here with Addison Barger coming to the plate. Doesn't look like he's going to take him out here. I'm sure Spire was just getting loose. Maybe if somebody was on base and Addison Barger was coming up. But with 2 outs, I tend to agree with Dan Wilson. You keep George Kirby in the game. He looks pretty solid right now.
Kirby kicks and deals home. And Barger takes a heater, top of the zone strike, 0-1. Wilson pulled Kirby after 5 innings in the winner-take-all game, Game 5 of the DS, then ended up needing to cover 15 innings, so perhaps a little more of a leash this time. 0-1 inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Also, he's just pitching quite well after that first inning.
Yeah, he's settled in, and the stuff is really electric right now. That last fastball off the plate inside was 98 miles an hour with a little bit of movement.
The wind in the 1-1. Swing and a miss by Barger. Slider broke just in off the plate. Barger was looking to tie the game with that kind of hack. It's 1-2. Kirby trying to retire a 6th in a row ahead of Barger, 1-2 with 2 outs and the bases empty. 2-1 Mariners, bottom 4. The pitch. Down and in, popped out of the glove of Raleigh. A couple of those so far tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Not from the righty. And the 2-2 pitch. Smoked on a line, up the middle into right center, a base hit. Robles over to cut it off from a knee. Addison Barger hit that 109 miles an hour, and Kirby's lucky it was a low liner. It's a single with 2 outs.
Another good swing from Addison Barger. Like you said, I think George Kirby got lucky there. A little bit of a hanging breaking ball on the bottom part of that strike zone. Addison Barger rips it into right field for a single here. A couple of big at-bats coming, especially with 2 outs now in this inning.
Isaiah Kiner full F up. Runner on first, 2 down. Kirby from the stretch offers home. And IKF lines it off the pitcher Kirby. It bounces to the second baseman Rivas, who steps on second through to first, but the inning was already over when he forced out the lead runner. No runs, a hit, 1 left for the Blue Jays. They still trail 2-1 in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. Back for the top of the 5th in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The job is in a fab shop. Cutting and welding aluminum, minimizing scrap. Precision and speed are crucial. The job is fabrication, all things stainless steel. It has to perform. Welds look pristine. The job is in a body shop, restoring vehicles to picture perfect, because a lot is riding on the frame. These are the jobs that need welding gas and the right equipment. And Joseph Gas is where you get it. Joseph Gas, that's Joseph with an F as in family. JosephGases.com.
A serious car accident can turn your life upside down, but a team of trusted legal and medical experts can get it back on track. I'm David Himmelfarb, HimPro's managing partner. Let our team of highly rated injury lawyers build you a winning case fast to deliver a big settlement. This proven system for success is the HimPro Advantage, and it's real. Call 833-4HIMPRO or visit himpro.ca today. HimPro, serious results for serious injuries fast.
HimPro. Scholars Education is ready to make this year the best one yet. Our personalized tutoring programs will help your child head into their new grade with confidence. From math and French to reading and writing, we tailor our lessons to meet each student's unique needs. Boost your child's academic performance with Scholars. Contact us today to schedule a complimentary assessment. Visit scholarsed.com for more information. School success starts at Scholars.
Scholarsed.com. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Struck him out looking. A big fist bump from Jeff Hoffman.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours at CapitalOne.ca/yes. 2-1 Mariners, top of the fifth inning. Still Louis Varland for the Blue Jays. He came on and got Julio Rodriguez to end the fourth, and now he'll face Cal Raleigh to begin the fifth.
Yeah, have to make your pitches to this part of the lineup. Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, and Jorge Polanco. A big pocket for Louis Varland. That's why he's in this ball game, to face these three batters.
Sir Anthony Dominguez is up and throwing right now for the Blue Jays, who I think would have liked to go with the starter a bit longer in Shane Bieber, but he allowed 7 hits and a walk, including 2 runs in 3 2/3. So they went with the quick hook. Didn't want him to see Rodriguez a third time after Julio had 2 extra base hits off of him, including the solo home run in the third. That's the difference in the game. Cal Raleigh at the plate in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on Raleigh, and a whiff on a changeup outside 0-1.
Looking to ambush again. Julio Rodriguez did the same thing.
You kind of have to gear up for 100. Varland hasn't thrown a fastball yet in 4 pitches this outing. His 0-1. And it's hit high in the air, deep right field. Barger going back, turns at the fence. Raleigh has put one into the right field bullpen. Home run, Cal Raleigh, and the Mariners are in front 3-1 in the top of the fifth.
You can't let him beat you. If you're going to throw a changeup, especially doubling up with a changeup like that, you have to get it down. You have to tell yourself that if you're the pitcher out there on that mound. And Louis Varland just left a fat one right over the middle, and Cal Raleigh hammered that thing into the bullpen in right field.
For Raleigh, his 5th home run of the postseason. Frustrated Varland slapped his legs as he watched that one go into the right field pen. His 2nd home run of the game for Seattle. Pitch to Josh Naylor is smoked out to right center on a line. On the run, Varsho into the gap to make the catch. And there's one out. Blue Jays pitching has not been able to get through the top third of the Seattle order without giving up a run each time. 1 in the first on a Naylor RBI single, 1 in the third on a Rodriguez solo home run, and 1 here in the 5th on a Raleigh solo home run. At least they're solo shots, but it's 3-1 Mariners here in this game 7. Jorge Polanco is up, 1 out top of the 5th, and the pitch. Off the end of the bat, a bouncer foul, 0-1.
Yeah, you said it, Ben. If you're going to give up home runs, they better be solo shots, especially in an important game like this.
You look out to the bullpen where that home run just landed in the right field pen. Brian Wu is getting up for Seattle. Usually that's not a good thing for the opposing team. 0-1 pitch is called low. He missed his spot, 1-1. But I don't know. With the way that George Kirby's pitching, maybe the Blue Jays would want to change of pace, even if it is a guy as talented as Wu. Blue Jays bats still looking to get going in this game. 1-1 pitch to Polanco, and he rips it on a bounce, blocked by Vladdy. Off the ricochet of his stomach, he snatches it up and goes to the bag. 2 outs in this top of the 5th.
What a play from Vlad over there, saving that ball from ricocheting off of his body. Kind of fumbled with it a little bit, gloved it in midair, and then called off Louis Varland, taking it himself. A big out here. Got to keep the score 3-1.
Your job at first base is to be a wall. If you can block it, you probably get the out. That's what Vladdy did there. 3-1 Mariners. 2 outs in the pitch to Arozarena. Check swing, pitch high. Appeal to first and a swing, says Doug Eddings. So that's a strike. It's 0-1. Farland waddling back and forth. Winds in the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Late hack there on a hung slider that actually never got back down into the zone. So it ended up being a tough pitch. It's 0-2. Varland gave up the homer this inning, but trying to keep it at 3-1 with 2 outs. His 0-2 pitch. Grounded foul. Fastball at the top of the zone. That is the second fastball he's thrown in this outing in 12 pitches. Not typical from the hard thrower. His 0-2. Popped up. Back behind second base. IKF shallow right center turf. Calling for it, makes the catch, and ends the inning. Cal Raleigh launches a home run, his 5th of the postseason, and the Mariners are in front 3-1. Middle of the 5th in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We all strive for peace of mind, whether in life or our investments. But that's not easy with today's market complexity. For over 2 decades, Goodread has helped Canadians from coast to coast achieve their financial goals through both good times and bad. Working with our portfolio managers, you can navigate tomorrow's financial uncertainty with confidence. It's time. Take control of your wealth. I'm Gordon Reed. Invest with confidence. Invest with peace of mind. To learn more, visit goodread.com.
The job is in a warehouse. Keep forklifts moving, minimal emissions, no downtime. The job is on a rooftop. Torch in hand, the heat is on. Gotta be efficient, gotta be safe. The job is in the arena. Tie game overtime. Fresh ice fast. Gotta be thorough, gotta be out of there. These are the jobs that need propane and the right equipment. And Joseph Gas is where you get it. Joseph Gas, that's Joseph with an F, as in family. JosephGases.com.
A serious car accident can turn your life upside down, but a team of trusted legal and medical experts can get it back on track. I'm David Himmelfarb, HimPro's managing partner. Let our team of highly rated injury lawyers build you a winning case fast to deliver a big settlement. This proven system for success is the HimPro Advantage, and it's real. Call 833-4HIMPRO or visit himpro.ca today. HimPro, serious results for serious injuries fast.
HimPro. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. His 8th K today.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
On a Cal Raleigh solo home run, the Mariners extend their lead in Game 7 of the ALCS. 3-1 is the score in favor of Seattle. It's now the Mariners' first pitching change, and it's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Brian Wu, starter converted to a reliever in the playoffs because of a pre-postseason injury. He's on replacing George Kirby, and we'll see if the Blue Jays have more luck against him than they did the Mariners starter.
Yeah, he was fantastic in the regular season. 15-7 with a 2.94 ERA in 30 games started. He's pitched in 70 games over the course of his career in the regular season, and he started 70 games. Just his second career relief appearance. He appeared earlier on in the series out of that bullpen.
On the 17th, he pitched 2 innings in Game 5, gave up 2 hits and a run. Had a pec injury, missed about a month. Right-hander gets 8-9-1, starting with Andres Jimenez. Or pardon me, 9-1-2, starting with Andres Jimenez. And the pitch, low ball 1. Trying to do anything you can here to get someone on. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is due up 4th in this inning. The 1-0 pitch. Jimenez takes inside at 96, and Wu falls behind him 2-0 to begin the outing.
I forced Wu to throw a strike. If I'm Andres Jimenez, I'm taking all the way.
Wu starts facing third base, abbreviated wind, and is 2-0. Inside again, nearly clipped Jimenez with 95, and he's definitely taking now at 3-0.
Yeah, especially with George Springer standing in that on-deck circle down by 2 runs.
Wu's got a four-seamer, sinker, slider, sweeper, and changeup. Another Mariner who's heavy with the fastballs. About 70% of the time he throws a heater. 3-0 pitch. Called strike, bottom middle of the zone. Jimenez was taking all the way. It's 3-1.
You have to imagine that it'll take a few pitches for Wu to get settled in. The nerves are probably there. The heart rate is probably elevated.
Breath from Wu. His 3-1 pitch. Inside, check swing by Jimenez. That's ball 4. On appeal to third, Alfonso Marquez confirms it was no swing and a leadoff walk. Here comes George Springer.
And now you have to find a way to get Andres Jimenez into scoring position, put pressure on the defense. Nobody out in this inning, runner on first base, and the top of your order coming up.
Springer 0 for 1 with a walk, a ground out, and a run scored. Not playing at 100%, but doing what he can for this team. The pitch from Wu. Swing and a foul off to the right, 0-1. When asked earlier about playing on his hurt knee, Springer said, you have to realize no one is playing at 100% right now, and no one feels bad for you. If you're in there, he expects himself to play as well as he can. Paraphrase slightly. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase there, a fastball outside, and it's 0-2.
And now you have to shorten up. You have to hit that ball to the right side. There is a big hole on the right side. We've seen George Springer go the other way quite often this season, so it'll be a good time to do that.
They shift him toward third, opening up the space. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chased again on a sweeper, and there's 1 out.
That's a pitch that George Springer normally doesn't offer at. That was a sweeper that started off the plate, a ball out of the hand. You can see George Springer shaking his head as he slowly walks back to that dugout. It's a big first out for Wu standing on that mound.
It's 3-1 Mariners, and now 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Nathan Lucas is up 0 for 2 in this game, but a .324 hitter in the postseason. Right on left, the pitch from Wu. Fouled away, 0-1, 97 in off the plate. Wu's hardly thrown any pitches in the zone. I'm not sure the Blue Jays should be as aggressive as they have been so far in this inning.
Yeah, change up the approach just a little bit. Maybe be a little bit more patient.
The 0-1, taken high, a ball and a strike. You know, they come into the game with an aggressive approach because George Kirby throws tons of strikes. But Wu only threw 1 pitch in the zone to Springer. He walked Jimenez on 5 pitches, and both of his pitches have been out of the zone to Lucas, but it's a 1-1 count. The pitch. Bounced up the middle. This could be 2. Crawford races to the second base bag. Jump throw to first in time for a heck of a 6-3 double play. Crawford leaped over Jimenez, made the throw in one motion, and Lucas bounces out to end the inning with Guerrero on deck. We go to the 6th. 3-1. The Mariners lead the Blue Jays in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet radio network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Need an electrician? Call us at High Risk Electrical. Why high risk? Because we aren't licensed and we don't get electrical permits. That means you can't be sure of how safe or legal our work is. But you can be sure that every day we show up, we'll use your toilet. So call now. We promise your house probably won't burn down.
Protect your family. Hire only licensed electrical contractors and make sure they get an ESA permit. Visit hirelicensed.ca to learn more. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. It's the top of the sixth in a very nervy Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. Anxiety around the building as the Mariners lead the Blue Jays 3-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue in the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Joe Ali is our host. Nick Blackmore is our producer. Christian Chiniti, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. Blue Jays make a pitching move going into the sixth. Louis Varland out after an inning and a third. Varland allowed one run, and he gives way to Sir Anthony Dominguez here, who tries to keep it at a 2-run deficit.
Sir Anthony Dominguez is in the ballgame right now. Mason Fluharty is warming up down in that bullpen, and so is Braden Fisher.
I mean, you got to try and keep this at 2 if possible, because the Blue Jays have not had much going on so far offensively. We know they can explode, but there have not been signals yet of a rally for Toronto. Eugenio Suarez leads off the inning, 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout in this game. Dominguez deals, and Suarez takes up and in a little bit, ball 1. This was, of course, the matchup in Game 5 when Eugenio Suarez hit the grand slam that won it for Seattle. 1-0. And it's lifted out to left center, fairly shallow, racing forward. Lucas gets there in time to catch it on the run. 1 out. Might have snapped the bat there as it was off the end of the bat for Eugenio Suarez.
That's a big first out for Sir Anthony Dominguez. The first sweeper that he threw was a spinner above the strike zone. You don't want to throw that pitch again. Next sweeper gets on top of it and gets Suarez to fly out to left field.
Mentioned the double barrel action in the left field pen for the Blue Jays. There's a little bit of movement in the right field pen for Seattle. And the pitch here to J.P. Crawford. Lined and blocked on a bounce at second by IKF. Scrambles, throws it onto first for the out. That one might have hit him in the right leg. Not sure if he's got his glove in front of it, but that is a gritty play from IKF on a 109-mile-per-hour scorcher to get the second out of the inning.
I think he might have whiffed on it, and then it hit him in the kind of the side of the calf. I think the Blue Jays got lucky there. IKF picking it up, making a perfect throw to Vlad at first base for 2 outs.
Although that's why kids get your body behind it and not play it off to the side, because when he missed it with the glove, it hit his leg. Now the pitch to Leo Rivas, 98 at the knees, strike 1, with 2 quick outs in this inning and a 3-1 Mariners lead. Bases empty, top of the 6th.
You want to get Leo Rivas here, so Victor Robles is leading off the next inning.
The Blue Jays want to get back to the bats as soon as possible. Vlad leads off the bottom half. 0-1. Down and in. We've discussed this a little bit off air, but at this stage in the game, may as well bring it on air. Mariners have one of the best closers in the game. Andres Munoz is not allowed to hit in the postseason. He could pitch 2 innings tonight, so you really want to try and get back into it before the 8th. 1-1. Check swing, pitch up and in. Appeal to third, no swing, says Alfonso Marquez. 2-1.
No swing, but I think that was a strike anyways. Might have clipped the top part of that strike zone.
6 pitches into his outing. Dominguez already has 2 outs. Is 2-1. Broken bat, pop-up, shallow third, moving into foul territory. Clement makes the grab it on 7 pitches. Dominguez retires the side in order. Blue Jays trail 3-1, but Guerrero, Kirk, and Varsho are hitting in the bottom of the 6th. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lexus of Oakville, we take your Lexus experience to a higher level of perfection. Take the 2026 NX Luxury Compact SUV, confidently designed to empower you. With available gas, hybrid, and hybrid plug-in options, all of them perfect. Connect with the 2026 NX at Lexus of Oakville, starting at $57,668 plus HST and licensing. Lexus of Oakville. Anyone can sell a car. Very few can deliver a Lexus.
Scholars Education is ready to make this year the best one yet. Our personalized tutoring programs will help your child head into their new grade with confidence. From math and French to reading and writing, we tailor our lessons to meet each student's unique needs. Boost your child's academic performance with Scholars. Contact us today to schedule a complimentary assessment. Visit scholarsed.com for more information. School success starts at Scholars.
Scholarsed.com. Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays beat baseball's best team
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 6th inning, and the Blue Jays trail the Mariners 3-1 right now in this all-important Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We quickly check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 24-9 on Monday Night Football in favor of the Lions late in that one in Detroit. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Bottom of the 6th begins with Brian Wu facing off with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Wu facing center field, stretches to touch his toes, grabs the rosin bag, and waits on Vladdy now, who's drawing in the dirt just outside of the righty batter's box.
And as Vladimir Guerrero Jr. steps into that batter's box, if you look out to that bullpen, Kevin Gausman is warming up. Looks like he might be in the ball game to start the 7th, sorry.
All hands on deck for the Blue Jays, trailing by 2, trying to keep this dream season alive against the Mariners. Mariners trying to win their first pennant in franchise history. The pitch. Vladdy takes low ball 1. Felt like Wu was a little bit scattered in that 5th inning, but they potentially bailed him out a bit. He faced the minimum after walking Andres Jimenez to begin the frame. 1-0 pitch to Guerrero. Check swing, called strike, fastball, top of the zone and outer third. It's 1-1. Wasn't sure if Wu was really going to go after Vladdy here, considering he's got the 2-run cushion. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good sinker down and in. 1-2.
Yeah, if you're going to throw that sinker, you throw it right there. Not much any hitter can do with that pitch.
Considering that 2-run cushion just to tie that up, he does have a little more license to go after Vlad, who can't tie up the game on one swing here. Guerrero is 1 for 2 so far with a single. Wu with a breath. And the 1-2 pitch. Down and away. Vladdy leans over the plate, tracking the sweeper. 2 balls and 2 strikes. They don't need a homer, but they'd love for him to get on right now and bring the tying run up to the plate in this 6th. 2-2 pitch. Bounced foul. Good sinker on the inside edge, and Guerrero fought it off. That would have been a strike, and Vladdy bounced it through his legs toward the third base dugout.
It looks like Brian Wu is just attacking Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in off the plate, and then he'll mix in something off the plate, and then he's going back in.
Wu winds. His pitch. Bounced foul again. That was a sinker on the bottom inside corner. Fouled off. These are tough pitches that Vladdy has hit away. Praying for that mistake over the middle is Guerrero.
Most guys either take that pitch for strike 3 or they just swing over the top of it. Vlad doing a good job fouling it off.
Kirk on deck. Vladdy leading off the bottom of the 6th. Blue Jays trail 3-1. 2-2 again. And it's fought off this time. 98 upper middle of the zone. That foul ball lands right side in the seats. Still 2-2. Gabe Spire is back up in the pen in right field for the Seattle Mariners. Left-hander waiting and watching. 2-2 pitch. Bounced foul again. Sinker in off the plate. That time it would have been a ball, but too close to take. And Vladdy has fouled off 4 straight 2-strike pitches to make this an 8-pitch plate appearance so far.
You're just waiting for that mistake. That's all he's doing up there.
Deep breath from Wu. And his 9th pitch to Guerrero. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to fish at a sweeper, down and away. 2nd strikeout for Wu in relief. 1 out. Finally, he got him to budge. And here comes Alejandro Kirk. Blue Jays only have 2 hits since the first inning. Alejandro Kirk 0 for 2 in this game so far. He doubled off Wu in Seattle in his Game 4 appearance. The pitch. Check swing. Pitch is inside. Ball 1.
Like you said, though, Ben, Wu hasn't thrown a ton of pitches in the strike zone.
Maybe a more patient approach could serve them. The 1-0. And Kirk slices it foul. That was a good pitch right on the inside edge at 96. Kirk hit it into the netting right side. 1-1. 3-1 Mariners. And although it feels, again, like it's been all Seattle, it's blooping of last territory right now for the Blue Jays with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, this is very much a ball game. All you have to do is put pressure on the defense, force them to make an error or get a base hit here, and you're back in business.
Wu with a breath and his 23rd pitch of the outing. In the dirt, 2 balls and 1 strike. Raleigh dumps it away and asks for a new one. Dalton Varsho's on deck. This could be it for Wu with the lefty Spire up in the Seattle pen. Righties 2-1. Swing and a liner, sinking shallow center, charging forward. Rodriguez pulls up and plays it on a bounce. Alejandro Kirk dumps one into shallow center field, and it's just what the Blue Jays needed, a base runner with 1 out before Dalton Varsho steps up as the tying run.
It's not a guarantee that Dan Wilson is going to yank Brian Wu, especially with the way he's looked. There's some movement down there in that dugout, but it's pitching coach Pete Woodworth that's going to come out and have a conversation with Brian Wu. Just going to go over the scouting report, figure out a way to attack Dalton Varsho. Like you said, there's a lefty warming up down there in that bullpen, so if you're not going to use him now in this big situation, when are you going to use him?
Perhaps they'd be worried about how many times Varsho has seen Spire in this series. It's a lot, but like you said, they got him up. Maybe they're waiting to see if there's some traffic when Addison Barger is up, but he's also seen Spire a good handful in the series. Although Varsho has seen him 3 times already. And the guy behind him, Ernie Clement, has also seen him 3 times, so maybe that's the risk that Dan Wilson doesn't want to take. Pete Woodworth back in the dugout of the Mariners. 3-1, Seattle leads. 1 out and a runner on first. Dalton Varsho is the tying run at the plate. Wu set, chest high. And the pitch. Down and in, almost hit the back foot of Varsho. Ball 1.
He has been really erratic with that fastball command. That one right there, really nowhere near the strike zone, moving the feet of Dalton Varsho.
Effectively wild so far is Wu. 1-0 pitch. Varsho hits it high in the air right field. Backing up on the liner, Robles, he'll make the grab. That was just off the end of the bat. Varsho put a good charge into it, but there are 2 outs, and here comes Ernie Clement.
He was really close to getting that one. That was a pretty good sinker from Brian Wu, and that's his bread and butter. Throws that sinker, and then at the very end of the pitch, as it crosses home plate, it moves away from the barrel. That's exactly what happened there. Dalton Varsho just missed that.
Here's Ernie Clement, who just missed a home run yesterday, hitting a triple off the top of the wall in left field. 2 outs, runner on first, 3-1 Mariners. Wu kicks and fires. Clement takes down and away, ball 1. They give Ernie a lot of the right side. Second baseman Leo Rivas plays up the middle, and Josh Naylor is holding on Alejandro Kirk at first, although Naylor's about 2 steps off the bat. From the stretch, the 1-0. Bouncing ball right at the shortstop. Crawford, routine for him as he underhand flips to second and ends the 6th. We go on to the 7th with the Blue Jays still trailing in Game 7 of this ALCS. It's 3-1 Mariners. Kevin Gausman on the hill for the Blue Jays when we return. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Called strike 3, and the ball game is over.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We welcome you back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. It's the top of the 7th inning, and the clock is running down right now. The Blue Jays still trail 3-1 in Game 7 of the ALCS. They'll make a big move here to try and stay in this game. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. For the first time in 4 years, Kevin Gausman comes out of a bullpen. He is in here in the 7th inning to take on Robles, Rodriguez, Raleigh, and try and keep it at 3-1 Mariners.
Yeah, he's been very good in the playoffs so far. In his 3 starts, a 2.12 ERA, 12 strikeouts in 17 innings pitched. Doesn't come out of the bullpen often, but I assume he's going to be throwing gas for the majority of this outing, however long it is.
Could let you know right now on the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. It's still 24-9 for the Lions on Monday Night Football over the Buccaneers. No score, Houston-Seattle. That game is underway. Out-of-town scores are brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Kevin Gausman looks in at Victor Robles. Corners pinched in for the Blue Jays in the infield. And Gausman bouncing his left foot, offers home. First pitch down and in. Moves the feet of Robles, who stumbled back over the plate and looked out to Gausman. Ball 1. Right on right matchup to begin the 7th. The pitch fouled away. Really awkward miss hit there. Weird sound off the bat of Robles on that slider at the bottom of the zone. It's 1-1.
I don't think Kevin Gausman will be in this game very long. Chris Bassett's starting to warm up down there in that bullpen for the Blue Jays.
1-1. Down and away, 2-1. Robles 0 for 1 with a walk and a comebacker to the mound. Takes the 2-1 pitch on the inside third. A good fastball, 2-2.
Very important that you get Robles with Julio Rodriguez on deck. Cal Raleigh right behind him.
2-2 pitch. Lifted down the left field line. It's hooked deep foul. Home run distance on that one. It landed in the second deck foul. And it's still 2-2. That was a slider that hung middle in, maybe a little bit middle up. Bearded right-hander Gausman bouncing his lead left foot. Blue Jays trail 3-1 top of the 7th. 2-2. Slice back foul. Splitter down and in. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Very little, if any, margin for error for Blue Jays pitching right now. Gausman's 2-2. Check swing pitch in the dirt. Appeal to first. No swing, says Doug Eddings. Ball 3.
Big pitch coming up right here in a 3-2 count. You don't want to walk Victor Robles. You got to throw something in the strike zone. Just 1 for 13 in the ALCS so far.
And already walked him once in this game. 3-2 pitch. Low ball 4. And a leadoff walk. I mean, it's not literal that you can't walk him there, but you can't really walk Robles there with Julio Rodriguez coming up and the Blue Jays already down 2.
And Victor Robles is a guy that'll try to take second base already. No stolen bases in the postseason, but he has been caught stealing twice.
Not sure he'll go, though, with this guy up. Julio Rodriguez has been red hot. He's the reason the Mariners lead. Double and a homer. He's 2 for 3. First pitch. Called strike. 94 over the middle. It's 0-1. Ground ball will do a lot for the cause of Kevin Gausman because Cal Raleigh is on deck. 0-1. Swinging a bouncing ball to short. Jimenez gloves. Throws to second one. IKF to first, double play. Just what the doctor ordered. 6-4-3. And the bases wiped clean. 2 down.
That split finger got in on the hands of Julio Rodriguez. Perfectly located. What a turn from Andres Jimenez. And a perfect throw from IKF to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base.
And now with Cal Raleigh coming up, because of that ground ball double play, they can walk him. That is huge for the Blue Jays. Raleigh has fantastic career numbers against Gausman. They skip that matchup, and Gausman will face Josh Naylor here. A tough hitter himself, but has not done the same damage that Raleigh has done against Gausman in his career.
Yeah, certainly no disrespect to Josh Naylor. Like you said, a very tough hitter. But if you make your pitches to Josh Naylor, he's probably going to get out, but with Cal Raleigh, he can mishit something and get it out of here.
He homered in his last at-bat. That's why it's 3-1. Naylor, 1 for 3 with an RBI single, takes inside at 96. 1 ball and no strikes. Blue Jays trail 3-1 top of the 7th. 2 outs and Raleigh on first. 1-0 pitch. Low 2-0. There's no one up in the Mariners pennant. Interestingly, Matt Brash is moving around at the top level. Don't see Andres Munoz up there yet. 2-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 3.
He is almost certainly thinking about getting up, though. Andres Munoz, I'm assuming, will be throwing 2 innings tonight with a 3-1 lead.
One of, if not the game's toughest closer. 3-1 Mariners, 2 outs. Raleigh leading off first, and a 3-0 pitch to Naylor. Outside, ball 4. Missed by a lot with that fastball, and that's technically the 3rd walk for Gausman in the inning. We give him a pass on the intentional walk, but that is the 2nd time that he issues a base on balls unintentionally in 4 batters. Here comes Pete Walker.
This is a good time for a mound visit. You go over the scouting report, you slow the heart rate a little bit, you get to just talk to your pitcher. Kevin Gausman doesn't come out of the bullpen very often, so you have to go out there and slow that heart rate, calm him down. Obviously, a situation that he's not very used to, and you have a tough Jorge Polanco coming up to the plate with an important run standing at second base. You can't go down 4-1. You have to keep this a 3-run ball game, or a 3-1 ball game.
We remind you that this copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Jorge Polanco, the switch hitter, bats from the left side. 1 for 3 in this game with a single. He's up with 2 on and 2 out. Gosman's pitch. Low ball 1 with a splitter. Struggling to find the zone in this relief appearance. Gosman has thrown 9 balls to 6 strikes. A ground ball double play has done a lot for him in this inning. A look back to Raleigh on second and the 1-0. Called strike, gets a big break there from home plate umpire Quinn Walcott. Credit to Kirk as well, who ripped up that slider. That was low of the zone, but the called strike makes it 1-1. 1-1 pitch. Low 2-1. Not a ton of fastballs thrown by Gosman. Not no fastballs, but he's typically a very four-seamer heavy pitcher. It's 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Stays with the splitter and gets the whiff. What do I know? It's 2-2.
That was his best one of the night right there. Stayed on top of that pitch. It looked like a fastball, then just darted below that strike zone.
Gosman in relief, trying to get out of a jam here. Raleigh on second, Naylor on first, 2 outs, and a 3-1 Seattle lead, top of the 7th. 2-2 to Jorge Polanco. On the ground is second. IKF gets around it, moving to his left, picks it up and throws to first to end the inning. On to the 7th inning stretch we go. Blue Jays pitching is keeping them in this game, but they got to get the bats going. Down 3-1 in Game 7 of the ALCS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Need an electrician? Call us at High Risk Electrical. Why high risk? Because we aren't licensed and we don't get electrical permits. That means you can't be sure of how safe or legal our work is. But you can be sure that every day we show up, we'll use your toilet. So call now. We promise your house probably won't burn down.
Protect your family. Hire only licensed electrical contractors and make sure they get an ESA permit. Visit hirelicensed.ca to learn more. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball en la radio de Sportsnet.
Ryan Wu still in for the Seattle Mariners. Take me out to the ball game. Sung at Rogers Center, and the Blue Jays need a couple of runs to make sure that isn't the final rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game in this ballpark. It's Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. The Blue Jays and the Mariners both have had great seasons, but who will earn the opportunity to go to the World Series and take on the Dodgers? We got 2.5 innings left to decide it. 3-1 Mariner lead. Brian Wu faces Addison Barger to begin this bottom half of the 7th inning.
This is a very important inning for this Blue Jays offense. Have to try to scratch across 1 run, at least 1 run here against Brian Wu and whoever comes out of that bullpen.
Scheduled hitters are the bottom third of the order. Barger, IKF, Andres Jimenez. Blue Jays being outscored 3-1 and out-hit 8-5. And the difference is 2 home runs for the Mariners. Solo shots from Rodriguez and Raleigh. Wu gave up 1 hit last inning. His pitch to Barger. Inside ball 1. It's the first time in the game he faces Addison Barger. Right on left, Wu deals home. And Barger hits it foul. A pop-up back behind the plate into the seats. And it's 1-1. Trying to think along with Dan Wilson and John Schneider as best we can. In the left field pen, still Chris Bassett for the Blue Jays. In right field, Edward Bizardo up for the Mariners. 1-1 pitch. High 2-1. We thought maybe, just maybe, Munoz would be up already in this 7th inning, but so far he has not been seen on the upper level of the right field pen. Wu winds, and his 2-1 pitch. Low ball 3, very patient from Barger. That fastball didn't miss by much, 3-1.
I think that's the approach against Brian Wu. He's shown that he doesn't really have total command of his fastball in this outing. You have to look for your pitch over the heart of the plate if you're Addison Barger.
The 3-1. Inside, ball 4. Barger goes down to first, and the tying run comes up to the plate.
It's a good at-bat from Addison Barger. I mean, a lot of guys in a 3-1 count, especially home run hitters like Barger, get antsy, and they guess heater, and they end up swinging at a fastball out of the strike zone, and Addison Barger trusted the guy behind him, and he's at first base with nobody out.
Here's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, no outs in the pitch. She squares to bunt, pulls it back, and takes a strike. I have to admit, that's incredibly puzzling, playing for 1 run with 9 outs to go, down by 2 in your season on the line.
Especially with Munoz in that bullpen. You don't want to be down 1 when he comes into the ball game. He's a guy that hasn't given up a hit yet in the postseason.
Wu's 0-1. IKF swings and fouls it back. It's 0-2. Both of us thought potentially if the leadoff runner got on in this inning, they might go to a pinch hitter like Davis Schneider, just because he's more likely to leave the yard than IKF, and a homer right now would tie the game. 0-2 count, no outs. Barger on first, and the pitch. On the ground, up the middle, base hit center field. Barger makes the turn. He'll go back to second, and sticking with IKF pays off. Again, what do we know? It's first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th.
That's a great approach from IKF. 2 strikes on him. He's just trying to get the bat to the baseball, and it was a hanging slider, a sweeper. Brian Wu missed his spot by quite a bit. They were trying to throw it off the plate outside, missed on the inner third. And IKF ends up at first base with nobody out. Runners at first and second. And here we go. This is a ball game.
Tying run on first. Go ahead run at the plate. It's Andres Jimenez who's delivered with a couple big swings in this series. We'll see what he wants to do. But first, Pete Woodworth, and the Mariners pen goes out to the hill. What are you thinking about right now, Chris?
I would imagine that Andres Jimenez is going to sacrifice bunt at least on the first pitch. He'll square. And then if you fall behind, if Brian Wu falls behind 1-0, then maybe you take it off, take a pitch. But at this point in this ball game with Munoz in that bullpen, runners at first and second, nobody out, you have to think about scoring 2 runs.
If you can execute the bunt, you'd have second and third, 1 out. And that would give you the opportunity with Springer and Lucas to try and drive in those runs. Mariners are thinking the same thing. On the infield turf, creeping forward is third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Naylor plays in as well. Barger on second, IKF on first. A look to second by Wu, and the pitch. Jimenez squares, pulls it back. It almost hit him at 94, 1-0.
And now you think about just turning around to square and then pulling back. Just because we've talked about this already, Brian Wu doesn't have total control of his pitches right now.
Blue Jays took a look there just to see if it hit Andres Jimenez, decided not to challenge. Corners crashing. The pitch, the square from Jimenez. He bunts it back toward the hill. Wu Fields, he will take the sure out at first base. Rivas covering the bag. Good sacrifice, Andres Jimenez. He throws his arms in the air to try and fire up the fans. Now a base hit to the outfield could tie it with second and third, one out, and George Springer coming up to the plate. And that'll bring Dan Wilson out of the Mariners dugout. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Edward Bizardo about to come into the ball game. A base hit to the outfield could tie it. 2 in scoring position, 1 out, 3-1 Mariners, bottom 7. Let's go over to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check in on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Week 7 in the NFL wrapping up tonight with that Monday night doubleheader. Buccaneers at Lions, Texans at Seahawks. The Texans-Seahawks game just got going about 20 minutes ago. The Bucs-Lions game is over. We have been checking in on it a few times. A 24-9 win for Detroit. Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, with just over 200 yards from scrimmage. He had a pair of rushing touchdowns to boot as well. Wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown with a TD grab as well early on in that game. It was the opening score. Tampa getting a TD grab from rookie Tez Johnson, but that was all they would get. They had gone for 2 and didn't get the conversion. Wide receiver Mike Evans carted off after a diving grab. His head hit the turf pretty hard, a concussion and shoulder issue. He was ruled out pretty quickly. The 2-3 Texans taking on the 4-2 Seattle Seahawks. That game is underway. 7-0 Seahawks in the first quarter. Running back Zach Charbonnet with a 1-yard touchdown plunge. Over in the NBA, the regular season will get started tomorrow. So we're less than 24 hours away from tip-off on the 2025-26 regular season. The Raptors have their season opener on Wednesday against the Hawks in Atlanta. That game will be on Sportsnet 590 The Fan in Toronto. Next Friday is the home opener against the Bucks at Scotiabank Arena. And as we are so close to the beginning of the season in the NBA, we also got some extension news from one of the league's stars. Kevin Durant signing a 2-year extension with the Rockets is worth $90 million over 2 years. He was actually eligible for a max 2-year extension of $120 million, but took slightly less. I'm sure he'll be all right. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action here at the Rogers Center. With the call, here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Edward Bizardo, the workhorse, out of the pen for Seattle into the game. Huge spot. Second and third, 1 out. The Blue Jays trail by 2. It's 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th. They got to cash in here against Bizardo.
You can't help Bizardo out if you're George Springer. There's an open base at first, so you can almost guarantee that Edward Bizardo is going to be careful with George Springer, with Nathan Lucas standing on deck. At least I would be.
Third time in the series, Springer sees Bizardo. He's 0 for 2 off him. Pair of groundouts. The pitch inside, ball 1, missed with 96. They pounded Springer in all game. First real scoring chance for the Blue Jays since the first inning. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Arozarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger. 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. One knee, no problem. You have to have that guy in a big game, and he crushed a pitch out to left center.
You have got to be kidding me, Ben. That is the best moment in sports I have ever seen.
And listen to this place go.
How do you pitch to that guy? I said before that at bat, there's an open base. You have to be careful. Edward Bizardo threw him a heater right down the middle. George Springer was waiting for it. What a moment.
And they were going in all game, so he did a little bucket step, kind of flew that left shoulder to try and get out in front of it. My goodness. They said you brought in George Springer for the playoffs, and now you know why. In his 5th career Game 7, out of nowhere, he has sprung the Blue Jays into a lead. Some objects fell on the field, so there's been a long stoppage. Bizzardo stewing on the mound as Nathan Lucas comes up. And we were talking about this before the change. How do you not go Munoz?
That was the biggest spot in the ballgame. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out in the inning. How is the best closer in baseball not in the ballgame right there? Dan Wilson.
First pitch to Lucas, popped foul left side into the seats, 0-1.
Dan Wilson made a mistake there. We've been talking about Andres Munoz all game long. When is he going to be in the ballgame? Is he going to throw 2+? Is he going to throw 3? You thought 2+. I thought even 3 innings in this ball game.
0-1. Upstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike.
What a mistake. I can't believe that Munoz was not in the ball game against the top of the Blue Jays order.
But still, a long way to go, but the Blue Jays lead for the first time in the game. 1 out, bases empty. 1-1 to Lucas. His hit off the end of the bat foul, 1-2. You got to try and add now. I know they just got the lead, but this Mariners team too dangerous. Matt Brash up in the Seattle pen. Chris Bassett in the Blue Jay pen. 1-2. And Lucas rips a liner to right field, a base hit. The Blue Jays keep on going in this inning. 4 of 5 have reached. The only guy not to reach so far sacrificed himself in Andres Jimenez. Here comes Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And now you can't walk Vlad. You have to pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with Nathan Lucas standing at first base.
George Springer has given the Blue Jays the lead. 4-3, bottom 7 with 1 out. The pitch. Vladdy smacks a liner to left right at Rosarena, who leaps and reels it in. He tagged it, but to the wrong spot. And that's a loud way for Bizzardo to get his first out of the appearance.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just missed that pitch. He hit it 2 on the screws, didn't get underneath it enough. Randy Rosarena actually had a tough time with it out in left field.
4-3 Blue Jays. 2 outs. Lucas on first, and the pitch to Alejandro Kirk. Swing and a miss. On the Blue Jays pitching side, it looks like it's Bassett. They've already used Varlin Dominguez-Gosman.
I like that move. I'd bring Bassett in this ballgame.
0-1. Called strike, well-located 97, right on the top outside corner, 0-2.
Is he the perfect option? No, absolutely not. But he's a guy that probably is in this ballgame, and he doesn't he doesn't let the moment affect him.
0-2. Down and away, ball and 2 strikes. Hits now 8 aside, and the Blue Jays, with 1 big swing, have taken the lead up 4-3, bottom of the 7th. Lucas on first, 2 down. 1-2 pitch. Kirk takes, started to swing, but held it up on his slider that broke outside. Ball 2. Bizzardo has been great for the Mariners, but he's pitched so much in the postseason. His 2-2. Called strike 3, 97 on the edge. Great pitch to get Kirk. But Bizzardo comes in and gives up the 3-run blast, and the Blue Jays take a 4-3 lead to the 8th inning. Game 7 of the ALCS. We're back in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It started with a used truck, hard work, and a dream. 50 years later, the Hashmani family is still serving hard-working Canadians. Now celebrate their legacy. It's Work and Wear's 50th anniversary sale with up to 50% off overalls, safety clothing, and footwear. And top brands like Carhartt, Tough Duck, Blundstone, Timberland, Keen, Kodiak, Terra, Dickies, and more. October 21st to 26th at Work and Wear, Scarborough, Markham, Whitby, and workandwear.ca. A true Canadian family story.
We all strive for peace of mind, whether in life or our investments. But that's not easy with today's market complexity. For over 2 decades, Goodread has helped Canadians from coast to coast achieve their financial goals through both good times and bad. Working with our portfolio managers, you can navigate tomorrow's financial uncertainty with confidence. It's time. Take control of your wealth. I'm Gordon Reed. Invest with confidence. Invest with peace of mind. To learn more, visit goodread.com.
At Lexus of Oakville, we take your Lexus experience to a higher level of perfection. Take the 2026 NX Luxury Compact SUV, confidently designed to empower you. With available gas, hybrid, and hybrid plug-in options, all of them perfect. Connect with the 2026 NX at Lexus of Oakville, starting at $57,668 plus HST and licensing. Lexus of Oakville. Anyone can sell a car. Very few can deliver a Lexus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
One pitch is hit high. No way. Varsho's done it again.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. 8th inning of the American League Championship Series final game. Game 7, Blue Jays and Mariners. George Springer with a 3-run go-ahead blast has put Toronto on top. 4-3. The unorthodox pitching moves of Game 7 continue with all hands on deck. The Blue Jays make a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Chris Bassett is out of the bullpen for his second appearance of the championship series. He comes on protecting a 1-run lead against the ever-dangerous Arozarena, Suarez, and Crawford.
Jeff Hoffman is now getting loose down in that bullpen. Mason Fluharty is getting loose right beside him. I don't mind this move that Chris Bassett is in the ballgame. Not the perfect move, but he's a guy that probably isn't going to let the moment get too big.
His pitch to Arozarena. Swing and a bouncing ball to short. Backhanded Jimenez. Crow hop tossed to first. Heck of a start. 1 pitch, 1 out. 5 more outs needed from Blue Jays pitching.
He looks confident out there. Most pitchers, regardless of pedigree, would be slightly nervous in this situation. Chris Bassett does not look affected.
He's been itching for this moment. Bassett with only 1 appearance, and it was somewhat mop-up duty in Game 2 of the series. His pitch to Eugenio Suarez. Called strike.
95 miles an hour, perfectly located down and away to Eugenio Suarez. Have to be careful now that you're ahead 0-1.
The wind, the 0-1. Breaking ball, probably a strike, but Quinn Walcott disagrees. It's called a ball inside, 1-1.
Don't get small now. Still have to call strikes that you've been calling all day.
Bassett to his right hip. Such a big part of this team this year. Was not on the DS roster. 1-1. And that's called outside. That was outside. It's 2-1, although it was a close miss.
You don't want to bring the go-ahead run to the plate, so you want to attack Eugenio Suarez here. Obviously not something over the heart of the plate, but you want to throw something in the strike zone.
Double barrel action in both pens right now. 1 out, base is empty. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Called strike anyway. Not sure if they got him on the swing or not. Looked like it was a called strike on the four-seamer on the outer third. It's 2-2. Infield plays back, no doubles. Clement at third, hugging the line. 2-2 pitch. Upstairs, ball 3. Went up with the cutter a little too far.
Remember, you have to trust your stuff. You're not trying to do too much. Have to continue to tell yourself that out there on the mound.
Veteran right-hander. Into the wind. His payoff pitch to Suarez. On the ground, foul, leaping over it, third base coach Christopher Negron of Seattle. It's still 3-2.
It's a good job pounding the strike zone there. Like I said, you do not want to bring the go-ahead run to the plate.
And if you're going to, you got to at least make him earn it.
Right.
New baseball for Chris Bassett. Pitched as a reliever coming up before transitioning into being a starting pitcher. He's 3-2 again. He got him! Curveball freezes Suarez, who's incensed at Quinn Walcott, screaming in his face. There are 2 down, 4 outs to go.
Well, Eugenio Suarez was given a gift early on in the count, and that was a strike. Was it a perfectly located pitch? No, but it did clip the inside part of the strike zone. Suarez will probably look at the iPad and think it was a ball, but it was a pitcher's pitch right on the inside part.
2 outs. The pitch to Crawford is high and outside, ball 1. In defense of Suarez, that pitch was the same spot as the missed call earlier. That was pretty inconsistent right there, and a huge spot from Walcott, but either way, the Blue Jays have 2 outs. Space is empty. 4-3 lead, the 1-0. On the ground is short. Jimenez backpedals. Gloves on the edge of the turf. Throw across to Guerrero. That's a clean 8th. Scream from Chris Bassett. He steps over the chalk, and the Blue Jays go back to the bats. Up 4-3. Game 7 of the ALCS. Home half of the 8th is next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Need an electrician? Call us at High Risk Electrical. Why high risk? Because we aren't licensed and we don't get electrical permits. That means you can't be sure of how safe or legal our work is. But you can be sure that every day we show up, we'll use your toilet. So call now. We promise your house probably won't burn down.
Protect your family. Hire only licensed electrical contractors and make sure they get an ESA permit. Visit hirelicensed.ca to learn more. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Alejandro Kirk with a grand slam!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 8th inning, they're singing at Rogers Center with the Blue Jays in front 4-3. Game 7 of the ALCS. Pennant on the line, and the Blue Jays trying to add to their advantage. It'll be tough to do so. Pitching change for the Mariners, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. La Piedra, Andres Munoz, closer for Seattle, comes in with the Mariners trailing by 1. Munoz will face Varsho, Clement, and Barger in the bottom of the 8th.
He's appeared in 6 ball games in the 2025 postseason. Thrown 7 1/3 innings. He's only struck out 5, but he hasn't allowed a hit.
And needless to say, not a run either.
Well, yeah.
Munoz.
I guess it's possible.
It is, but he hasn't. Slider, four-seamer, sinker change for the 26-year-old from Mexico. How he blew 7 saves this year, I don't know. Or picked up 7 blown saves, I should say. He is absolutely dynamite. He faces Dalton Varsho, and the pitch. Swinging a liner right field, base hit. Varsho on the first pitch. Hanging slider, and Dalton Varsho clapping at first.
And now John Schneider has a decision to make. Do you try to bunt Dalton Varsho over? Andres Munoz does not give up many hits. You have to take your chances. You have to move Dalton Varsho into scoring position so Addison Barger could potentially score him on a bloop base hit to the outfield.
Ernie Clement is up. Corners back. He squares, and he bunted it foul. 0-1.
He's a tough guy to bunt off of. A lot of movement on that fastball. Tough to stick your nose in there.
Early square in the 0-1 is outside and low on appeal. They say he pulled back the bunt. It was real close. It's 1-1.
If there's one guy, though, that I think is going to keep his nose in there, keep that chest facing that fastball, it's Ernie Clement.
4-3 Blue Jays. Runner on, no outs, bottom 8. Munoz pitch. Ernie pulls back the bunt and takes a strike 99 over the middle, looking to slash potentially. He falls into a 2-strike count. It's 1-2.
And now you're looking to go the other way. There's a big hole on the right side of that infield. Second baseman Leo Rivas is shaded towards second base.
Munoz high set and is 1-2. On the ground right side, base hit right field. Marshall around second. He's going to test the arm of Robles. He'll slide in there. First and third, no outs, Ernie Clement again.
And he did just that. What a 2-strike approach from Ernie Clement. Didn't hit it all that hard, but it was perfectly placed. What a ball player.
No hits in the postseason until now against Munoz, and the first 2 Blue Jays have reached. Infield in for Seattle. 4-3 Blue Jays. First and third, no outs. Addison Barger up to the plate.
And if you're Addison Barger, you're getting big. You're trying to lift something to the outfield. Golden Bar Show is a very important run.
Munoz pitch. Low ball 1. Get a little lost in the mix, but Addison Barger's walk started the 3-run rally in the 7th. Now he takes his strike. 1-1.
99 miles an hour. That's really the pitch that you're looking for. It was a little bit elevated. All you have to do to get the barrel to that baseball, get it in the air out to the outfield. Dalton Varsho is scoring the 5th run of the ball game.
1-1. High, 2-1. And you wonder if Munoz kind of nibbles around the zone. If you walk him, you set up a force at home, and IKF is up. Infield in, no outs. 2-1 pitch. Line caught at first. Naylor. He goes to the bag for a double play. Clement really couldn't do anything. He stepped the wrong way, but he was doubled off regardless. What a gift for the Mariners. 2 outs. Barger hit that 106, but to the worst spot on the field. But right at Naylor, they get a double play, and that does a lot for Munoz. Runner on third, 2 outs in the pitch to IKF, called a strike, 0-1. 4-3 Blue Jays. Jeff Hoffman is up in left field. 0-1. Line foul. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th.
And if you're IKF, you do exactly what Ernie Clement did. You shorten up, you try to get the barrel to the baseball and get something to the outfield. That's a very important run standing out at third base. It'll change the way Jeff Hoffman pitches in the 9th inning.
Munoz set. He's 0-2. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Varsho gets a big lead off third. Suarez is playing back. 1-2. Swing and a liner laced foul. Way out in front of that slider. He hooked it into the seats down the left field line.
I mean, you can tell that he really shortened up there. He's not striking out, or at least trying to not strike out, trying to get the barrel to the baseball.
He tapped in a run with a swinging bunt yesterday. They'd take that right now. 1-2 to IKF. Over the mound, up the middle. Rivas circles around at second baseman, grabs it and throws over to first to end the inning. The Mariners just barely escaped the first and third no-out threat. So we go to the ninth. 3 outs away. The Blue Jays up 4-3 in Game 7 of the ALCS. And for a second straight night, they ask Jeff Hoffman to finish it off. We'll be back in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lexus of Oakville, we take your Lexus experience to a higher level of perfection. Take the 2026 NX Luxury Compact SUV, confidently designed to empower you. With available gas, hybrid, and hybrid plug-in options, all of them perfect. Connect with the 2026 NX at Lexus of Oakville, starting at $57,668 plus HST and licensing. Lexus of Oakville. Anyone can sell a car. Very few can deliver a Lexus.
A serious car accident can turn your life upside down, but a team of trusted legal and medical experts can get it back on track. I'm David Himmelfarb, HimPro's managing partner. Let our team of highly rated injury lawyers build you a winning case fast to deliver a big settlement. This proven system for success is the HimPro Advantage, and it's real. Call 833-4HimPro or visit himpro.ca today. HimPro, serious results for serious injuries fast.
HimPro. Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's a good day to be a Toronto Blue Jay.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It all happens now. Top of the ninth inning, the Blue Jays lead the Mariners 4-3. Game 7 of the ALCS. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Jeff Hoffman in on the mound. In left field, Miles Straw. Over to right, Nathan Lucas. Addison Barger has been subbed out. And Hoffman needs 3 outs to send the Blue Jays to the World Series.
8-9-1 coming up for the Seattle Mariners. Leo Rivas is going to start off this inning. You want to pound the strike zone and get ahead of these guys. Although Dominic Canzone, a pretty powerful hitter, is standing on deck, potentially pinch hitting in this inning.
Dan Wilson has his full bench. And this whole stadium, over 44,000, rise to their feet. Hoffman threw 35 pitches over 2 innings yesterday. Here's his first tonight. Rivas bunts, and it's foul up the third baseline. 0-1.
And now you go to work. You expand the strike zone.
Hearts pumping in Toronto right now. Leo 1. Just slow with a splitter. 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's a pretty good take from Leo Rivas. Good pitch. Got on top of that split finger. That's exactly what he needs to do to get weak contact.
Hoffman with a breath. And is 1-1. Called strike with a heater. 95 inner half. 1-2. Chris mentioned Canzone waiting on deck. Looks like he'll hit for Robles. Julio Rodriguez is the third batter due up in this inning. Raleigh is 4th. Gotta get through. Rivas first. Hoffman with a 1-2. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Another really good take on a splitter.
Got to start thinking about throwing strikes here. Can't walk the leadoff guy. Like I mentioned last inning, you can't bring the go-ahead run to the plate.
2-2 pitch. Spike to slider. Ball 3. Blue Jays have both Fisher and Fluharty up in the pen. Full count against the 8-hitter Rivas. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. 95 at the top. One down. 2 more to go.
What a big pitch from Jeff Hoffman. A little bit elevated, a little bit out of the strike zone, but it looked like a hittable pitch, and Leo Rivas swung right underneath it for a gigantic first out in this inning.
Jeff Hoffman told me today he's feeling good. He needed to be back out in this game, and he gets a first out in 6 pitches. Here's Dominic Canzone hitting for Robles. Right on left the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Dan Wilson put in Robles today in place of Canzone, but now wants the platoon advantage with the left-handed hitter up. 1-0 pitch. Popped up. Foul behind the plate. Kirk working back onto the end warning track. And it's into the first row of seats. Just got out of play. 1-1. Kirk nearly had to bowl over Quinn Walcott to pursue that pitch.
Dominic Canzone is just 3 for 27 in the postseason, but he did have 11 home runs this season. It's very important that you keep it out of the middle of the strike zone. You still want to throw strikes with Julio Rodriguez on deck, but you don't want to leave something over the middle, something that he can barrel up.
4-3 Blue Jays, 1 out, bases empty, top of 9. The 1-1. High and outside. Splitter slipped out of the hand, 2-1. Looming on deck is Julio Rodriguez. Hoffman's pitch. Swing and a miss. Challenged him at 94, 2-2.
I say you challenge him again. You don't want to go 3-2.
Hoffman brings his hands together. He kicks the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Up with the fastball. 2 down. Top of the 9th. And with the World Series on the line, here comes Julio Rodriguez.
What a big pitch from Hoffman. He did exactly that. He challenged him with the heater, elevated just a little bit, a hair above that strike zone. It looks like a hittable pitch, and then it sails right past you. What a pitch. 2 outs. And Julio Rodriguez standing in that batter's box.
He's been the best Seattle hitter in this game. Can he keep their season alive? 4-3 Blue Jays. 2 outs, bases empty, in the pitch. High, ball 1. Cal Raleigh is the hitter on deck. Should Rodriguez extend this game? The 1-0. Up and in, 2-0.
Have to think about throwing a strike here. Cal Raleigh is the go-ahead run. That's the last guy you want in the batter's box as the go-ahead run.
2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike to ball slider, risky but effective. 2-1.
That might have been the best slider I've seen him throw all season.
At the perfect time. He threw 35 yesterday. Next pitch is his 15th. 2 outs. Top of the 9th. The 2-1. Fouled away, 2-2. This place is ready to explode. One pitch away. Hoffman sets 2-2 to Julio Rodriguez. In the dirt, full count. If you think you're anxious, Cal Raleigh is begging to get a shot in the on-deck circle. He would be the go-ahead run. Full count, 2 outs, top of the 9th. Game 7 of the ALCS. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got it! The Blue Jays win the pennant! The Blue Jays win the pennant! They're going to the World Series! 2 Dodgers.
And we weren't sure if Jeff Hoffman would be able to come in this ballgame and be effective after throwing 2 innings yesterday. That might have been the best outing of his season. What a moment for him. What a moment for George Springer. What a moment for this city. That was incredible.
No team in the history of the ALCS has lost the first 2 at home and come back to win a 7-game series. Until now, the Blue Jays look down and out so many times in this series, and George Springer hit a 3-run homer. Jeff Hoffman pitched the game of his life. Bassett, Gosman, Dominguez, Farland, Bieber all worked together to get them to a 4-3 win.
How good was Chris Bassett in his outing? My goodness. We had no idea how he would look. I thought it was a good move. I was a little bit unsure, but man, he really pitched well in the 8th inning. Jeff Hoffman came in and nailed it down. Shane Bieber was shaky in this ball game, but he kept the Blue Jays offense close enough, and that's all you need to do. They've been fantastic all season. They were fantastic today. And hopefully they're fantastic in the 2025 World Series.
And as we wait on Sportsnet's Hazel May to talk with some of the Blue Jays, do want to acknowledge the valiant effort from the Seattle Mariners. They had a great run to end the year. They pushed the Blue Jays to the brink in any way, and this will be crushing in Seattle. But they represented themselves well. They were really tough in this ALCS.
Yeah, they're fantastic. I thought they were one of the best teams in baseball. They showed in this series that they are, in fact, one of the best teams in baseball. 1 through 6, arguably, in their lineup. Best power in all of baseball. Their starting rotation is fantastic. Their bullpen is great. I mean, they are a complete team. The Blue Jays were able to just come up with big hits when they had to. George Springer with one of the biggest home runs in all of baseball.
We will go down now to the field in progress. Hazel May with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the rest of the Blue Jays. Vladdy hugging Max Scherzer.
Tears in your eyes, Vladdy. You said you were born ready, Vladdy. Tell me what the emotions are, Vladdy. You've worked so hard for this. You were 16 years old when you signed with this organization, and now you are going to the World Series, Vladdy. If you can just give us a few words, how are you feeling right now?
Amen. We do this for the city, man. We do this for y'all. We do this for y'all. 4 more, baby. 4 more.
4 more. I'm going to let you celebrate with your teammates. This has been such a special season, Vladdy. At what part in this game did you think we're going to come back like we did so many times during the regular season and get this done?
I mean, we believe in each other. We believe in this team. The first day of team training, we believe it all. And thank you, fans, for bringing the energy. We need the energy for you guys. Thank you.
The job's not finished yet, Vladdy. Enjoy. We'll see you in the clubhouse. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is off to the Fall Classic.
That was Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with Sportsnet's Hazel May. The Blue Jays have knocked off the Mariners in the ALCS, coming back to win 4-3 in Game 7. We are going to take a quick step aside because we want to get it over to Blair and Barger soon. So stick with us. More coverage coming up. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlets, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama, made precisely for you.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Shane Bieber's retired the last 7 Red Seas faced.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Blue Jays just booked a trip to the World Series. Let's go right back down to the field. Sportsnet's Hazel Mays with John Schneider.
Right from the beginning, to see George do what he did, but then to see Addison and IKF and all the quote-unquote unsung heroes getting the job done to help you guys claim this pennant. I mean, how proud of you of this group?
It's an understatement. Yeah, I've said proud about 1 million times this year. Bottom of the order strikes again to set it up for the big boys, you know, so it's how we do it. It's a total team effort, and you never know who it's going to be, and it's so fitting that Georgie had that swing tonight.
Absolutely. Listen, not an easy job to be a major league manager. Yeah. I'm watching you greet your players. You've got tears, you're laughing, you're hugging.
Yeah.
On a person.
This is my 24th year with this organization, and I fucking love it here. These fans, this country, you deserve all of this. It's not about me. It's about every single one that's behind me, and I couldn't be happier to represent this team.
Go get your AL trophy, John.
Thank
Congratulations.
You. Appreciate it.
With Ed Rogers and Mark Shapiro waiting by, they will now present the trophy for winning the American League pennant to the Toronto Blue Jays. I mean, this is unbelievable. A stage over second base. Blue Jays players, family, staff members crowding around. And the players are climbing up the steps to the right as they get ready to accept the trophy. The first pennant for the Blue Jays in 32 years.
I mean, this is almost like a dream, Ben. For the majority of this ball game, there was no offense. The crowd was lifeless. And then all of a sudden, with one swing, everything changed. What a moment.
And I know there's a large section of the fan base who was there for 92 and there for 93. But for many Blue Jays fans, this is the first time. This is as good as it has been in their lifetime. For the newer generation, this is the single most successful, greatest Blue Jays team since 93. And not a fan has left this ballpark yet.
It's cool to see Mark Shapiro with a huge smile, having fun out there on that stage. Ross Atkins, obviously John Schneider, three really important people in this organization. People that have given their blood, sweat, and tears to this organization.
Blue Jays still congregating for a photo with the trophy. Fox's Tom Verducci is up there with Ed Rogers, Mark Shapiro, and the Blue Jays. And if your name isn't George Springer, Max Scherzer, or Miles Straw, you are going to the World Series for the first time. Heck, 20 of the 26 Blue Jays weren't even born the last time the Blue Jays won a pennant. And now they have breathed new life into this fan base.
Words. The Toronto Blue Jays are going to the World Series. With me is Chairman Edward Rogers, President and CEO Mark Shapiro, Manager John Schneider. Edward, what a team this is. You came home down 3-2. Game 7, you're down 2 runs with 8 outs left in your season, and you're going to the World Series, winners of the American League pennant. It's my pleasure to present to you the William Harridge Trophy as American League champions. To the World Series. What does this moment mean for the franchise and for this city?
Well, I think it's an inspiration for 41 million people in Canada from coast to coast to coast. This is Canada's team. We're all behind the Blue Jays. This team has the depth and the character, the vision and the courage, and they're going to go all the way.
Ross Atkins, Executive Vice President, Baseball Operations, General Manager. When did you realize with this group of guys that this moment would happen?
Oh, man, you could feel it for a long time, man. And baseball's so damn hard. But the work that our staff has done and then the unity these players have worked to get, you knew it was coming. And the fans and the country, we feel it. And we love it. Thank you.
John Schneider, you've given your professional baseball life to this organization, 23 years. You, more than just about anybody, knows what this moment means. So for you personally, for this franchise, how do you put that in words?
It's tough, you know. For me personally, I give all the credit to the guys that are on the stage. It's such a collective effort with these players, this staff, this front office, and these fans. I'm trying to just look around right now and take a mental picture of how cool this is, because it takes so much work and perseverance to get to this point, and I love this entire group.
Speaking of perseverance, this was the best comeback team in baseball all year, and you did it again in Game 7. What does it say about this group, and especially George Springer?
It's so fitting. Bottom of our order gets it done again. There's probably not another person on planet Earth that I want up other than George Springer and his October magic. We were talking in the dugout. We said we've had plenty of practice at this, and when you do it a lot, it gets a little bit easier. But what this group has accomplished so far is amazing.
That is so well earned. The championship of the American League, the Toronto Blue Jays. One more piece of business and one more piece of hardware. The ALCS Most Valuable Player. What a show he put on of all-around baseball excellence. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You're going to the World Series. What does this mean to you?
This means a lot, you know. We're working so hard for this, and thank the fans for bringing the energy. We need you guys. We need the energy every day. Thank you for bringing the energy. We do this for you guys.
When you signed to stay here in Toronto before this season, is this exactly what you had in mind?
Yes. Yes, but the job is not finished. We got 4 more to go.
At the end of the game, very emotional. What was going through your mind?
I mean, everything. We've been grinder. We've been ups and downs. We've been believing everybody here. I love this team, man. I love my teammate. You know, and when you believe in your teammate and you believe in God, something like this can happen, you know. And to me, I feel so happy. I don't got words to say right now, but I feel so good to win in here in Toronto.
Congratulations, Vladdy and Toronto. We will see you in the World Series.
Thank you.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr., your ALCS MVP. With blue and white sparklers raining down on the Rogers Center Diamond, the Blue Jays bounce around. They are going to the World Series. What a game. What a finish. What a team. They are getting ready for Friday, Chris, and it is going to be as good as it gets. It's the Blue Jays and the mighty Los Angeles Dodgers.
I don't know how they did this, Ben. They were down 3-1 in the 7th inning against one of the best bullpens in baseball. Andres Munoz waiting in the wings. And I said during the broadcast, they need to score 2 runs here because they're not getting any runs against Andres Munoz, or at least it'll be very difficult to get runs against Andres Munoz. George Springer comes up to the plate and does me one better. He hits a 3-run home run. One of the best moments I've ever seen in any sport. I'm so glad that I was here to witness it.
Blue Jays win 4-3, and I think for the first time this year, we don't need the totals. All that matters is the Blue Jays are headed to the World Series. Pack your passport, Shohei, because the Fall Classic is north of the border. Blue Jays and Dodgers will start their series on Friday as the Blue Jays continue to celebrate on the field. We know you have a lot of thoughts about it, so get ready to celebrate and call in a moment. But first, want to thank our great technical directors today, Stephen Coyle, Christian Giannini, and Tom Young, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Show Ali, our host, and my partner, Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. The Blue Jays have won the pennant. Time now for Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. It starts right now.
anything like this, Kevin Barger. I'm not certain you have either. I was thinking about this, watching the on-field ceremony, and I was thinking so much, the players, management talking about how important this was for the city of Toronto and indeed for the country of Canada. I think this is something for all of us, right? I was thinking about this. If you remember 2015, Game 6 of the ALCS, and you remember Jeff Nelson squeezing Ben Revere with runners on second and third and one out in that ALCS game, you remember the Kansas City Royals went on to win that. If you were there in 2016 when a guy named Ryan Merritt, who only ended up pitching 9 total games in his career, shoved for 4 1/3 innings in 2016, led the Indians to victory over the Jays in the ALCS. This one's for you. If you were there in 2022, remember that? 10-9, that game 2 of the AL wildcard against these very same Seattle Mariners, when the Mariners came back from an 8-1 deficit and George Springer and Bo had the collision. I mean, if you were there, this game, this win, this trip to the 2025 World Series is for you. And even if you remember 2021 when the Jays missed the wild card by 1 game, and that camera shot of Vladdy Jr. sitting in the Blue Jays dugout watching on the scoreboard as the Red Sox beat the Washington Nationals to steal the wild card spot from the Blue Jays. If you remember that, if you remember all of those things, and even if you remember 1992 and 1993, Kevin Barger, this one is for you. This one is for all of us. What a tremendous, tremendous evening.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, we were sitting in the press box, Jeff, and this lineup for the Blue Jays, they were dead. Like the Seattle Mariners had made an adjustment, right? Hard in, soft away, hard in, soft away. You got the big fellas, right? Vladdy, George, and Kirky, hard in, soft away. You knew coming up after Barger had walked to lead off the inning, IKF got that single up the middle that George, had to make an adjustment, clear the hips, get the head out, beat Pizzardo to the spot. He knew what he was going to get. He was going to get a sinker in and a slider away. He beats the guy to the spot. This place, Jeff, I looked at you. We looked at everybody. We didn't know what to do. We were sort of, in up in arms just trying to figure it out. And, just leave it to the MVP, leave it to the 36-year-old to come up with that giant hit, make an in-game adjustment, beat Pizzardo to the spot. Man alive, this is something special, Jeff. This is sort of the 2025 Jeff. The Jays, no quit all game. It just, again, I say that lineup was dead to rights. That one guy, that one inning, that one walk, that one single up the middle, and here we are.
We talked about how in these games, invariably it comes down to moments. Who has the biggest moment? Sometimes who has the last moment? George Springer. George Springer, who really, let's be honest, at the end of spring training, people were talking about, is this a sunk cost? What did the Jays do with this contract? What are we going to make of George? John Schneider kept his faith with George Springer. George Springer comes through tonight in a big, big, big way. The Toronto Blue Jays have beaten the Seattle Mariners 4-3. They will take on the Los Angeles Dodgers in the World Series starting on Friday at the Rogers Center. Wow. At the Rogers Center, Game 1 of the World Series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Toronto Blue Jays have become the first team to come back from an 0-2 deficit in the best-of-7 ALCS. An 0-2 deficit that resulted from losses at home. They've come back. They beat the Seattle Mariners. They slayed another dragon. They beat the Yankees. They slayed the Seattle Mariners tonight. Now it's on to the World Series. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Kevin, very much the MVP of this series. And, such a contrast from the last time we saw a playoff game against the Seattle Mariners. Yeah. We were sitting up here. The Mariners were on the field celebrating.
Smoking cigars.
They were smoking cigars, and I imagine there will be some cigars and possibly some other things smoked as well later on tonight by the Blue Jays. This is the scene right now. The Jays have received their trophy. They've taken their picture on the field. All of their families are out on the field. The Jays are going to go into their party room, and they are going to celebrate. They're going to party like it's 1993 because that was the last time the Blue Jays went to the World Series. It is Blue Jays talk. We're here as long as you want us to be here. The number's 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. If you want to text us, 590 is the text line. There's any way we can go here. Any way we can go. We can talk about the World Series if we want. I'm interested, though, in what you feel tonight as a Toronto sports fan, not just a Blue Jays fan, but as a Toronto sports fan. You think of the sports history in this city lately, and other than that Raptors NBA championship, there has not necessarily been a whole hell of a lot to hang your hat on. This isn't a title by any stretch of the imagination, and God knows, the Dodgers are going to be tough to beat.
Sure.
Some will say the Jays will be massive underdogs in that series.
Absolutely.
But, you know, here's the thing. If you're a Toronto sports fan, this is you can sit back now and enjoy the World Series. Nobody expects you to win. There's no pressure. You're facing the Dodgers. You're facing Shohei. This is like
as good as it gets.
This is going to be as good as it gets. There'll be a time when going to the World Series is going to be nerve-wracking and all that, but I think right now just enjoy the games. And who knows? We didn't think this team was going to be here. Hell, we didn't think they were going to be in the postseason this year, let alone a come-from-behind win over the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, I mean, it's the village, right? It's the 26 against 1. It's the 13 against 1. It's, do whatever you have to do to pass the baton. It's exactly the way the 7th inning played out, right? The leadoff walk, the base hit from IKF, right? It's the Davis Schneider. It's not putting him in the lineup, putting IKF at second. It's the little moves. It's the old guys. Jeff coming out and Gosman and pass it. It's Hoffman coming back in the 9th inning and looking like, Hoffman of last night after the 35 pitch.
It's you know what it is? It's Cal Raleigh standing in the on-deck circle when the game ends. And, folks, he stood there. I'm not lying. He stood there for a good 2 minutes, just leaned on his bat, watched the Blue Jays celebrate, standing in the on-deck circle, did not move, just leaning on his bat, watching the Blue Jays come out to celebrate. And I've got to mention there were a couple of great, as usual, Sportsnet's camera people were all over it. There was a great shot of Matt Brash, Kingston, Ontario's Matt Brash, sitting in the Mariners dugout with a couple of other pitchers watching the Blue Jays celebrate as well. And that's, that is quite something. That's just absolutely remarkable. I'm almost speechless. Almost.
Well, I hope not. I mean, we got about 2 more hours of this.
Yeah, we got about 2 more hours to go. 416-870-0590, star 590. 1-888-666-0590. The text line is open. It's always open. It's 590-590. We are going to get you to the celebrations, and I feel like I will do this right now because we've seen a few of these Blue Jays celebrations. Please keep in mind that if there are young ears listening to this, there may be some foul language. It won't be from Barker and myself, but John Schneider manages this team, folks, so be prepared for that. Shlomo in Toronto. Get us going, my friend. What's up?
My guy, incredible. Had to call in, had to celebrate with you boys. You guys have been a big part of my fandom as coming into this. I've been in love with this team since I was a young kid. This is the greatest moment in my sports life by leaps and bounds because it's the most unexpected moment. It's the most beautiful and poetic moment. We think about everything here, from following Vlad as a 16-year-old. I think this morning JD had a great talk about this on his show. The fact that Vlad showed up today in that Matthews jersey, that confidence in him, his belief in himself, his belief in his teammates, his credit to God, the beauty in the whole thing is just poetic. All these story arcs. We got Ross and Mark, who went from the most hated executives in Toronto sports to now they're going to be legends. We got Schneider with that little moment 3 games ago, which made him super hated. And if they didn't come to this moment here, oh my God, he's getting run out of town. Now he's a 23-year guy. He's going to be loved with the Blue Jays as a lifer. We think about Hoffman coming up clutch with these last two games in a row. Everybody was so nervous, though, and second-guessing those moves. I'm trying to think of what else. The fact that George Springer made history with that seventh-inning home run. I was just reading. It was the most runs. Only Springer and Alonso were trailing by multiple runs in a winner-take-all game. Like, that's crazy. All these things lining up, and to face the Dodgers now, the poetic justice, how we've been, like, tortured by the Shohei stuff, the Sasaki stuff, and it could come down to Miles Straw and Sasaki. I'm telling you, I have so many friends in the States right now messaging me, cheering for the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
We are the underdogs. This is poetic. This is beautiful. This is, like, scripted, like, out of a movie. It's unreal. I wasn't here for 92, 93, but this is incredible. Like, this is unreal. So unexpected and just poetic.
Yeah, Shlomo, listen, I appreciate the call. You're a good caller and you're a good fan. Thanks, my friend, for calling up. And, I mean, Shlomo made a lot of great points. I mean, I guess we can apologize to Austin Matthews. A lot of people, Vladdy showed up. Vladdy showed up in an Austin Matthews jersey, and there was I smelled a little bad karma in the air. I admit it. Maybe I overstated it a bit in the radio.
You did?
On TV a little earlier today. Doesn't matter now. I mean, who knows? The Jays are going to the World Series. Austin Matthews, Leafs winning the Stanley Cup this year. I mean, it could happen.
Could it?
Well, I mean, you know what they got to do? I'll tell you what they have to do. Get Vladdy out to a game.
Wow.
At some point.
I think he's been to a game already.
Yeah, he's been to he's been to a couple of games.
Yeah.
But Shlomo really does make a point. You know, you look at the different benchmarks in Blue Jays history. 1992, 1993, back-to-back World Series. You know, the teams of the 80s that could never really get over the hump. You think of Alomar and Carter and Henke, just all, and Wardo, all those guys who were parts of those World Series teams. And then there's kind of a dry spell for the Blue Jays. You know, they had some great players, Roy Halladay, Vernon Wells. Right? They had guys who were legit superstars who really couldn't get over the hump. And then something happened in 2015, man. I think it started when Jose Bautista arrived in this team. All of a sudden, being a Blue Jays fan became sexy. Paul Beeston got the idea when he was president of getting rid of those god-awful black jerseys and bringing back the Blue Jay blues with the maple leaf. Those jerseys sucked. I'm sorry. And that kind of recreated the brand. If you think about Jose Bautista being voted into the All-Star game with a nationwide effort. I mean, I remember when people were, I think Sportsnet sent out a bunch of signs across the country, vote Bautista, and people would take shots of the signs. They were in Vancouver and Winnipeg and Calgary and all that. And that kind of rebirthed the Blue Jays brand. And then, man, for the last decade, you know, it's been frustration after frustration after frustration, and not tonight. Tonight, those 10 years seem to me like 10 minutes.
Wow, yeah, I mean, it's just a whirlwind, right, where they came from Game 5 to now. You know, John Snyder moving George Springer in a leadoff spot. What if he didn't do that, Jeff? I mean, just coming up in the seventh inning, it was basically 2025 Blue Jays, right? It was perfect. It was right guy, right spot. It was the MVP of the team the entire season. Him coming up and making that in-game adjustment and beating Bizzardo to the spot. I mean, it's poetic. I can't believe I saw it. And I can't believe I lived through it, but it was pretty cool.
Cam in Acton, Ontario, you're on Blue Jays Talk. How you doing, Cam?
Oh, I'm doing amazing, guys. I just wanted to call in because, you talked about the younger crowd. I'm 32 years old. I was born in 1993. When I was born, my grandpa bought me a World Series hat. Mom didn't let me wear it around school, didn't want me to lose it or get it dirty. I'm staring at it right now. My son was born this year. I'm pumped to get him one this year. It feels good.
Yeah, it really does, man. Congratulations. On the birth of your child, and yeah, it's going to be a memorable one. I mean, I'm going to go out. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to. I think there'll be a lot of people waiting to buy a bottle of wine from 2025 at some point and put it away and save it. But yeah, listen, it's so important for each generation of fans to have that team that they can latch onto. And this, this is very much a team that is easy to like.
It is.
We've made
this
point.
This team.
I mean, we're obviously employed by the same people who own the team. But trust me, in the past, I haven't been afraid to be critical. We haven't been afraid to be critical of management. We haven't been afraid to be critical of players. There's some people who won't talk to us as a result of that. That's fine. But this is a likable group. It's you hear things from people who are around the team, and we talked to a couple of players here and there. This is a really likable group. They play their ass off for each other.
Yeah,
and
they actually mean that.
Yeah,
when they say that out loud.
I'm just looking at the big screen here. Hazel May. Hazel's going to write a book at some point on how to do these clubhouse celebration
things. She's a rock star for
sure. Hazel May talking to Ernie Clement on the screen right now.
How about that dude?
Ernie Clement released. Didn't have a job. I mean, I talked to him before the start of this series in front of his locker, and he just said, "Hey, man," he said, "I had to go home one off season and say, I gotta clean up. I gotta take my off season more seriously. I gotta take myself more seriously off the field. I gotta take advantage of the opportunities I get." And boy, he has. I mean, Ernie Clement's going to be a Blue Jay for a while. He ain't going anywhere.
Absolutely. Well, they're not here without him. Everything he does on the defensive side, everything he does with the base running. I know he got picked off. That's impossible. I mean, you're in no man's land there on the line.
And I got to tell you, when that line and the play Kevin's talking about, I mean, God, we haven't.
Addison Barger hit a line drive to first baseman.
Yeah. And I thought with two on that, and I thought,
first and third, nobody out.
Yeah, I thought, okay, this is I admit I had visions of Julio Rodriguez turning on one and tying this game, and then I didn't know where it was going to go.
Well, we saw Hoffman throw 35 pitches yesterday. He's getting loose. He's coming in the game in the ninth inning. You'd like to have that cushion run, something that he can play with. Man, he's been good, Jeff. Like the velocities went up, the location's on point. The slider was really good tonight. Split finger, you can tell he's a little tired with that. He was missing arm side, but all the other stuff, the guts that he showed, sort of working through that, how far he was. It's just pretty cool watching all that stuff play out. And we couldn't even watch it.
How about you didn't watch it? I was okay. You were walking around on the back. I'm not going to say any names here, but some of the security people here, I saw them. They weren't watching. They were in the back. I said to one of them, "Come on in." He said, "I'm not coming in.
I was standing with him.
Sit out here." And Chris Bassett being interviewed on the screen by Hazel right now. How about Chris Bassett? How about Kevin Gossman? How about Kevin Gossman and Chris Bassett?
Yeah.
That's the easiest. That might be the easiest relief inning I've seen a Blue Jay have this postseason from Kevin Gossman.
Yeah. Well, no,
I'm sorry, from Chris Bassett.
Yeah, the Gossman thing, he had to work through that, right? He got some traffic on. He made a pitch when he had to make it.
Smart though. Walked Naylor, went at Polanco. I'm okay with that.
Look, that's what you do, right? You navigate yourself around tough spots in the lineup. You can do that because you're a veteran guy, and the moment can never be too big for you. Give Chris credit, man. I mean, he's went through it. He's getting a little older. The body just sometimes don't catch up to the mind, and to see him come out after what he went through and do the things he did to help him win this game and move on, it's pretty cool stuff.
All right, well, John Schneider just spoke to the team. Again, if you've got some sensitive ears, I'm just warning you. We know how John Schneider rolls. This was John Schneider addressing the Blue Jays just a few minutes ago.
American League East champions, American League Division champions, American League champions. Wait. First time in 32 years the World Series comes back to this city and this country. So proud of every one of you. Enjoy every single moment of this tonight because you guys earned the out of it. Let's go!
There you go. Very disappointed that we beeped out that. It's one of my favorite words in the English language, and I think it needs to be said more often. Just kidding. Seamus and Kappas Casing. What's up, Seamus?
Well, I just want to say that I've been a big fan since 92, 93. I was born in 1983, and, we had all the posters made up on Bristol board, and we were watching Roberto Alomar and Joe Carter. And, eventually I had a family, and we started listening. Well, I was listening to Jose Bautista and R.A. Dickey and during that run. And now we're all sitting down here. My kids are 23 and 18. And we managed to get out to a baseball game in September against the Brewers. And, of course, the Blue Jays just performed fantastically. And we have been glued to this radio broadcast ever since. So I want to give a big shout-out to not only the Blue Jays, but also the broadcast team, who have done an excellent job in broadcasting and doing the play-by-play. We get a real feel for what's going on here. And, we're way up here, 500 miles north of you folks down in Toronto. And thank you very much for just an excellent broadcast.
Seamus, awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Listen, Ben and Chris are rock stars.
Yeah.
And I told Ben the other night, I'll tell you what we do. I usually watch the game in the press box, and I come down here and around the 7th or 8th inning and just kind of get set up. And I told Ben the other night, he and Chris have had some great calls of this series. Mm-hmm. And, there's a lot of pressure on those guys. This is history, right? It's the same thing as when you work for a newspaper and you're writing a big story that's going to be in the front page of the paper, and you know that people are going to be running out and buying that paper and saving it. That's when people used to buy papers and save it, which is another story entirely. But yeah, we're all well aware of what we do, who we represent, who we're talking to, and in addition to hard work, there's an awful lot of care that goes into this, and on everybody's part, and we really appreciate your calls.
Well said.
Bucky in Nashville, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Thanks out to you tonight. This is for last night. Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, man. You're in Nashville.
Hey, in Nashville, the longtime Blue Jay fan. Just I'm glad to be enjoying the moment with you guys. I just wanted to comment about John Schneider. And I know a couple days ago you guys had a caller that was talking about class and all this stuff. But 23 years with the organization, I don't know anybody that's got that kind of commitment. There's a lot of us listening that are cheering right now that aren't even married that long. So I think Schneider did a hell of a job. And looking forward to going in as the underdogs against the Dodgers. Just wanted to know what you guys thought about Schneider, and I don't think a lot of people knew it was 23 years. I think that might have been a new thing for them tonight. So
yeah, well, listen,
love you guys.
Yeah, Bucky, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for this. I was surprised. John talked about being a teammate of Ricky Romero's.
Yeah.
So, that tells you how long he has indeed been in this organization.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, John.
Teammate of mine.
He's a teammate of Barker's. But of course, everybody's a teammate of yours. So that's kind of irrelevant at this point in time. I'm going to tell you a story. We were really hard on, I think fair, but we were really hard on John Schneider after Game 5 and after the Brendan Little decision. And frankly, we heard from some people about it, which is fine. But we were both in the field yesterday. Barker talked to John for about 20 minutes. I didn't want to butt in. I just walked up to John and I said, hey, man, I hope today's a better day than the other day. And he said, don't worry, it will be. That's John. John, you can criticize John. Mm-hmm. You can rip John as long as you acknowledge that John has his reasons for doing things, and if you do that, that's fine. He's a special dude. He's an organizational guy. Yeah. It's man, you look at this. There's the organization's all over this thing. Alejandro Kirk, Addison Barger. You look at these guys.
Addison Barger.
Addison freaking Barger. We've been how many years I wrote. The Blue Jays, I'd love to see the Blue Jays develop a homegrown left-handed hitter. Because they really haven't had one since Carlos Delgado. Now, I'm not putting Barger in that category, but this is an organizational win. Mark Shapiro took a lot of grief when he talked about the importance of continuity and the importance of not throwing everybody out and, throwing the baby out with the bathwater when something doesn't work out. He preached continuity with Ross Atkins, with John Schneider, with some of the players here. And, yeah, this is a credit to this organization, man. They believed what they preached. And they stuck to it. And here they are going to the World Series.
Yeah, I mean, they started this ball rolling down the hill in spring training, right? The way they handled George, the sort of the 26 against 1, the, moving the ball forward that me and you rolled our eyes at. But the point is that they started that soon enough to where they could get their team buying into it. And, they brought in a new, hitting coach, which seemed to have worked. David Popkins is, sort of just been that sort of lean on guy that, everybody trusts and is believing that, you have a good plan. You have your plan. You can go up and have a better chance of executing that and helping your team win a baseball game. And that's a big deal. Just the John thing real quick before we move on. It's, he believes in his team and he believes in all 26 guys. You're right. I did talk to him for a long time on the field there for about 20 minutes. And that's the sort of the message he kept telling me was, it's hard sometimes. It's hard to believe in all 26 guys. And he did it. Will he do it again? I don't know. I mean, sometimes you got to earn sort of that right to believe in all 26 guys. There may be some adjustments there going forward. But the point is, take some guts, right, to believe in a guy that's got to help get you here and sort of give him a chance to help you get a little bit further. And I give John credit. I mean, he stood there and listened to me talk and be hard on him. And he just John being John. He's a pretty cool dude. He's the perfect guy for this team. I say that, Jeff. He's the perfect guy.
We mentioned Ernie Clement was with Hazel May. Let's go to Ernie Clement.
Ernie Clement, congratulations. You're going to the World Series. How does that sound?
It sounds pretty damn good. It still hasn't really set in. It's so surreal. I don't know, I'm so proud of this group. I love these guys.
What about this group makes them so special, Ernie?
We don't stop fighting. I mean, you saw you could feel the energy in the 7th or whatever inning that was. God, I don't even remember. It was wild, and you could feel it, and that has a lot to do with the fans and the character of these guys in the locker room. So,
what was your reaction when you saw that ball Springer hit go out of the park?
It's cold. I just put my hands on my head. I couldn't believe it. I don't know why we were shocked. He's the most clutch player in postseason history, it seems like. So, just a huge swing from an amazing player.
Ernie, you've done huge things for this organization and this team this season. Enjoy this one. We'll see you when the World Series kicks off on Friday.
I can't wait. Let's get it.
That was Hazel May with Ernie Clement, and Ernie Clement talks about putting his hands on his head when George Springer hit that 3-run home run. It's funny, as soon as he said that, I mentioned to you there was a shot when Cal Raleigh hit that home run off Brendan Little of Ernie doing the same thing. Different reason. Ernie on the field, standing in the field with his back to the pitcher's mound, with his arms over his head, watching that ball go out. Cal Raleigh ended the game tonight on the on-deck circle, watching the Toronto Blue Jays celebrate a 4-3 win. The Seattle Mariners still have not advanced to the World Series. And, the Toronto Blue Jays are indeed going to the World Series. They will take on the Los Angeles Dodgers. Kevin Gausman and Chris Bassett pitched out of the bullpen tonight, pitched relief for the Blue Jays. Chris Bassett was on the IL, or not on the active roster for the first round. He was put on for this round. Some of us spent every day saying, today's the day Chris Bassett gets to pitch. Today's the day Chris Bassett gets to pitch.
You got it right.
You know what? Today was the day Chris Bassett finally got to pitch.
He was great.
And this is what he had to say with Hazel May.
Chris Bassett, congratulations. You've been at this a long time. You're going to your very first Fall Classic. What's going through your mind when I just said that?
I'm just grateful for this team. Honestly, this team is so close. We love each other. And the thing I'm most proud about right now is like the families. A lot of the times the families get overlooked. Our wives are so close. Our families are so close. And it shows on the field. We play together nonstop. it's really hard to beat us. And I love this team, man. I love this team, and we got 4 more. We got 4 more.
How fitting was it for you guys to come back in Game 7 when you come back so many times during the regular season?
Yeah, it's who we are. Again, we have the utmost belief in one another, and not just that. It's just there's no more pressure on anybody else, just because it's all of us. You have to kill us all. It's not a one-man show. You see it nonstop every night, 1 through 9, 1 through 10, 11. I'm somehow throwing the 8th inning. Like it's a true team, and I love this team.
I can't let you go without asking you about that experience coming out of the bullpen in a really close game. I mean, what are you thinking in that moment?
I mean, at first I was like, all right, it's a 3-run lead. I mean, two-run deficit. George hits a homer, and I'm like, oh shit, like I ain't giving up a run now. So yeah, it was just get this game to Hoffman and it's over. So again, I'm just so happy to be a part of this team.
We're happy for you, Chris. Enjoy this one. We'll see you later this week.
Thank you.
That is Chris Bassett with Hazel May. Just to give you the scene here at the Rogers Center, it is quite a scene. The Blue Jays families were out on the field. They're still out on the field. My God, this team has a lot of kids. They're all running around, kids of various sizes, various ages in left field. Kevin Gossam is just trying to track down somebody. He's not moving very steadily, I have to be honest. But anyhow, he's trying to track down somebody right now. There are a crap ton of fans who are still in the stadium tonight. Kevin, any guess? Like the area to the left of the Blue Jays dugout, like there's a couple thousand, hey, at least.
Absolutely.
Still here, packed in, and you know, I mean, I'm sure they took note of Miles Straw coming out the last time and spraying champagne in the fans. So, you know, maybe they're waiting for that. A couple of other scenes out in the field to get back the phone lines. Jose Bautista, the birthday boy. He was the birthday boy yesterday. He is down on the field, and there was an absolutely great shot of Dalton Varsho and his dad, Gary Varsho, on the field. Gary Varsho, long-time player, terrific hitting coach, and Dalton Varsho going to the World Series.
Well, yeah, I give the organization credit, Jeff. I mean, they do everything that they can to keep all these families happy and close, and you know they want that family atmosphere. They seem to think, which I mean, it's a great idea to have everybody just sort of involved in throughout the season, and it's very important. That's a big deal.
Let's go to the Schwa. Luke and Oshawa, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, boys, how we doing?
We're doing well. Probably not as good as you from the sound of things, but the night is early.
I got 3 questions for you.
All right.
You ready?
Sure. As long as it doesn't involve math.
1, are you guys going to be tarps off if we win the World Series?
Tarps off? Me?
No.
Are you nuts?
No.
Barker, maybe. Barker's ripped. I'm a 65-year-old fat white dude. I'm not taking my tarp off for anything. Listen, I'm that guy. I'm that guy that goes swimming with a T-shirt on, right? So
there you go.
Okay. We'll give you a pass. My second question is, did Schneid outmanage Wilson? Because I think he managed the bullpen better in the end. As much as we gave him a hard time with Little, I think he pulled it through in the end. What do you guys think?
I'm going to let my very good friend Jeff Passon. Where was Passon's text? Passon sent me a text during the game, as he always does, or often does. Basically, he said, "Which one of you two said whoever had to make the last decision would lose?" Yeah, Dan will. Look, I mean, people are going to be talking about
Munoz.
About Munoz.
Yeah.
I mean,
Seventh inning, top of the
said
order,
the same
up
thing, man. Munoz will give you a couple innings if you want him to.
He's done it before.
And I mean, he wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. I expected him in earlier. There was some weird stuff going on. Gabe Spire was up in like the third inning, and we were all sitting there. We were with Pilar and Caleb. We're trying to look at our scorecard, scratching our head and going, hang on here. George Kirby's just retired, 7 in a row, more than that in a row.
Third time through, Jeff.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out when he's going to come in the game. He doesn't end up coming in the game.
No.
And
lefty getting ready for Addison Barger.
okay, this is a little bit of news from our friend John Morosi. Thank you very much, Shoal Lee, our producer. John Morosi asked Bo Bichette if he'll be ready for the World Series. He said yes, quote, I'm good, he said. So there you go.
Nice.
If the Jays get Bo Bichette back, I'm just saying.
Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying
they'll have a better chance.
The approach this team has. I mean, look, I've got some concerns about the pitching. I admit I've got some concerns about how the pitching matches up.
Sure.
But with this team's approach, and you know what? I really don't have any. I don't care. I don't care. They can lose in 4 to the Dodgers. I'm a happy man, because the foundation. The foundation was always here. I think what happened this year is the foundation. I think what happened this year is the fans finally started to believe that the foundation could bear fruit. Something about this World Series. It is going to feature 2 big payroll teams.
Yeah.
The biggest payroll in the Dodgers. And the Blue Jays are 5th or 6th.
5th, I think.
You know what else it's going to feature? The Dodgers put more of their revenue into their payroll, a higher percentage of revenue into their payroll. In other words, the money they make, they stick it back in to give Shohei Ohtani his $1 billion contract. There's only 2 teams close to them when it comes to percentage of revenue that goes to payroll. The Toronto Blue Jays are one of them. In other words, the money the Jays make off the Blue Jays, or the money ownership makes off the Blue Jays, the percentage of that goes to baseball operations, that goes to payroll, is one of the top in baseball. So I'm putting that out there, because you're going to hear the Dodgers are bad for baseball, yada yada. The Dodgers make a ton of money, and the Dodgers stick it back in the team. Jays make money, they stick it back into the team. And I think maybe fans, when I talk about the foundation being here, I think fans believe that now. Like, literally, Ross Atkins and Mark Shapiro can tell them that summer begins tomorrow, and people will go, yeah, you're absolutely right. Summer begins tomorrow. I mean, maybe not Ross, but I mean, Mark could. I shouldn't really say that. 4-3, the Blue Jays have beaten the Seattle Mariners. I am nice.
That's nasty.
4-3, the Blue Jays have beaten the Seattle Mariners. They are off to the World Series. Hazel May, before we take a break, Hazel May caught up with Jeff Hoffman, and we'll hear from Jeff Hoffman.
We're here with Jeff Hoffman. What was that experience like to be out there to finish this one off?
Yeah, honestly, just wanted to get it done for these guys. They worked so hard all season, all game. That was not an easy game to win. We had to claw back. We had to do it ourselves, and just wanted to bring it home for everybody.
This was certainly a different result in a Game 7 for you. How proud are you of this group to be able to really rally back and take this one?
Yeah, it didn't feel good going the other way. Felt like it was right in front of us, and then the crowd. Woo! Letting it slip through your hands is the worst feeling, and I was not going to let that happen again. I needed to flip what happened last time and pull through for these guys, and just really thankful that I did, and really happy for everybody.
Really happy for you. You're off to your first World Series. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jeff Hoffman.
Hey, give that dude credit, man. I mean, the conversation around him, and at the trade deadline, thinking about going out and getting a better arm for the 9th inning than he was, and the velocity where it's been basically most of the year, to come back and be the way he's been, I don't know, close to the last month. I mean, he's almost been lights out, and I think now all of a sudden when he's running out of the pen, you're happy to see that. So kudos to him for all the adjustments he's made. He's been dominant. He's been one of the main reasons they're at where they're at right now.
All right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to step away and take care of some business. We'll come back. I promise you. We got full phone lines. Promise you, we will get to the phone lines. The number is 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590, 590. Ross Atkins is on the field with his hat on backwards, man. He looks happy. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Hockey. It's taken over our basements, our driveways, and our backyards. And at Rona, we wouldn't change a thing. That's why we make sure your home can take any hits hockey throws its way. So hockey can keep taking over your laundry rooms, your living rooms, your garages, your kitchens. Make sure your home is ready for hockey season with Rona. Build it right, build it Rona.
Hola, soy Andrés Jiménez.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la cadena de Radio Sportnet.
First real scoring chance for the Blue Jays since the first inning. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Arozarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger! 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. One knee, no problem. You have to have that guy in a big game, and he crushed a pitch out to left center.
You have got to be kidding me, Ben. That is the best moment in sports I have ever seen.
Yeah, that was Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue summing up, I think, a lot of people's feelings. It is Blue Jays talk. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. I don't know what you all are doing Friday, but I know what I'm doing. We're going to be watching a freaking World Series game in Toronto. That's what I'm going to be doing. Game 1 of the World Series, folks, right here at the Rogers Center, Friday. Yeah, you might want to make plans for the weekend. There could be some stuff going on.
Hall of Famers running all over the place.
They'll be
all over the place.
Yeah, there will be Hall of Famers.
Man.
There's going to be like 1 million Joe Carter sightings, I'm sure, in the next couple of days, which is great.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays, when you celebrate Blue Jays history, most of the time you talk about 92, 93, a little bit about 2015, 2016, now the 2025 Blue Jays, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Now they're starting to write their own history. Vladdy is out in the outfield right now, holding I believe that's the American League American League Championship Series MVP trophy. The Jays are out in the field with most of their family members. Kind of a cool moment just a few moments ago. The Blue Jays grounds crew, I don't know if you know, if you go to the ballpark before games, you'll notice that they usually stand just along the left field line and they applaud as the Blue Jays players run off. And they're gathered around the pitcher's mound, anxiously waiting to begin their job of cleaning this place up and getting it ready for Friday. And a number of the players have come over and shaken hands with them and hugged them. And I'm sure at some point bottles of champagne will work their way over there as well. 4-3, the Toronto Blue Jays, they have beaten the Seattle Mariners. They have punched their ticket to the World Series the first time since 1993. The Jays did something no other team has done. They lost their first 2 home games in the ALCS. Fell behind 0-2, went on the road, brought it back home, and ended up winning the series. George Springer, you just heard that call of his home run. George Springer now going down in Toronto sports history, it's safe to say. We had a little bit of a debate. Joe Carter's home run, biggest home run in franchise history. A walk-off to win the World Series. Doesn't get any bigger than that. Nope. But then somebody, I don't know who it was in the press box, said, is this a bigger home run than Jose Bautista's bat flip? Oh, it was you, Barker. Thanks for that. And my initial reaction was, Then I thought, well, this did send the Blue Jays to the World Series. So my guess is that's something we can talk about tomorrow. Right now, we're going to talk about the Jays beating the Seattle Mariners 4-3. I want to do it with you. Gary in Brampton, you've been very patient. How you doing? You're on Blue Jays.
Hey, Gary.
Hey. Thanks. Thank you for taking the call. I'm just driving home from the game right now.
Okay, that's important stuff, man. How's the traffic? Because I'm going to be doing that eventually, too.
I beat the traffic. But I tell you guys, I just want to share some milestones. I'm a long-time season ticket holder. And I was there in 1985 at Exhibition Stadium with the Kansas City Royals, Game 7, and which we lost. And it was minus 10 with that wind chill. I got to tell you, it was I think, Jeff, you were probably there. It was a very cold night. We moved to the Sky Dome, and I was there in 1993 when Joe Carter hit the home run in Game 6. And fast forward, I was there when Batista hit the home run in 2015. And Edwin hit the home run in the wild card in 2016. Tonight, this was incredible, and I'm telling you, I've never seen the Rogers Center so electric in the last 40 years of seeing baseball in Toronto. And I'm really happy I was able to bring my son to the game tonight to experience it. And I'm looking forward to being there Friday night for the World Series. Let's go, Blue Jays.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate the call. I'm sure there are a lot of people who, have made memories tonight with their kids. It's a funny thing, and I guess maybe because I didn't grow up in Toronto and didn't move here till 2000, but I really do think. And I had this conversation actually yesterday with Andrew Miller of the Players Association. We were talking about the Blue Jays and how the rest of the country views them and the whole, they're Canada's team thing. And I told them, the thing you have to remember, there are great wide swaths of this country, especially in rural areas, where you play hockey in the winter and you play baseball, or as we used to call it, hardball, because you play a lot of softball in the prairies, and you play hardball in the summer. And, this is... As I tell people, there are 2 true national sports brands in Canada. One, any team Canada, basketball, baseball, hockey, whatever. Stick a maple leaf on the jersey, everybody cheers for them. There's the Raptors, to a certain degree, although I don't think they have as much cachet nationally as the Blue Jays, and there's the Blue Jays. NHL teams, I hate to tell you this, well, you probably know, there are lots of folks around the country who don't like the Maple Leafs. There are a lot of people in Toronto who don't like the Ottawa Senators or the Montreal Canadiens, and quite frankly, as I've said, everybody hates the Vancouver Canucks, whether you're in Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, Montreal, Ottawa, or Toronto. So the Blue Jays are kind of a national brand. Yeah, and this is, there'll be a lot of this. Again, this sucker's on in bars in Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, Morden, Winkler. I think Winkler has a bar at Never-East. That's another story. North Bay, all those places. That's the entire country's watching this right now.
Yeah, I can't go out anywhere without people coming up to me talking about the Blue Jays, happy about a Blue Jay, asking about Hazel. Like just
no one asks about me.
Everybody, they say is he as mean as he looks? Absolutely, he is. He's swirly. Yeah, he is. He's impossible to work with, but I deal with him because he is Jeff Blair. But point is that everybody loves the Jays. Everybody is bought into this team. Give the organization credit, Jeff, for, the continuity of the team. The likability of the team is huge. Like, it's, they're 2015 team. You can dislike some dudes on that team. There's not really anybody on this team
I don't know about that.
There's, opposing teams, and this team they just outplay you. Like, they do the things that they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it, because they can. And that's kind of a cool thing.
There were times, I'll admit, as someone who had to cover that 2015 team, they had some guys who could be a pain in the ass
there you go.
to deal with. I loved it because
I did too.
That's me.
Yeah. And I was too.
And but yeah, this team is Bo Vlad. Man, I'll tell you what. Morosi's tweet, Bo Bichette saying that he's ready to go, that he's good to go. I mean, that just.
Is he playing short?
Yeah.
You seen that dude playing short for the Jays? He's pretty good, eh?
Dude playing short's pretty good. Dude playing short's pretty good.
Also that guy that DHs every day is pretty good, too.
Yeah, maybe we'll just... Anyhow, let's go to Sam in Hamilton.
Hey, guys. First of all, isn't this game just a representation of this team?
Yes.
Every time you think that they're down, they come back and have a huge moment, and then the bullpen just saves it. Anyways, isn't it kind of funny how one of the three of the most iconic home runs in franchise history have all come against AL West teams? Alomar against Oakland, Batista against the Rangers, and now Springer against the Mariners.
Yes.
What about the Blue Jays in the AL West?
Yeah, you know what? It's funny you mentioned that, and that is a great call, because that Alomar home run against the Oakland Athletics were one of the teams that just stood in the way of the Blue Jays getting to where they ultimately wanted to go. They had Dennis Eckersley. Dennis Eckersley was a knob. Let's just face it. He was when he was on the mound. When Robbie Alomar took him deep, it was like this weight had been lifted off the franchise. They went on to win the World Series. And, again, this Blue Jays team beat a Seattle Mariners team that partied on their own, partied at the Rogers Center a couple of years ago, right? That collision, Springer and Bo, and, Jordan Romano melting down, all the stuff that went into that game. Tim Mesa melting down, and I think it was 8-1 at one point, and the Mariners came back to win. So, yeah, they've checked some boxes, man. They've checked some boxes this year between beating the Yankees, beating the Yankees to the point where, they basically sucked the life out of the Yankees franchise, and had the general manager saying afterwards, Brian Cashman said this week, hey, we got rolled by the Blue Jays in the regular season. They rolled us again in the playoffs. We couldn't beat the Blue Jays. That's why we're not still in the playoffs. So they slayed that dragon and slayed the Mariners dragon. And guess what? In comes Shohei Ohtani and Roki Sasaki. All right, we've got to just point this out, too. On the field, again, I talked about the grounds crew who just finished being doused with beer. And they are now... I don't know who that is walking over there with the American League Championship Series trophy, just shaking hands with all the grounds crew, which is kind of cool. And there's still a lot of fans here, man.
Yeah,
they're still they've thinned out, but there's still a couple of hundred at least here.
Yeah, I see Buck Martinez down there on the field. That's pretty cool.
I do see Buck Martinez
shaking
on the
hands,
field, getting hugged.
Yeah,
I see Andres Jimenez with his shirt off. Who's that? He's talking to Hazel.
No, that's Dalton Varsho.
Is that Varsho?
That's Dalton Varsho.
Whatever. Yeah, I guess it is. I just can't tell. You can't tell when the shirts are off necessarily.
Well, there's only a couple of people that take their shirt off all the time.
That's
George
true.
Springer, he's out there in left field.
Springer,
he can do what he wants.
Oh yeah,
whenever he wants
Springer
to do
can walk around the city nude for the rest of his life, as far as people are concerned. Will in Calgary, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey boys, it's so amazing to get with you guys today. One of your callers earlier talked about the memories that you make for moments like this. My wife and I got married about a year ago, and for the last year I've been telling her about the Batista game and the Batista home run. And it's amazing to be able to have this with her now and for her to have this own memory. A quick story for you guys. Right before Jimenez hit the home run in Game 3, I sent my wife, I was kind of out of it after they surrendered those early runs, and I was really down, and I sent my wife a Word Bites game on text message, and we were casually playing that, and then Jimenez hits his home run. Game 4, similar thing. Right before Jimenez hit his home run, I sent her a Word Bites there. And then tonight we're looking for all the magic we can in the 7th inning, and I'm like, you know what? I haven't sent my wife a word bites during the game yet today, and sent it to her right after that first runner got on base in the 7th inning, and next thing you know, before I can finish that game, Springer hits that home run, and the Jays are going to be heading to the World Series, boys.
I'll tell you what, do that Friday, Saturday. And do it for the rest of the week as well, and let us know when you do it if you're going to bring that type of magic to the Blue Jays. And thanks for the call, Tony in Cornwall. Why am I not surprised that I'm hearing from you tonight?
How are you?
I'm doing well.
So no Seattle slew tonight. We slew the Seattles. How's that? And
Seattle slew. Okay, I get it. That's good.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, you're the writer, right? So
allegedly.
Well, who says allegedly? I never said that.
Yeah.
But Jeff, what a comeback, and the resolve in that team and the way they played as a team, and what I love about that is that I'm sitting in a bar today in Montreal, and came to see my friends, and there's people from Toronto, Montreal, and like you said, across the whole country, we're still cheering for the Blue Jays. And who else would you not want to be cheering for a great leader like Vlad and Springer? Just amazing athletes. The team plays for itself. There's none of this competition among superstars on that team. And the guys that play the role, the small ball team, the guys that come up with those crazy hits in the 7th inning, the whole crew, I call them the demolition crew. Every one of them, from Jimenez to the great hitters that you have that are creating small hits, taking off pressure, and then bang, George comes through with this amazing hit, turning the city on its ear. And you got to love it. And you know what? One thing, LA thinks that they're going to steamroll the Blue Jays. Well, guess what? I don't think that's going to happen. They're going to learn that the Blue Jays have the fight in them, they have the dog in them, they have the pitching staff, and they have a smart manager, and they have a decent a crowd that'll be in there supporting them, and not just decent, but overwhelmingly crazy fans. And guess what? We have the right mix of great ball players that can play both offense, small ball, and long ball. And defense, like you said, Jimenez is a great shortstop. And we didn't lose anything by losing our great hitter. And like right now, I would say that we should just keep rolling along and keep it positive. Blue Jays go all the way.
Tony, I appreciate the call. Thanks so much. Again, Bo Bichette letting John Morosi know that in his mind, he's good. Quote, I'm good. He's ready to go. The good news is you got 4 days to rest up, get treatment. I'm sure they'll have him run. It seems that running the base is kind of the last thing, right? We're led to believe that essentially being able to go, I was going to say go first to third.
Yeah, well,
you got to
first
be
to
able
third's
to do
a big
that.
deal, too. Remember, too, the last time he had the little hiccup was around second base.
Exactly.
Where he felt that pain again, and they sort of backed him off. So, yeah, he'll be a big add. You got to find the right place for him. He's going to play defense. If he's going to DH, what's that do to George? Like, they got some things to iron out there. But they got a couple of days. It never hurts to have your cleanup hitter back. I'm assuming John's going to throw him right back into the cleanup spot and protection for Vladdy, and now all of a sudden your lineup's a little bit longer. You got a run producer in there, somebody that can hit some big-time pitching, because, Jeff, they're about to get it. Like, they're about to get some dudes in that rotation for the Dodgers.
They're about to take a step into the vortex.
That's the deep end of the pool, boy.
There's but you're going to see a lot of pitching. But
for me, they're the only team in the American League that can do this.
Yeah.
They're the only team that has a chance of beating the Dodgers.
They make contact, the whole up and down. I'm with you. I think, it's funny. We were sitting there thinking about how the hell are we going to watch a Seattle-LA World Series? And you know what? I think there are people in Major League Baseball who are happy as hell that the Blue Jays are in, because it's always better when you have kind of a coast-to-coast thing happening. Mm-hmm. I think you're going to find a crap ton of people in the United States cheering for the Blue Jays. It's going to be fascinating. And, right now you look at it and you think it could be a short series. I thought this one might be a short series and going the other way.
How dare you?
So I'm not prepared to say that right now. Let's see if Bo is healthy. Let's see if Bo is healthy. I think that'll have a say on how this series goes. But, man, after what we saw tonight, the magic we've seen throughout this series, and let's not forget, we're going to talk a lot about Shohei Ohtani the next couple of days. The best hitter in the postseason right now ain't Shohei Ohtani. He ain't playing for the Dodgers. He's playing for the Toronto Blue Jays. It is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Matt in Vancouver, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Yo, hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. You're just talking Blue Jays coast to coast, like being Canada's team. You were talking a few minutes ago about them being, like, popular in rural areas. But you got to know, I'm in Vancouver, born and raised Vancouver, right? We're not going to talk hockey, but, like, the single A affiliate for the Toronto Blue Jays is the Vancouver Canadians.
Mm-hmm.
And like, Barger came up through here. Yes, Savage obviously played a few games for us this season.
John Schneider managed you.
John Schneider managed us to a three-peat championship. Like, we are invested. Over here on the other coast, it's only 9 o'clock, and we're going to party. We're going to keep the party going so hard because the Blue Jays are 100% Canada's team. And this whole, I don't know who organized this, but Vancouver being the minor affiliate for the Blue Jays just, like, has built this investment. And I know I got a couple Mariners fans here because geographically they're not wrong, but they're going to jump on the Toronto bandwagon for sure. For sure. I know they're going to, like, trade their hats this week or Friday.
I appreciate the call.
Yeah,
Thanks
we'll
a lot. And, you still got a lot of partying to do in Vancouver. It is 3 hours behind. And it is true. The Vancouver Canadians are a very important part of the foundation of this franchise. A lot of guys have come through there. We talked about John Schneider, the manager, coming through there. And, one of the reasons that the Blue Jays jumped at the opportunity to be part of the Vancouver Canadians, to join at the Canadians ownership group, is they knew. I mean, it makes perfect sense. You do want to take the brand across the country. And there's, you can have the games on TV and you can have the games on the radio, but there's something about being able to go out to the ballpark on a summer evening, watch a team, watch some guys play, and a year later turn on your TV set and the dude's pitching in the AL Championship
it's crazy
Series. Not even a year later. It's the same damn year. That is something different entirely. Lauren and Simcoe, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Blair and Barker. Love the show. Love the pod. Love the show the whole year.
Thank you, man.
As the 90s kids growing up in rural Southern Ontario, 90s Jays was it. Back to back, we wore the shirts, we wore the jackets, we wore the winter jackets. It inspired us to play ball. It inspired us to love the Blue Jays. My daughter now, Isabel, she got into playing baseball for her love of watching Bo, Vladdy, and George. And I can't say enough good about Uncle George. I told you this before, Blair. I thought he was going to be a bad contract. We're going to have to buy him out. He saved our regular season, and he saved our playoff season. And I'm glad I said a prayer 2 days ago for Uncle George, and I'm glad we have him. And he is an amazing person to have for our team and our country.
Yeah, he is. Listen, I appreciate the call. We talked about this a little bit on the pregame show. Somebody asked George a question today in the media availability about it being his 5th elimination game. And I looked at you, and I said, that can't be right. And I said on the air that I wasn't entirely certain I was right. Somebody, of course, a listener, sent out a tweet or an X or whatever the hell it is. And, it is right. 5 elimination games for George Springer. 23 career postseason home runs.
So it's almost like he's lived that 7th inning before in his mind, in real life, knows how to make an adjustment against a good pitcher, doesn't let that moment get too big. Jimenez getting the bunt down,
there's a lot of Hey, what about Addison Barger drawing a walk?
Yeah, how about
drawing
that?
A leadoff walk.
How about that? How about IKF getting a single up the middle?
Mm-hmm.
How about Jimenez bunting them over like a perfect bunt? I mean, that's not the easiest thing to do, right, against some good pitchers who throw hard with some late movement. And then George comes up, and I mentioned that in-game adjustment. You could tell Seattle had made an adjustment against those big righties. They were throwing them hard in, soft away. The booing, the first 2 pitches of the game from George Kirby was those sinkers up and in. That was the thing, right? You got to make them uncomfortable. You got to get it in there. If you want to get them out of the way, you got to get them sort of respecting that velocity and that movement in. And for George to come up and, look in there and get one that's a little out over the plate and do the damage that he did, and knew when it left the bat that it was a homer. I mean, boy, you talking about a giant pair, Jeff.
Oh,
man.
Yeah.
That's a boy.
That's
pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's a substantial pair to do what he did. And you know, we were watching Caleb and Pilar and just watching the way they were pitching them high and inside. Yeah. And I mean,
their lineup was dead. They just didn't have anything going. Yeah. Their at-bats were, a little non-competitive, and then sort of that seventh inning happened, and Addison Barger got the walk, which is very aggressive.
Did you second-guess the Kirby move from Dan Wilson?
I mean, that's it's third time through. You're not allowing sort of that part of the lineup to see him. It sounded to me like it looked to me like because of how hard he was throwing. I mean, all of his pitches went up about almost 2 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So it's just sort of the plan was go out there and let it eat as much as you can.
Yeah.
And then we're going to turn it over to a plethora of bullpens. I just don't understand the Nunez thing. I mean, he's your closer. He's basically unhittable.
Yeah.
And you don't bring him in the biggest part of the game up to the top of the order. Against the Blue Jays, I just don't get that.
There were a couple of. I mean, the other one too. The second inning, you put the first two men on base. J.P. Crawford comes up. J.P. Crawford is 6 for 12 with 4 RBI against Shane Bieber. You have him bunt in the second inning, bringing your 8 and 9 hole hitters up. Your 8-hitter, Rivas, strikes out. Your 9-hole hitter grounds out. I'm just, that to me, man, I got Shane Bieber on the ropes. I basically said, here's an out.
Yeah.
And now you get to work against my two
Yeah, how
weakest
about
hitters.
Shane, too? Shane didn't look very good, right? I mean, the location wasn't real good. The spin wasn't real good. I mean, he grinded through it. I mean, basically every one of those innings, 3 out of the 4, the leadoff hitter got on. One of those was a Rodriguez homer. Like, just nothing was working. He grinded through it. He figured it out. Again, I think that's sort of the Jays in 2025 is when you don't have it, you sort of figure out or do whatever you have to do. It was more elevation. It was more, he started throwing a few more change-ups. You could tell just by the way he was walking around the mound looking in their dugout like, Skip, I'm throwing everything I got at him. It's everything but the kitchen sink. It, in the end worked out. But it's just a collection of a bunch of dudes trying to get it done, and finally somebody walked up and ran into one. Boy, homers are fun to watch, Jeff.
Yeah, whatever happened to the Blue Jays were going to have to win games with contact and things like that.
Well, they kind of did in the seventh inning. It's sort of the whole sort of 2025 season rolled into the seventh inning, right? The walk, the IKF that they brought over, got the single, and then the sack bunt, and then Big George walks up and runs into one. It's sort of that's 2025.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say goodbye to the network in a couple of minutes, and then we're going to continue right through to 1 Eastern on Sportsnet 5net. Parker just dropped his pen. No, we're going to continue through to 1 Eastern on Sportsnet 590. Yeah, neither do I. Well, I mean, you're not going anywhere because she's not going anywhere, and she's down in the field talking to people. So, so we will be continuing the coverage on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, and if you're listening to us online, we will be going right through to 1 o'clock Eastern. Again, feel free. There are a couple lines open. 416-870-0590. Star 590, 1-888-666-0590. 590 is the text line. Let's squeeze in one more call before we break. Chris Dawson in Winlaw, BC. C-Daw, how you doing?
How are you, Jeff?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm talking to you off a porch and a cabin in the middle of the mountains.
I'm not surprised.
I'm jealous.
You were, my friend Barker's jealous.
I love that stuff.
Life is long, Jeff. I am so glad to talk to you again, and I love your post-game shows. And what a win!
Yeah, it was something, man. It was something. It was crazy. It was crazy. I haven't covered a team.
I remember watching the World Series because I'm old enough.
Yeah.
And in a little pub in Calgary, and jumping up and down, and we can only hope, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's yeah. I mean, it's going to be a tough road, but I mean, if any team can do it, this team can do it, man. Yeah. That's
you never know.
That's kind of the approach. Good to hear from you, man.
Hey, buddy, you know what? It's so good to talk to you and hear from you and listen to you and touch base again.
Good talking to you, man. We'll keep in touch.
Old Calgary Herald days.
Absolutely. Take care, man. Be well. As Chris Dawson, C-Daw we used to call him, wrote with me at the Calgary Herald in 1987.
Wow.
Yeah, believe it or not, I was still alive. I was alive in 87.
I was 11.
That was like, shut up. You're 11. That was like my second job in newspapers.
Was it?
And now he's living in, see what I do to people? Now he's living in a mountain in BC.
Good for him.
Or in a cabin in
That's
BC.
That's a beautiful place. Been
Barker,
there a couple
that's
of
your
times.
dream, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
That's your dream.
Yeah.
Anyhow, it's great to hear from Chris Dawson. Here's what we're going to do. As I said, we're going to step away from the network. We're going to come back and continue the dialogue right up to 1 o'clock. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Postseason Baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts.
Hey, it's Ray Ferraro. Playing 18 years in the NHL took a toll on my knees and ankles. I knew that to stay healthy, I had to keep moving. Kintec not only looked at my feet, but also at the way that I move. They created solutions designed for me. Now I'm staying healthy and active, doing the things I love. If pain is stopping you from moving, Kintec's footwear and orthotics working together will get you back on track. Check them out at kintec.net.
At Newboro, we develop unique plans so people can unlock the equity in their home. Unique like this one. It's called the Wands Plan. Mark and Maria were searching for a way to invest in their future and increase their cash flow. We created a plan with a strong foundation, erased debt, and even helped Maria finish some additional schooling. We think that's pretty smart. Reach out today. We'll work side by side to unlock the equity in your home.
Use your home to get a loan with Newboro.
License 13115.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
There's nothing worse than your furnace taking a long winter's nap. Stay warm with a free furnace checkup from Enercare, available to homes in the GTA. That's a $99 value. Our experts can fix your furnace fast, or we'll give you up to $10,000 in prepaid credit cards when you rent a new heat pump and furnace, installed as soon as the next day. Keep your furnace wide awake with a visit from an Enercare expert. Terms and conditions apply. Visit enercare.ca.
Enercare. Experts at home.
The fall get-together is here at Canadian Blood Services, which means it's the perfect time to grab your crew, hit up a donor center, and experience what you get when you give together. It's not just about donating blood and plasma. It's about showing up and feeling like we actually did something.
Jesse, you're up.
Awesome. Be right there. Book an appointment today at blood.ca and experience what you get when you give. Canadian Blood Services. Who's saving who?
Everyone's got a pro. Need tires?
I've got a pro.
Car making a weird sound?
I've got a pro.
So who's that pro? The pros at Tread Experts. Until December 7th, get a $70 Bridgestone prepaid MasterCard when you buy 4 eligible Bridgestone tires. Or save up to $120 with 4 eligible Blizzak or Winter Peak tires. Find a Bridgestone Tread Experts dealer at treadexperts.ca/locations.
From tires to auto repair, we're always there. TreadExperts.ca.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details.
At Don Valley North for Lexus.
A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Get winter ready, Toronto. The Toronto Ski and Snowboard Show is back. Shop till you drop at the Canadian Ski Patrol Ski Swap with exclusive show specials. Plus, purchase your ticket online and score a 2-for-1 lift ticket voucher to 6 Ontario areas. That's over $80 in savings. See their website for details. The Toronto Ski and Snowboard Show. This Friday through Sunday at the Better Living Center. Get your tickets now at torontoskishow.ca.
Pizzaville's got a really big special. Feed 4 or more for only $19.99 with Pizzaville's 3-topping extra-large pickup special. Bigger than 2 medium pizzas. Order online or call 416-736-3636.
CJCL Toronto.
Pretty humbled to be part of it, you know what I mean? I've said it before, besides my wife and kids, this is what I pour my life into. So to be leading the team that's going back to the World Series for the first time in 32 years kind of hits me a little bit. And I couldn't be happier for every single guy on the team and in the clubhouse, not just the players, but the staff too. So we're gonna enjoy tonight big time, you know, and realize how hard it is to get here, and then get back to work and get ready for the Dodgers.
That is a man who will never, ever have to pay for a drink again as long as he's in Toronto. That is John Schneider, manager of the Toronto Blue Jays, the American League champion Toronto Blue Jays. They are off to the World Series. That's right. They're off to the World Series to play the Los Angeles Dodgers starting on Friday at the Rogers Center. The Jays beating the Seattle Mariners 4-3 tonight. For the first time since 1993, the Toronto Blue Jays will be in the World Series. Think about that for a minute. All the stuff you've been through as a Toronto sports fan, all the stuff you've been through as a Blue Jays fan, some of it good, but a lot of it frustrating.
All the stuff me and you've been through.
All the stuff, yeah, me and you have been through.
How about that?
A team that we never thought that, well, yeah, a team we didn't think at the start of the year would be here.
Yeah.
A team that moved into first place in the AL East. Canada Day, George Springer, of course, having a big role in that. And staying in first place the rest of the year, having to win out to keep the New York Yankees at bay, beating the New York Yankees, and then going on to beat the Seattle Mariners after losing the first 2 games at home. That just doesn't happen. But it happened for the 2025 Toronto Blue Jays. Aman and Victoria, BC, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
First off, great show as always, fellas, and behind the scenes as well. Just wanted to echo, this is Canada's team. Make absolutely no mistake about it. I was 16, celebrated 32 years ago when they did it, when Touch 'Em All happened. This is up there. I think this beats, second only to Touch 'Em All. Up there with Alomar, versus Eck was pretty special, and Neil Rest are obvious too. But I just wanted this angle here, fellas. I watch a lot of sports, and I think this is, I've always thought the Stanley Cup was the hardest trophy to win, but this is making an argument this year. This really is, this is a fairy tale. And the management, coaches and other sports, this is truly where I think that the men get separated from the boys. This is a chess game, and I'm sure everyone criticized Schneider in Toronto as much back out here on the West Coast when he didn't bring the right guy in Game 5. But this is unbelievable chess game. This guy's the real deal. 24 years in the organization. You can see how much it means to all of them. This is absolutely unbelievable. I wish I was of the age that I was out in the street celebrating like I did when I was a teenager. But this is absolutely great. Great coverage as always. This is Canada's team. There's a clip going around in the dressing room of the Les Habitants, the Habs, and they're interviewing, I think it's Gooley. I'm not sure who it is. and you hear the cheers when the Springer dinger happened. So make no mistake, all love out here in Victoria, BC, West Coast. You take care, fellas. Great show, and go Birds.
Thank you. Appreciate the call, Ahmad. Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about doing this show and the cool thing about having the Sportsnet radio network and being online is, I mean, we get to hear, we get to hear from folks across the country. It's cool for me because I've lived in Winnipeg, Kingston, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Calgary, Montreal here, so I kind of feel like I've pretty much lived across the country. Mm-hmm. And it really does. It really resonates, man. And it's great. This is what sports is supposed to do. Sports is supposed to bring people together. I'm not going to get all maudlin about it, but it is. And it doesn't bring everybody together, but there are, this team has succeeded. I'm sorry, I'll tell you what happened in a minute. This team has succeeded in doing that. There are still a couple of dozen fans here. The players and their families, some of them are still in the field. I wish I had a camera in this because right now on the pitcher's mound, Jose Bautista and Marco Estrada. Marco Estrada threw out the first pitch tonight. Jose Bautista threw out the first pitch the other night. I think they're comparing their first pitches. Batista,
I think so too.
And Estrada.
Yeah, I think so too.
This is a detailed baseball talk with the ground screw. The Estrada was showing where his foot landed or something like that.
I know Jose was practicing before he threw out his
Estrada. He's showing.
Yeah. They are really into it. The stride and how their extension and release point and keep your shoulders square.
And what
they're all into it. It's pretty. Everybody's around them watching them.
And people forget that Jose Bautista attempted a comeback as a pitcher. He attempted a comeback as a pitcher. It didn't go very well.
No.
But he attempted a comeback as a pitcher.
Yeah, I just want to get back to the John thing. I'm happy for John. Like, John's been through it a little bit, right, with the pitching moves. And
he's been through it a lot.
Absolutely. And he's taken a lot of heat from everybody, including us. I know Pete Walker, the pitching coach, really took that hard in Game 5. And I know John was walking him off the plank for a little while, which, they're really invested. They really, take everything to heart when it comes to their team and their players. And I'm happy that now fans believe in John and believe in the coaching staff and, just think that John's the right guy in the right spot. And, maybe that'll change if he makes the wrong move against the Dodgers. Sometimes that's the way it is, right? It's what have you done for me lately? But, John puts his heart and soul into that. It's not just because he's sitting around going, how can I screw this up? He puts a lot of thought into the pitching moves he's trying to make and, his lineups and just everything that goes into the product on the field to try and make it the best it can possibly be. And I'm really happy for everybody.
This is hilarious. Vladdy and his entourage are just walking off the field. Somebody's got the trophy, the MVP trophy. It isn't Vladdy. The last time we saw Vladdy, he was spraying fans with a hose. So whoever, Vladdy and a hose, when those things get together, bad things are going to happen. It looks like Bautista and Estrada have finished their discussion about the first pitch, and they're walking. It was great to see Marco Estrada, by the way. I mean, the guy whose pitching performance here still goes down as one of the great pitching performances in club history. Tonight we got to talk about two other guys, man. Kevin Gausman and Chris Bassett coming out of the bullpen, keeping things steady, giving the Jays offense a chance to get going, and then Jeff Hoffman coming in and closing it up.
It was odd seeing Kevin run out of the pen. I don't know about you, but when I saw that, it just didn't look right? I mean, it was in game, and then to see him come out and throw and do whatever it took to get the outs he needed to get out. It was just, we heard John say, we're up to using whoever, and sometimes we roll our eyes. We were rolling our eyes about, right. And to actually see them come out and perform the way they did was pretty awesome.
Charlie and Thornhill, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
What a night, Blair and Barker. I mean, what a night. Let's let's just revel in it. I have so many baseball and sports and philosophical thoughts exploding through my head, but I'll keep it succinct to a few different points. First of all, a pleasure for real listening to you guys all season. I often tuned in. The Blue Jays broadcasts in general, including you guys for the color, the analysis in color, has been fantastic. I always liked Barker but he gets better for real. You get better with the more you listen to, like a fine wine, right? You think at the beginning you think maybe he's just a baseball guy who like just loves baseball, which you do obviously. Mm-hmm. But you see the analysis is very sophisticated, so that's awesome. I mean, the narratives are endless. The positive narratives, like if you were still writing for the newspaper, you should definitely lobby for a big feature front page and on Sportsnet.ca or whatever.
Yeah.
About all the narratives, man, are incredible. Going into the game, I did believe. I was positive. I was optimistic. Then as the game went on, I lost most of the optimism because I braced myself as a Toronto sports fan to be disappointed yet again. And I started getting, well, you know what? It was still a good season. I started telling myself that. And then all of a sudden, in the seventh inning, no joke, I was like, you know what? They're going to win. They're the number one comeback team in the majors this year. They're going to do it again. And they did. And then just an epic home run by Georgie. Yeah, I think it vaults into second place in Blue Jays history, narrowly above Alomar, and noticeably in terms of importance above Bautista and Encarnacion, even though those home runs were epic too. But this one was more significant. It just was. So second, clearly, I think only to Carter. It's going to be Vladdy versus Shohei starting in Toronto. It's, this is the final boss. The Dodgers are the final boss.
Yes, they are.
A fitting final boss because they are the best team in the best organization in the majors. They're the new, maybe not evil empire, but they're their new empire. And yeah, like go Jays, go! It's what a season! What a season so far! Amazing.
Sure, I appreciate the call. Thanks so much, Vincent Scarborough. You're on Blue Jays Talk. What's up, Vince?
Hey, thanks, guys. I remember in the 90s listening to the baseball games, Tom and Jerry driving to soccer. The other summer sport in Canada.
Oh yeah, I know soccer. You're a soccer guy.
And now, 30 years later, listening to the ball game on the radio, nothing beats it. And I'm thinking about this Blue Jay team today against the Dodgers. It reminds me a little bit of the 2019 Raptors going against Golden State. The heavy hitters, Golden State. That's what the Dodgers are. Kawhi Leonard, we got Vladdy, and it's a nice team. And I didn't know much about the baseball team this year, okay? I'm just a fair weather fan jumping on here for the last month. I kind of thought they were like a Moneyball team. And then you just told me they got like the second most revenue in baseball and a high cap. But it's all these guys I never heard of that are coming together. Those double plays last game, those 2 double plays for that young pitcher, that was real baseball for me. But yeah. I think that saved the series. That changed everything. And I like the way how candid you guys are after hours. It's pretty fun to listen to, boys. So keep up the good work. And those two guys on the radio, Showman and LaRue. Yeah, keep it going, man. It's great commentary. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I appreciate it. No, I will pass that on to them, although I'm sure actually LaRue's probably listening right now. I don't know what the traffic's like outside. I don't know what the situation is with. I did see the City of Toronto police horses out there. So.
I'm sure it's not good.
I'm going to apologize. Is this Raton? Did I say it right? Raton in Mississauga? There. Very good for me, I think. How you doing, Raton?
Yeah, Jeff. It's Rattan. Yeah, you got it right.
Come on, Show. You're supposed to jump in here and help me with this. Anyhow, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good, Jeff. Good, Jeff. Fan of yours and player Barker. Sorry, yours more so. So I'll give you your cred rather than the last caller. But I wanted to give a little shout out because we saw the video that went viral from the Jays last game, and it kind of reminded me of the Mets broadcast. I followed him on Twitter. John Dramasco, Baseball Cinema. That shot of Vladdy getting emotional, just talking about Game 7, was a work of art. It was just beautiful. So Dan Schulman on Twitter pointed out the cameraman operator's names. Yeah. I'm forgetting on the top of my head. So credit to those gentlemen. They did a brilliant job. I just really wanted to shout that out because that's just a work of art. Of art.
Beautiful. I appreciate
my main point, so.
And you got a point to make. You wanted to talk about the bullpen, I think, didn't you?
Exactly. Yes, sir. So we talked about it. We had 2 guys that were very unfamiliar with this ever since, Gosman's Giants outing. I've seen viral on Twitter. Ever since then, it was just him and Max Scherzer, that 2 starters that did a last bullpen outing. So it was going to be unfamiliar territory. But Gauze rose up to the challenge. Varland rose up to the challenge. We knew Bieber didn't have his best stuff, but still he was able to get a decent amount of Ks, limit his runs as best as we want from a starter in this time of the year. So while he didn't have his best stuff, a combination of himself with the guys I named earlier, Dominguez, Hoffman, everyone pulled their weight today because, as Schneider said, it was an all-hands-on-deck effort, and this fully showed the capabilities of this bullpen's capabilities when everyone is pulling in one direction. It was just a thing of beauty, honestly.
Yeah, appreciate the call. Thanks for that. And yeah, listen, I mean, we're gonna be reliving Gossman and Bassett for a long time. Maybe we have to start turning our attention to the World Series now. There are going to have to be some lineup decisions that are going to have to be made. Some pitching decisions are going to have to be made.
Mm-hmm. How does Bo fit in?
Yeah. That's kind
defensively,
of
I think, more than offensively.
Yeah, how Bo fits in is a question again for those of you who haven't heard. We're just John Morosi had a conversation with Bo Bichette, and Bo certainly seems as if he's ready to go, or if he's planning to go. Again, he's going to have to check some boxes. But, I don't know. I kind of thought for a while he might be on the ALCS roster. I'll just wait and see about that. But there'll have to be some pitching decisions made as well. Does John stick with the same starting rotation? Does he maybe change things up a bit? I don't know. It's Bieber wasn't that effective tonight. Trey Savage's velocity was down in his last start. Is that something that John has to think about? Chris Bassett looks awfully good. Chris Bassett's fresh. Do you look? And you know what? One thing about Chris Bassett, he didn't lose at home. He does not lose at home. So maybe do you put Chris Bassett in one of those games?
Boy, that looked really good coming out of the pen.
It sure did.
Yeah, the velocity was really good. The break on the stuff, when he's throwing that hard, it can almost tell you it's coming. That would be tough taking him out of that spot just because of what they don't have down there. Yep. And he can get a lefty out too. Also with
and he throws 1,000 pitches.
Yeah,
so.
Well, yeah, but he can shorten that up, right, and be sort of a 3-pitch guy. And you can tell he's a little fiery. Like he was pumped up coming off the mound. That heart rate goes up, and he's made a little bit of an adjustment when it comes to that. Yeah, there's some decisions, but I'm sure John will have fun filling that out and trying to figure out how it's going to make his team the best.
Greg in Hong Kong, you're on Blue Jays Talk. What time is it in Hong Kong?
Right now, it's like almost 1 o'clock. We're 12 hours ahead.
Wow, okay. Well, thank you for your call.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I want to thank you guys for putting on such a great show. I mean, in Hong Kong, I don't get to watch the games because it's the morning time and I work. And, you guys, Kevin Show, just put on a great show. And last year was a tough year, and I didn't even want to watch the games, but I listened to all you guys every day, just to really get me through the season. And I love your analysis and what you've been going through. But I just wanted to give flowers to Shapiro and Atkins and Schneider just for, I was on the list, top of the list of the petition of getting these guys out of here last year because I didn't think it was going to happen. But some of these, trades that we made from IKF to Bieber and, not trading to Savage for a closer, I think that's really amazing. And what about the Varsho trade now? I think that's really paid dividends. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, listen, they really have done they've stuck to their plan. I mean, I'll give them that. And actually, I'm going to they stuck to their plan to a degree. When they lost to the Mariners in, 2022, they decided they needed to emphasize defense. They needed to emphasize run prevention. So they went out and they traded Teoscar. They traded Lourdes Gurriel. And to Ross's credit in particular, he did say at the end of the year, we overcorrected. The course correction, maybe we overcorrected, and we learned from that. And that is one thing I do think about this front office. I think they learn from their mistakes. It may not be fast enough for fans, but I think they learn from their mistakes. And the other thing is, you have to keep in mind that at the base of all this, you have an ownership group that's committed to spending money. Edward Rogers, when he signed Vladdy, sat next to him to the extension, sat next to him in that platform and said, I want to win a World Series.
Yeah.
And he's serious about it. And he's putting his money where his mouth is when it comes to that.
Don't forget too, they changed their hitting coach.
They changed their hitting coach.
That's a huge deal.
That was a big deal.
Organizational changing. The people that I've talked to said David Popkins brings it like they've never had it here before, talking guys into certain things that, will get the best out of every individual. And it shows.
Yeah, and Kevin Gossman told us that, they had a moment in the off season where they had like a WhatsApp group, and basically the front office said, look, what can we do better? Help us out here. What can we do better in terms of communication and things of that nature? So they really, they course corrected. And while they were doing it, they, refurbished this ballpark. And I keep reminding people this because I'm old enough to remember going back to the days when the Jays were owned by Interbrew. And we used to really have discussions about, okay, This ballpark's a dump. Who's going to build a new ballpark? How are we going to get it done? Who's going to own the team? Mm-hmm. I mean, there were times where people in the commissioner's office were saying, we lost the Montreal Expos, but, Toronto, attendance isn't great. They got the Canadian dollar, et cetera, et cetera. So when I think back to Paul Godfrey being the president of the team and at a season ticket holders function, answering without a word of a lie 4 questions about why the season ticket holders couldn't get freaking hot water in the bathroom in the 200 level. That's the state that the thing was at, and it's it's gone a long way since then. Let's get through a couple of calls here before we go. Ed in Alliston, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys, big fan of you guys. Been following the Jays since day one. Turning 70 next year, and I was there in 85. I was there in 93. I've been there at the bat flip game. I was lucky to make it down to one game this series. And I'm eating crow tonight because I was telling a lot of my friends we should have pulled Springer. He shouldn't be playing tonight. And I apologize to George Springer. Mm-hmm. And I'll be apologizing hopefully right through the World Series.
Awesome. Listen, George is, thanks for the call.
He's a gamer.
George is a gamer. George has made a lot of us eat crow this year. He really has. I was like Barker says, I wouldn't say I was ready to drive him to the airport because the traffic in Toronto sucks and I wouldn't drive him, but I was certainly ready to call him an Uber.
You were going to pay for it, too.
I would have called an Uber and I would have paid for it.
Yeah.
I would have put it in your credit card probably, but I would have paid for George to go to the airport. Now they're going to maybe they build a statue to George here.
Wow.
Maybe they build a statue.
Yeah, maybe. He's earned it. Like the year he's had, he's the MVP of the team in my mind. 36, that hit he had tonight,
and he hit the home run that put the Blue Jays back in the World Series.
I think John sort of nipping everything in the bud when it comes to the leadoff spot and moving him down in the order to begin the season. The mechanical change that him and David Popkins made, like all the things that went into sort of the 2025 George Springer. Just seems to have turned out the way everybody wanted it to.
Let's go to David in Toronto. You're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. Absolutely love the show. Blair and Barker, classic. I just want to say one thing. Shout out to my boys, Yona and Banco. We were at the game tonight. You know what? We know what I got from this game. Springer, if you had taken him out after that second at-bat on that whiff, no one would have said a word. But he came back out, Kirk Gibson-esque, hit that home run basically on one leg. And I don't think we're talking about that enough. The man was on one leg. His last 7 at-bats looked horrible. He could barely walk. Let's give him his credit. This is our real MVP, just like Barker just said.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Appreciate the call. That's a great point. Kevin, you looked at me and said, that's the best swing he's had in 2 games.
Absolutely. It's how they were trying to get him out. It was the adjustment Seattle had made to all 3 of the big guys, and for him to go up in that at-bat and make the adjustment, look in there. I talk about phone booth all the time, right? Don't let leak towards, sort of takes away your power, and just that adjustment he made and standing a little taller and letting the ball travel that extra half an inch and, catching it before it actually sank. All the things that go into being George, he actually went up and applied it, and look at sort of what happened. That's sort of the things that you dream of as a baseball player in your backyard, flipping rocks in the air, thinking about hitting a homer in the 7th inning to win a game is one of the coolest things ever.
Alan in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
This makes Cinderella seem like a sad story. Worst to first. They were 74 and 88 last year. Now they're 94 and 68, I guess it is, yeah. And so it reminds me of the 1991 Minnesota Twins. They were exactly the same. They were 74 and 88, and they had one more win. They had 21 more wins than Toronto. So this is a team of destiny. And if I were to tell you at the beginning of the year, Toronto Blue Jays are going to reach the World Series, you would have said you're putting me in a straitjacket and you're getting me committed. No possible way. What was your official prediction at the outset of the season?
I'm going to give myself credit because I said they were going to win the wild card spot, but I did that because I didn't have the balls to say that I thought they'd finish in 4th or 5th, which is what I really thought.
I got to be honest. I said meaningful games in September after coming off a 74-win season. If they do that, that's a plus. And then they did this.
Yeah. I admit it. I didn't have the balls to say they were going to finish 4th or 5th.
Well, I did. I just didn't want to.
Yeah. Last call. We're going to go to Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia. Kyle, what's up, man?
My guys, how you doing?
We're doing well.
I'm doing well, too. Hey, just wanted to give some love to Jeff Hoffman because I was there with a lot of guys in the last month or so and being like, is this the guy? And the last 2 nights, man, he came out and shoved. You know, I called you guys last night, and I'm like, did we leave him out there too long? But he came out tonight, guys, and he got it done. And just want to say, man, I love this team, man. If you look up the definition of team in the dictionary, you're gonna find a picture of this team, the 2025 Blue Jays, right? So full team effort, like Barker likes to say, takes a village, man. It took a village tonight, and it's gonna take a village to shoot down the Dodgers, boys. So. But I think we can do it, man. It's going to take all 26 guys, and we'll see what happens, man. We've been underestimated all year, so let's go Blue Jays.
Oh, listen, we appreciate the call, and hey, we're going to be doing this sucker for at least another week or however long the World Series goes. So those of you who called up tonight, thanks for calling up. You want to call back, you know the numbers. Feel free to give us a call. We'll probably be taking calls on Blair and Barker tomorrow, I would think, too.
Yeah.
So we'll throw out the number on social media then. And shout out to my guy, Brennan Hamilton. Traffic is terrible, and I don't care. P.S. Blair, the queue is down to 1 lane at here, Ontario, and it sucks. Jeez. And with that, Jay's going to the World Series.
Way to go, Jeff.
QEW's down to 1 lane. All is right with the world.
Yeah.
Some things never change.
Never.
Hey, listen, what doesn't change is we really appreciate your calls. We appreciate your feedback for all of us here, for Show and Julia and Blake. We'll be doing all this through the World Series, before the game, after the game, during the game, days before, days after, right? Pretty much. We're pretty much at your beck and call. If they let us, yeah. And we'll be doing it as long as the Jays stay in the World Series. So listen, thank you for listening to Blue Jays Postseason Baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it for over 40 years. Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast.
Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
But we'll still follow this one as it goes throughout the night. The Texans had a bye week coming into this game and had some momentum behind them with a win against the Titans and then a win against the Ravens. Granted, so far they beat Cam Ward and Cooper Rush. Sam Darnold proving to be a little bit more of a challenge. He's 17 of 29.
Backs against the wall. We return to Toronto at Rogers Center for Game 6 of the American League Championship Series as the Toronto Blue Jays host the Seattle Mariners. Seattle, one win away from their first ever World Series appearance. The Toronto Blue Jays trying to win and live another day. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Blue Jays Playoff Baseball. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host. Nick Blackmore is our producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young are our technical directors. Raleigh had just asked for time. Steps back in the lefty box. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. On a slider, Savage gets Raleigh. 2 outs in the top of the first.
That's another missed spot. Alejandro Kirk was actually tapping the ground. He wanted that slider below the strike zone, but Cal Raleigh thought fastball actually in that count and was way out in front of that good slider that caught a little bit too much of the plate.
2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. They went to the splitter in an unhittable location, and Naylor fished for it down and away. 1 out.
It almost seemed like Josh Naylor was completely lost. He didn't know if it was going to be the elevated fastball. He didn't know if it was going to be the split finger, and that was a really, really awkward swing from Naylor.
1 out, bases empty. Infield shift to third. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Savage has punched out 2 in a row, and 3 of the first 5. 2 down. 2-2 again. Called strike 3, 94 at the knees. Savage punches out the Mariners in the top of the second, and the Blue Jays try and take that momentum into the bottom half. No score, Blue Jays and Mariners. 4 strikeouts for Trey Savage, including getting the side in the top of the second. Again, first and second, no outs. The 2-2. Barger ropes one down in right field, a base hit. Varsho getting the wave around third. He'll score easily. Clement goes first to third, and Barger gives the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second. He comes through in a huge spot to ignite this crowd again. And now they have Logan Gilbert cornered. First and third, still nobody out in the inning. First and third, no outs. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom 2. And the 1-2 pitch. Rolled over toward third. A slow bouncer. Bare hand. Bobbled by Suarez. Clement in to score. Kiner Valefa safe at first. Up to second goes Barger. It's 2-0 Blue Jays. Still nobody out in the bottom of the second. No outs. Top of the third and the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 5 Ks already for Trey Savage. 1 out in the top of the third. He got him on a splitter. This is a guy with 64 combined home runs, regular and postseason, a combined 132 RBIs. And with the Blue Jays up 2-0 in the top of the third, he comes up with the bases loaded, only 1 out. Infield back, they're looking at turn 2 or just getting out. The pitch. Hit on the ground, backhanded by Guerrero. He throws to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play! 3-6-1. Raleigh bounces out to ruin the jam. And the Blue Jays take a 2-0 lead to the bottom of the third. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. 2-0 Blue Jays in Game 6 of the ALCS. So 2 outs, the base is empty. Logan Gilbert about to throw his 55th pitch. It goes to Ernie Clement. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. Arozarena back on the track. Leaps at the fence. It's off the top of the wall. Clement into second. He'll race for third. Ernie Clement stops at third with a stand-up triple. 4 feet or less from a home run. Runner on third, 2 outs. Gilbert's pitch. Barger lifts the ball, right center. Canzone looking up at the fence. Out of here! Big fly! Addison Barger! And the Blue Jays double their advantage. They're up 4-0 in the third.
This place is shaking. What a swing from Addison Barger. Again, with a huge swing and a huge spot. That run standing at third base with 2 outs. And he comes through, a little hanging pitch. at the bottom part of that strike zone, and boy, oh boy, he didn't miss it.
Eventually, one of those hanging sliders or curves was going to be punished, and Barger, the right guy to do it, his second home run of the It all comes down to this. Killer be in this exact moment the second most popular Blue Jay. And there's a guy who hit a home run last inning who's probably the most popular at this point, but Trey is nipping at his heels. 22-year-olds, 1-2. He got him! Struck him out on a splitter. Cal Raleigh goes to 0 for 3. There's one out in the top of the sixth.
As soon as you throw a strike at the bottom of the strike zone with a fastball, a hitter can't just say, oh, I'm going to see it up. They have to respect that location, and that's when you throw that split finger below the strike zone, and that's exactly what Trey Savage did right there.
Savage offers, and the pitch is crushed. Right field and deep. Hooking toward the pole, it's way gone into the porch in right field. Home run, Josh Naylor. In his home country, he put Seattle on the board. 5-1 Blue Jays in the top of the sixth.
That's the type of player that he is. When he makes contact, when he barrels things up, that's what he does. Hit that thing 100 miles an hour, about 390 feet out to right field. He crushed it. He stood there and watched it as well.
Trey Savage hands the baseball to John Schneider, and Toronto lets him know how they feel about him and about this outing. 5 2/3, sparkling for Savage. A runner on first, in the Blue Jays leading 5-1 in the top of the sixth inning. 3-2 pitch, hit off the handle. A bloop headed down the right field line, base hit. Coming to third base, Arozarena. They give him the wave. Here's the throw from Guerrero. It's offline, and somehow the Mariners get a run out of that complete mishit. The baseball gods just smiled down on Seattle. Suarez got nothing on that ball. Hit it 58 miles an hour inside the line. It spun into the sidewall, and Arozarena scores from first on the single. 5-2. Vladdy's going to relinquish the hold on first with Suarez off on the pitch. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a changeup. He strikes out Crawford to end the top of the sixth. With 3 straight 2-out hits, the Mariners are on the board. It's the Blue Jays 5, the Mariners 2, middle of the sixth inning. Louis Varland is waiting on Rivas, who asks for time. Now the switch hitter batting left taps the plate. 2-2 pitch on the way. Called, strike 3, 98 at the knees, 2 down in the top of the seventh. Kirk on first in discussion with Mark Budzinski. Guerrero on second. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Gets away from Raleigh. There goes Vlad. Raleigh's throw to third. Gets away down the left field line. Vladdy up. He'll come in to score. Wild pitch and a rare error from Raleigh. They gift the Blue Jays a 6-2 lead in the bottom of the seventh.
Well, you said it. That is an absolute gift, especially with 2 strikes. Dalton Varsho had to shorten up, and now he can essentially feel comfortable in that batter's box. There's no pressure on him. The Blue Jays have scored that run from second base thanks to Cal Raleigh.
That's a 3rd Mariners error in the game. Heavy infield shift toward first. Switch hitter batting left in Raleigh. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss! Hoffman strikes out Raleigh, who goes to 0 for 4. He elevated at 95.
An absolutely perfect sequence from Kirk, from Hoffman. Obviously, Cal thinking something off speed there. A slider down, a split finger down. And Hoffman goes upstairs with a good 4-seam fastball, just missing the barrel of Cal Raleigh for the first out of the inning.
Hoffman's 8th pitch to Polanco. He got him. Went around on a pitch in the dirt. He punched his ticket on a splitter. 2 down in the top of the 8th inning. 4 outs to go. Righty's 0-1 pitch. Flip down the left field line. Going back, Clement looks back to Straw, who charges and makes the grab. 1, 2, 3 against Raleigh, Polanco, and Naylor for Jeff Hoffman. Middle of the 8th inning. 6-2 Blue Jays. The kick and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 down, 2 to go in the top of the 9th.
Jeff Hoffman's really found it, hasn't he? The fastball velocity is there. The command of that fastball is there, and he's really getting on top of that slider and split finger. He's looking like he did in early May and for the majority of April.
Full count, 1 out. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got him! Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down in the top of the 9th inning. They booed him off this time in August. They're roaring for Jeff Hoffman right now. He struck out 4 of 5 and is 1 out away from forcing Game 7. And the Mariners, for the first time in this game, are down to their last strike. Blue towels waving at Rogers Center with about 45,000 on their feet. Hoffman set, a look to second. And the 1-2. Poked out to shallow third base. Clement makes the grab, and the Blue Jays live another day. 6-2, the final score. The Blue Jays have forced a Game 7 here at Rogers Center.
What a fantastic performance all the way around. Trey Savage wasn't perfect tonight, but he made big pitches when he had to, got out of a couple of bases loaded, 1-out jams with double plays. Like I said when it happened, I don't think I've ever seen that before in back-to-back innings. What a job from him. He didn't seem like this moment was too big for him. It's exactly what the Blue Jays needed, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. came to play yet again.
It all comes down to this. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series about to take place in Toronto with a trip to the World Series on the line. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto ahead of this matchup between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Seattle Mariners. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Chinini, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle are our technical directors. Looking for the first out of Game 7, Bieber with a 3-2 pitch. Foul tip, strike 3. Went up on the hands with a fastball, kind of off the playbook, and maybe that surprised Raleigh. 1 out.
Yeah, that's a big out. You could tell that they were challenging him with that fastball, but it was perfectly located up and in right at the hands. Impossible to hit. Perfectly located, a pitcher's pitch, and a big first out here in this inning.
Naylor overall in the postseason hitting .341, 15 for 44. 2 doubles and 3 home runs. 3-1 pitch. He hits it on the ground right side. Dive, and it's under Guerrero at first, a base hit. Rodriguez gets the wave. Here's the throw from right by Barger. It's offline, and Josh Naylor has started the scoring with an RBI single in the top of the first. 1-0 Mariners in Game 7. Is 3-2. On the ground up the middle. Clement gloves, goes to second, and the throw bounces off the runner Naylor, who might have thrown himself in the way. Ernie Clement looks confused out to Ben May, and John Schneider wants an explanation. If you're in the base path and you happen to get hit, that's one thing. I'll have to take a second look before I say anything definitive here, but Clement seemed to feel that Naylor unnecessarily got in the way, at least from his reaction. We know there's at least 2 outs in the inning and a runner on first. The umps are going to conference. And they are going to call him out. So that'll be a double play as Josh Naylor threw himself in front of the throw. That ends the inning, but the Mariners do get 1. Julio Rodriguez with a leadoff double. Naylor singles in a run to make it 1-0 Mariners, middle of the first, Game 7 of the ALCS. Kick in the 0-1 pitch. On the ground, up the middle, base hit right center. Springer gets the wave around third. He'll score easily. Into third, Vladdy, and Varsho ties it in the first. RBI single, it's 1-1 in Game 7.
What a fantastic piece of hitting. It was another slider from George Kirby. Dalton Varsho recognized it, kept the hands back, did everything he could to barrel it up, and snuck it past the dive of second baseman Leo Rivas. We have ourselves a ball game yet again, 1-1 here in Toronto.
He's set, and the 2-strike pitch. He got him! Swing and a miss, strike 3 on a breaking ball down and in. Shane Bieber with a huge punch out, 2 down, and the corners can back up. Second and third, 2 down, Bieber's pitch. And it's chopped back to the hill. Backhanded by Bieber. Time to go to first, and he delivers over there to get out of the jam. Credit to Shane Bieber. Gives up 2 hits to start the inning. Works out of trouble. Keeps it tied 1-1. Middle of the second. Clement still chatting with Marquez. Here's another 2-2. And it's lifted to left center and deep. Going back, Lucas. So is Varsho. That ball is gone. Julio Rodriguez with a go-ahead solo home run, and it's 2-1 for the Mariners in the top of the third. Righty shakes his sign, wipes sweat off his face with his right arm, now sets. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, he got him. Arozarena chases in the dirt, and that'll do it for the top of the third. J.P. Crawford on deck. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good slider down and away. Got a chase from Suarez. A little over-eager was the right-handed hitter. 1 out.
That's the spin that you want on that slider. He's thrown a lot of spinners to the top of the strike zone. Eugenio Suarez swung and missed on one that he probably should have hammered. But that strike 3 slider right there, perfectly located, down and away. Not much Suarez could do with that pitch.
Runner on second, 1 out. Bieber's 1-2 pitch to Leo Rivas. He got him right back to the off speed. Had him out in front on a slider. 2 down. His 0-1. And it's hit high in the air, deep right field. Barger going back, turns at the fence. Raleigh has put one into the right field bullpen. Home run, Cal Raleigh, and the Mariners are in front 3-1 in the top of the 5th.
You can't let him beat you. If you're going to throw a changeup, especially doubling up with a changeup like that, you have to get it down. You have to tell yourself that if you're the pitcher out there on that mound. And Louis Barlin just left a fat one right over the middle, and Cal Raleigh hammered that thing into the bullpen in right field.
Ground ball would do a lot for the cause of Kevin Gausman because Cal Raleigh is on deck. 0-1. Swinging a bouncing ball to short. Jimenez gloves. Throws to second one. IKF to first, double play. Just what the doctor ordered. 6-4-3. And the bases wiped clean. 2 down.
That split finger got in on the hands of Julio Rodriguez. Perfectly located. What a turn from Andres Jimenez. And a perfect throw from IKF to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base. You have to look for your pitch over the heart of the plate if you're Addison Barger.
The 3-1. Inside, ball 4. Barger goes down to first, and the tying run comes up to the plate. 0-2 count, no outs. Barger on first, and the pitch. On the ground, up the middle, base hit center field. Barger makes the turn. He'll go back to second, and sticking with IKF pays off. Again, what do we know? It's first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th.
That's a great approach from IKF. 2 strikes on him. He's just trying to get the bat to the baseball, and it was a hanging slider, a sweeper. Brian Wu missed his spot by quite a bit. They were trying to throw it off the plate outside, missed on the inner third, and IKF ends up at first base with nobody out, runners at first and second, and here we go. This is a ball game.
Corners crashing. The pitch, the square from Jimenez. He bunts it back toward the hill. Wu fields. He will take the sure out at first base. Rivas covering the bag. Good sacrifice, Andres Jimenez. He throws his arms in the air to try and fire up the fans. Now a base hit to the outfield could tie it with second and third, 1 out, and George Springer coming up to the plate. First real scoring chance for the Blue Jays since the first inning. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Arozarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger. 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. one knee, no problem. You have to have that guy in a big game, and he crushed a pitch out to left center.
You have got to be kidding me, Ben. That is the best moment in sports I have ever seen.
And listen to this place go.
How do you pitch to that guy? I said before that at bat, there's an open base. You have to be careful. Edward Bizzardo threw him a heater right down the middle. George Springer was waiting for it. What a moment.
And they were going in all game, so he did a little bucket step. Kind of flew that left shoulder to try and get out in front of it. My goodness. He's 3-2 again. He got him! Curveball freezes Suarez, who's incensed at Quinn Walcott, screaming in his face. There are 2 down, 4 outs to go.
Well, Eugenio Suarez was given a gift early on in the count, and that was a strike. Was it a perfectly located pitch? No, but it did clip the inside part of the strike zone. Suarez will probably look at the iPad and think it was a ball, but it was a pitcher's pitch right on the inside part.
Either way, the Blue Jays have 2 outs. Space is empty. 4-3 lead. The 1-0. On the ground is short. Jimenez backpedals. Gloves on the edge of the turf. Throw across to Guerrero. That's a clean 8th. Scream from Chris Bassett. He steps over the chalk, and the Blue Jays go back to the bats. Up 4-3. Game 7 of the ALCS. Full count against the 8-hitter Rivas. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. 95 at the top. 1 down. 2 more to go.
What a big pitch from Jeff Hoffman. A little bit elevated, a little bit out of the strike zone, but it looked like a hittable pitch, and Leo Rivas swung right underneath it for a gigantic first out in this inning. I say you challenge him again. You don't want to go 3-2.
Hoffman brings his hands together. He kicks the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Up with the fastball. 2 down. Top of the 9th. And with the World Series on the line, here comes Julio Rodriguez. Full count, 2 outs. Top of the 9th. Game 7 of the ALCS. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got it! The Blue Jays win the pennant! The Blue Jays win the pennant! They're going to the World Series! It's so good, we must be dreaming! The Toronto Blue Jays come back, knock off the Mariners, and they will take on the LA Dodgers.
And we weren't sure if Jeff Hoffman would be able to come in this ballgame and be effective after throwing 2 innings yesterday. That might have been the best outing of his season. What a moment for him. What a moment for George Springer. What a moment for this city. That was incredible.
No team in the history of the ALCS has lost the first 2 at home and come back to win a 7-game series. Until now, the Blue Jays look down and out so many times in this series, and George Springer hit a 3-run homer. Jeff Hoffman pitched the game of his life. Bassett, Gosman, Dominguez, Barland, Bieber all worked together to get them to a 4-3 win.
How good was Chris Bassett in his outing? My goodness. We had no idea how he would look. I thought it was a good move. I was a little bit unsure, but man, he really pitched well in the 8th inning. Jeff Hoffman came in and nailed it down. Shane Bieber was shaky in this ball game, but he kept the Blue Jays offense close enough, and that's all you need to do. They've been fantastic all season. They were fantastic today.
and hopefully they're fantastic in the 2025 World Series.
You've waited 32 years to hear these words. The Toronto Blue Jays are going to the World Series. With me is Chairman Edward Rogers, President and CEO Mark Shapiro, Manager John Schneider. Edward, what a team this is. You came home down 3-2. Game 7, you're down 2 runs with 8 outs left in your season, and you're going to the World Series, winners of the American League pennant. It's my pleasure to present to you the William Harrods Trophy as American League champions.